Before we start this video, I just wanted to say that this was my biggest project yet. Just the script was over 260 pages, written in 2 weeks. For comparison, the Fallout 1 script was 44 pages. A special thanks to all my friends who continue to support me and for their voice acting contributions. I want to continue making content for you all full time, but that is only possible if I do get paid. So, if you'd like to support the channel and gain access to a couple bonuses, such as updates, access to the script once finished, behind the scenes content, and depending on your rank, a role in the next video, please become part of my Patreon. Link in the description. So without further ado, let's get on with it.
Yes! Get on with it!
They say that every time Deus Ex is mentioned, somebody reinstalls it. After finishing my first full playthrough of the game, I can see why.
Jackass.
The writing,
Isn't right?
What isn't?
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
A bomb.
the atmosphere, the voice work, the music, and the janky gameplay with a sprinkle of charm. What's not to like about it? But there is one thing above all that it excels at: philosophy. So, I'm going to start with a quote and end with my own response.
Aquinas spoke of the mythical city on the hill. Soon, that city will be a reality, and we will be crowned its kings. Not better than kings. Gods.
Deus Ex is a first-person shooter, role-playing, immersive sim adventure game taking place in the dystopian future of 2052, where many well-known conspiracies are true. It was developed by Ion Storm's Austin branch and published by Eidos Interactive for release on Windows, Mac, and PlayStation 2 on June 23, 2000. So, why the weird name, Deus Ex? It was a play on the term Deus Ex Machina, or God from/in the machine. The term was coined from ancient Greek and Roman theater, where an actor playing a god in their respectable pantheon would be brought down to the stage via a set of ropes and pulleys to solve a problem for the foolish mortals.
Welcome to Lecture Online.
In literature, this is when a writer would pull an all-solving answer out of their figurative ass because they wrote themselves into a corner and were too lazy to figure it out.
That's gonna happen.
Warren Spector, the director for the game, outlined 4 reasons for the name. Number 1, several forces in the story seek to gain godlike power and may actually gain access to this power.
What a fool. Stop!
2, it was self-referential to the stories of many video games at the time. Warren mentioned that since video games were still a relatively new medium, for game creators, were no more sophisticated in the use of the tools of our medium than the Greeks and Romans were in theirs. This meant that often they had to make use of a Deus Ex Machina in their storytelling. 3, in a literal sense, the game you are playing on your system is a god in the machine.
Is this divine intellect?
4, Warren thought it was funny if people mispronounced it and had to say sex. In 1996, Warren Spector got laid off from his employer, Looking Glass Studios, after the development for the game he was working on, Junction Point, was cancelled. The game had incorporated some of his creative ideas. Disappointed, Warren searched for a new position, and he found one with Electronic Arts.
E-gay sports. It's in the gay.
He was about to sign a deal with them to work on a Command & Conquer role-playing game when he was contacted by one of the founders of Ion Storm, John Romero. John offered Warren a position to create a new game, but Warren declined, telling him he was already dead set on the EA position. John really wanted Warren.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really, really?
Yes, really.
So, he told him that he would drive from Dallas to Austin to meet with him in person. For those of you who are curious, that's about a 3-hour drive. The next day, John actually did it. John's offer was simple: make the game you want, with a large budget for development and marketing.
Money.
The icing on the cake? Full creative control. Warren was quoted saying, "I mean, who says no to that?"
No.
So, he took the offer and injected the resulting game with his creative juices. However, there was a lot of cut content for the game due to time constrictions, such as a diverging storyline based on the player's loyalties partway through the game. You see, in late 1997, Deus Ex was originally going to be called Shooter Majestic Relations.
I did not.
The story was similar with a few differences with the names and locations, but wait, it gets better. In early 97, there was a precursor to Shooter Majestic Relations simply called Shooter. This had a couple alternate names, which were Relevation and Operation Majestic. But wait, it gets even better. There is even an earlier precursor to Shooter called Troubleshooter, originally proposed in 94, but Warren had the idea already in 93. If you want more knowledge about these proposals, I suggest you head to the Deus Ex wiki. There would be way too much cut content to cover in this video.
I don't have time for games.
Deus Ex is an immersive sim. Now, unlike other genres of games, this one's definition is a little fuzzy and people like to argue about it online. In order to explain it, I want you to actually close your eyes and visualize what I'm going to be saying. That may be pretty hard for those of you who burned through all of your creativity in your Minecraft years. But please try hard to activate your neurons. If you can't, well, you're going to be staring at a black screen anyway. Imagine you are a mercenary in a future where humanity has taken to space. You are given an objective to destroy an enemy base on the low-gravity, unbreathable planet you live on, and as such, you're always wearing a spacesuit with an oxygen meter. At this point, the music follows a synthy-type beat, something you'd associate with space, and casing of a joint. Now, you have different methods to infiltrate the base, depending on your skills and the mechanics of the world. Why not just go to the front door and knock? You can persuade the gatekeeper to let you in if you pick the correct series of options with a high enough speech skill. If that doesn't work, you could always hack the electronic door from the outside with a high enough hacking skill, and some time to kill while hiding. But let's investigate the other options. You walk around the perimeter and find a back door. Luckily for you, it has a small opening underneath that can fit a little drone buddy you had bought previously. That drone can unlock the door from the inside. Oh, you didn't actually think to buy one? Try another method. There's a grate on the wall that you can unlock with your lockpicks and the associated skill. Oh, guess you broke the lock. It's not explicitly presented as an option, and you may not even have a high enough athletic skill to jump over the carbon nanotube walls. But if you shot at the ground with a fully automatic gun, or perhaps a high caliber sniper, you may actually gain extra height to clear it due to the low gravity of the planet. The problem is, the enemy would detect you and it would turn into a giant gunfight. The music would become fast-paced, an erotic type beat, just like the bullets and lasers being actively shot at you. Now, once inside via your method of choice, you have to locate the explosives bay. These explosives don't need oxygen to ignite. They use one of the other gases in the unbreathable atmosphere, so they still work within the concept of the world. A guard is stationed right outside the locked door. You notice he has a key. Now, you could sneak up to him and pickpocket it if he doesn't see you and your skill is high enough, or you could just incapacitate him and loot it off him. Your pickpocketing sucks, but there are different methods to dispose of him. You can shoot him, of course, but we can do better. Try sneaking around him and removing the oxygen tube from his helmet. Better yet, you can throw a rock at his visor to break it. You can simply remove his helmet, but it's secured with a pretty tight lock to prevent such a scenario. Without a high enough strength, you could not possibly manage that. The electric rod might be enough to knock him unconscious. Your oxygen meter is low, so you steal his oxygen reserves too. Now that you're in the explosives bay, you could quite simply shoot the explosives. While this would accomplish your directive, you would die, so it's not worth it. By inspecting the explosives, you find out that one of them actually has a timer attached to it. You can put in the amount of time you think you need to escape the compound and sneak away. Why not a cooler approach? One of the explosives is a liquid. You can pour it across the floor, making a long and contrived line to give yourself more time. You can take out your arc lighter and light it up and then run away as the trail burns. You will be shot at though. You'll get away making sure to shoot everyone's groin along the way because your gun skill is high. Mission accomplished. Depending on your actions, your handler will comment on it. But they question why you didn't just use your ship and shoot the clearly marked explosives bay upon your arrival. But you didn't think of that. Does that cover what it means to be in an immersive sim? Well, if not, let's see if some examples of other games will help explain. Ultima Underworld 1 and 2.
Fortnite.
Which systems actually helped inspire Deus Ex. System Shock 1 and 2.
Hey guys,
You and Rick and Bumper.
just hanging out.
The original Thief and Thief 2, The Metal Age. And finally, the most recent one, Cruelty Squad. Special mention to Dishonored because it cuts it pretty close too.
Oh, that's good.
Now, if you've played any of these, you might actually have a good idea of what I'm talking about. But let's get to Deus Ex's gameplay specifically. The best part about Deus Ex is your ability to solve problems in different ways. Want to go stealth, sneaking by enemies, knocking them out, hacking into computers and security systems, robbing money from ATMs, and lockpicking doors. You can do that. Want to go in guns blazing, strapping on ballistic armor, destroying a door with explosives, shooting a guy in the face with a shotgun, hacking turrets to hit all the enemies. You can do that too. Want to be a charismatic little shit and walk into the enemy base with no resistance until you hit a special fucking switch? You can do that. Want to sever the innocent's tie to the mortal plane through nefarious deeds, burping and smoking in their faces only to die by rapid onset lung cancer? You can do that. Many of the narrative choices in this game are done not by dialogue, but by your actions. One major example of this is saving your brother Paul Denton. In Mission 4, the one where you send the NSF signal for Paul in Hell's Kitchen, betraying UNATCO in the process, Paul tells you to escape out the window when UNATCO troops are breaking down his door. You can do so, which is what I chose to do, but Paul actually died. He'll be missing for the rest of the story, except for the body you find in the MJ-12 HQ, and various dialogue will change as JC and the others lament his death.
I plan to make sure he didn't die for nothing.
But you can actually save Paul by not heeding his advice at all and helping him take out the invading troopers. Doing so will have him present throughout the rest of the game, appearing multiple times and even giving you some advice later on. He will even be the one to deliver the final choice of the game to JC instead of Gary Savage. You can also eliminate some characters early on, like Anna Navarre at the airport, to prevent hostile confrontations in the following two missions. At some point, the developers even plan on adding a diverging path, where you could choose not to help Paul and instead stay loyal to UNATCO. I found this out after finding Paul's evidence of UNATCO's corruption at the NSF base, and then heading all the way back to his apartment before sending the NSF signal. Doing this triggers a special dialogue of JC telling Paul that he will not help him. Paul responds saying that JC's eyes are clouded and this is where they unfortunately part ways.
I checked it out. Sorry, Paul. UNATCO isn't perfect, but I'm not a terrorist.
And I guess we go our separate ways. Too bad it had to be this way.
Yeah, the offer still stands. If you want to go to Hong Kong.
No, I'll be fine on my own. JC, if only you'd open your eyes for 1 second. I wish I knew how to convince you.
But this doesn't actually do anything. You cannot actually beat the level. You aren't soft-locked, but you are forced to send the signal anyway to progress.
They don't pay me enough to go in there myself.
In Deus Ex, you have a couple of gameplay systems. I'll be reading off of the Deus Ex wiki for these. The first one is your skills. These determine how efficient you are at certain tasks within the game. There are no skill checks, per se, but you are limited by the resources currently at your disposal, whether it's a physical object, time, or inventory space. Yes, one of the greatest challenges in Deus Ex is managing your inventory space. And guess what? You cannot even rotate objects in your inventory. Skills. These determine how efficient you can perform certain actions in the game. Each skill has 4 levels: untrained, trained, advanced, and master. They can be improved with skill points, which are rewarded throughout the game for completing quests, finding hidden or mission critical areas, or completing certain assigned tasks. You start the game with 5,000 skill points, plus an additional 1,575 if you untrain your pistol skill level. Each level of skill will increase the amount of skill points you need to level it up, so save up those points to complete your build. I should have did electronics.
Man, motherfucker! He's right there! He's right fucking there! He's right fucking there!
Weapon skills. As per the name, these are skills that determine how well you can handle your weapons.
I don't believe what I just saw. Those were innocents. You can't go in and just shoot everywhere.
If you are unsure which weapon skill corresponds to what weapon, Click on the weapon in your inventory and read the text box. It will tell you the weapon type. Each level in weapon skills upgrades your accuracy, damage, recoil, reload time, and in some cases, your damage over time, effects. Accuracy is absolutely horrendous for untrained weapons, meaning you'll miss shots or hit places of an enemy's body you did not mean to.
Holy shit, what's the deal?
It is represented by the reticle that shows up when you're hovering over an object or enemy. Over time, the reticle will shrink if you stand still. Damn. The flamethrower. This shoots a series of projectile fireballs at a high rate of fire, which light people on fire, inflicting burned damage. There are 100 shots per canister. Each fireball deals 5 base damage on hit, plus the 5 damage per second when on fire for 30 seconds. That's a total of 5 plus 150 damage. NPCs on fire will run around once lit, spreading the fire to others, including yourself. Be careful in small enclosed spaces. You can actually walk into the fire or accidentally light yourself on fire if it hits a close by wall. Certain enemies, such as robots, cannot be lit on fire and have damage resistance. The flamethrower takes up a 4x2 inventory space. The ammo, napalm canisters, are rare, so I recommend tap firing with this weapon. The light anti-take weapon, or LAW for short.
It's the law!
This is a one-time use rocket launcher with the highest base damage of the game, 1000. It also has a large area of effect, so you can easily blow yourself up with this. This takes up a 4x1 inventory space. LAWs are also rare. I've only found about 3 or 4 of these the whole game, and only ever used it once or twice. It just wasn't worth the inventory space at the time. The plasma rifle. Now, this one is a little confusing to explain, but here we go. There are 12 shots in a plasma cartridge. Each shot fires 3 plasma bolts, which are explosive projectiles that inflict a burned damage effect over a decent sized radius. The bolt itself has a base damage value of 8, but each bolt inflicts damage 5 times over 5 explosions, never exceeding 40% of that base 8 damage. The most you can hope for is 14 damage. Since each bolt is a projectile and travels at a slow speed, the damage is unpredictable. I should also mention that the accuracy on this thing is atrocious. Treat it like a shotgun with explosive rounds. Don't be so close because the damage could hit you too, but don't be so far away as you won't be able to hit the target. Just like the flamethrower, certain enemies like robots have damage resistance. The plasma rifle takes up a 4x2 inventory space. Fun fact, this gun is actually shit. I don't know why I carried it throughout the whole second half of the game. It used to be good, having a base damage of 40 instead of 8 in the original Deus Ex release. But in a patch for the Game of the Year edition, the one I'm playing, multiplayer plasma bolt damage was nerfed to 8. The devs never separated multiplayer damage from single-player damage, so it was stuck like that. Psst. By going into your Steam library and right-clicking the Deus Ex Game of the Year edition and pressing Properties, you can type in -HAX0R into Launch Properties and then start the game. Once loaded into a level, press T to talk. Backspace the word say and type in set space plasma rifle space MP damage space 40 to get the original damage back. Do this every time you launch the game.
Say the line!
JC, give me the GEP gun.
The Guided Explosive Projectile Gun, otherwise known as the GEP gun, is the bread and butter of this game. This is a rocket launcher that fires high explosive rockets, dealing 300 explosive damage in a 12-foot radius. There are 4 shots per reload, however each shot has its own shorter cooldown regardless. The GEP gun is useful against robots who have no resistance to explosive damage. These are heavily employed in the late game. It takes up a 4x2 inventory space. This thing journeyed with me throughout the whole game and made certain fights trivial.
It's over, JC.
Certain objects like doors or reinforced cabinets you can explode open with the GEP gun, saving on lockpicks.
I no longer have a key.
Well, we don't have a key, but I have a big key.
Oh no.
You can also load white phosphorus rounds into it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my. Yes, another mechanic of the game is that certain weapons have multiple ammo types. What you have to do is click on the weapon in inventory, and then you click on the ammo type you want. Despite being a war crime, white phosphorus rounds deal the base 300 explosive damage of an HE round, plus the added burning effect with a radius of 32 feet. Watch how enemies explode into guts and sinew, and light on fire, making the hardest of encounters anticlimactic. Anyway, there are only two bad parts about the Gep gun. One, you can explode yourself with it. Fuck you. And two, the reloading takes forever.
King? Yeah. Here's your crown.
This increases your effectiveness with pistols. There are 4 pistol-type weapons in the game, each taking a 1x1 inventory space.
Just look at him. Square.
The pistol, your standard run-of-the-mill 10mm pistol. Its hit scan has 6 shots per mag, does 14 base damage, and can insta-erase a standard goon in the head. You'll find an overabundance of ammo for this thing throughout the whole game, but it isn't silenced, so be careful.
How about I issue you a stealth pistol?
That sounds fine. Thank you, sir.
The stealth pistol is the pistol's, well, stealth counterpart, and has an integrated silencer making it useful for stealth. Take 3 shots. It uses the same 10mm ammo. Its hit scan has a max size of 10 rounds, shoots faster, has lower recoil, higher rate of fire, and a faster reload time than the standard pistol. The only drawback is that at low skill levels, it takes 2 headshots to cap a common gobbledygook, unlike the pistol's 1 shot. Fast rate of fire makes it generally easy to double tap though. It's overall an upgrade for most people, but throughout my run I stuck with the pistol because I wanted to go loud, most of the time.
No, this really is the world's smallest crossbow. See?
The mini crossbow. You would think this would be considered a low-tech weapon, but it's not. I guess because it's small? Whatever. The mini crossbow is a projectile-based weapon that can fire 3 types of darts. There are 4 darts per bundle. The rate of fire between shots is just under a second. If a dart hits a wall or floor, they can be picked up again. They can also be fired underwater. You can also lure enemies with the dart sound, and despite the mini crossbow's name, there are no regular sized crossbows in the game. This saddens the JC.
Hey! What's the matter with them?
The first type of darts are tranquilizers. These inflict non-lethal poison damage that can knock a person unconscious. Tranks have a base damage of 5 on hit, and the poison deals 5 base damage every 2 seconds for 16 seconds. That's 8 ticks of damage, first tick being applied 2 seconds after the initial hit. Robots are immune to this, of course. Normal darts inflict lethal damage, with a base damage of 15. They deal more damage per hit than any other pistol, and will also take down a common troop in a single headshot. Flare darts. They light up areas when striking the environment and can reach greater distances than a thrown flare, with half the light radius. They inflict 5 base lethal damage. Unfortunately, they cannot light people on fire. This further saddens the JC. Alright, enough with the mini crossbow. Next is the PS20.
What is this shit?
You know, if the game is accurate, Sony would have only made up to the PS10 Slim by 2052. Anyways, the PS20 is another single-use weapon. It fires a single projectile plasma bolt for a whopping 8 damage.
Wow!
This thing is worse than the plasma rifle. It sucks. However, using the command line trick to change the plasma bolts back to the proper damage of 40 might make it more practical. Regardless, as it is right now, the only good thing about the PS20 is the fact that JC tosses away like the trash it is after it's used.
Take him out quietly, or just let him pass, okay?
Weapons. Rifles. Upgrading the skill increases the effectiveness of rifle skill weapons. For some reason, shotguns are included, which was probably the reason why my shotgun accuracy was atrocious. Once again, there are 4 weapons in this category. I think I'm sensing a pattern here. The assault rifle fires 2 types of ammunition. The first is the 7.62 by 51mm rounds with a mag size of 30. It fires this in bursts of 5 per click, but holding down the button results in fully automatic fire. Each bullet is hit scan and deals 3 base damage, so 15 damage per burst. The assault rifle has a high rate of fire, but its recoil and bullet spread sucks when untrained. The other ammo for the assault rifle is the 20mm high explosive rounds. It's a grenade that is launched in an arc. It only does 150 damage compared to the Gip Gun's 300 damage, but it is still useful. I didn't really use the assault rifle much in my playthrough, but you'll find a decent amount of ammo for it. The assault rifle takes up a 2x2 inventory space. Now comes the sniper rifle. It uses 30.06 rounds with a mag size of 6 and comes with a scope, taking up a 4x1 inventory space. The sniper has a base damage of 25 per shot and can one-shot headshot common troops at range. The limiting factor here is the small as fuck scope that looks like you were looking through the world's smallest people and the weapon sweat. I got him. Jesus Christ. At low skill levels, JC feels like he just downed a bottle of absinthe and somehow his Parkinson's is still acting up.
Come on, JC.
I held on to the rifle for most of the game, but never upgraded the skill until much later. I did it for the challenge. Here are the shotguns, somehow. The first shotgun is the sawed-off, taking up a 3x1 inventory space. It fires 5 hit scan pellets per shot. Each pellet has a base damage of 5 for a total base damage of 25. As your accuracy increases, pellet spread decreases, but there will always be a minimum amount of pellet spread regardless. It has a low rate of fire, a mag size of 4, and a 3-second reload time. Have fun peak firing. The assault shotgun takes up a 2x2 inventory space. It has a mag size of 12 shells and fires 5 hit scan pellets per round, each with a base damage of 4 for a total of 20 damage. It has a high rate of fire compared to its circumcised brother, but it also has high recoil, the highest of any weapon in the game. Mastering rifle skill will lower this to 0. Fuck you. Both shotguns can load sabot shells. Is it sabot? Sabo? Whatever. Versus the standard buckshot. Sabot shells are rarer than buckshot, but they remove the damage resistance that robots have against shotguns. However, they still do the same damage against normal enemies. Weapons. Low tech. There are 8 low tech weapons which are used in CQC situations.
Oh, such a big knife!
The combat knife takes up a 1x1 slot of inventory space. It deals 5 base damage, meaning it will take 3 swipes to lower their HP to 0. It swings fast and has a range of 5 feet. Every melee weapon deals 10 times more damage from behind, and when combined with the ×2 torso damage, in stealth situations or by accident sometimes, you can instantly ice an enemy with 100 damage.
Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy.
The crowbar takes up a 2x1 slot of inventory space. It deals 6 base damage, but swings slower than the combat knife. Even though it is large, for some reason, it has the same exact range as a knife. The sword, which looks cool, takes up a 3x1 slot of inventory space. There it is.
Oh yeah, we got a sword. Okay, that's kind of sick.
It deals 10 base damage, swings slower than the crowbar, and somehow only has 4 feet of range compared to the knife and crowbar's 5 feet. How? It's bigger than both of those. Oh, military police, huh? Unfortunately, it was made quickly obsolete due to the...
I said my sword was a tool of justice. anger, not used for vengeance. But now I'm not so sure. And besides, this isn't my sword.
Dragon's Tooth Sword, also known as the non-eutactic blade. It takes up a 4x1 inventory slot. It has a base damage of 20, but each strike creates 5 instances of this damage, for a total of 100 damage. This thing is sick. It has a range of 6 feet and gives off some blue light. The light is useful for darker areas, but can also make stealth a little harder. In retrospect, I'm kind of an idiot for having this sword out nearly 24/7 once I got my hands on it. It just looks so cool. Also, it's ironic that it scales off of the low-tech skill, since it's the most high-tech weapon in your arsenal, using nanotechnology.
Nanomachine, son!
My recommendation is that if you're going to be maining this weapon, you probably don't need to pump low-tech past advanced, since this 1 or 2 shots most enemies in this game anyway.
Oh my god.
Throwing knives. These deal a base of 15 damage. The problem is, their accuracy is trash. You can hold up to 25 of these in a 1x1 slot. If the knife hits a wall or floor, it can also be reused. There's a speedrunning tech you can use with these. Since the projectile speed is slow, you can throw the knife before you talk to someone, move into the cutscene trigger, then the knife will hit them in the cutscene and skip it. You can do this with other throwable weapons too. The baton. Time to be a British policeman. The baton deals a non-lethal base 7 damage, but does not gain any additional headshot damage. The best target is a stealth hit to the back, which will knock common troopers out with 1 hit. You cannot damage robots or transgenic creatures, however. The baton takes up a 1x1 slot of inventory space.
Triceton emitted another American.
The Riot Prod takes up a 1x1 slot of inventory space and deals 15 non-lethal stun damage. Robots take half as much damage but don't short out like you'd think they would. Transgenic creatures do not take any damage at all. Stun enemies play a seizing animation for a couple of seconds, rendering them immobile and unable to attack. During this period, all sources of damage do 4 times their base amounts. Get stunned, idiot.
I'm really sorry about this.
Oh fuck, it went in my eye! It went in my eye! It went in my fucking eye! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Ah! Please! Please! Fuck! Please! Ah! James! James! Ah! Ah!
The Pepper Gun. This thing shoots tear gas stemming from the Peruvian puff pepper, stunning and blinding the enemy but doing no actual damage. You cannot stun yourself. This is useful in conjunction with other weapons, especially melee due to the 4x stun modifier. Gas them, then slap them with your sword. It is quite funny. The thing is that the stun state doesn't last as long as the blinded state, so your best bet is to aim for each enemy's back anyway. Robots and transgenic creatures cannot be stunned. An added bonus with the pepper gun is that you can apparently use it against laser tripwiles to disable them, but it doesn't work against all lasers, and there's no way to know ahead of time unless you have memorized the area from previous playthroughs.
It was me! Oh, yes! I did it like this!
Weapons Demolition. Bumping up the skill increases your accuracy, damage, and time to disarm enemy explosives. There are 4 types of demolition weapons. The electromagnetic pulse or EMP grenade. EMP grenades can be thrown or planted against walls as a mine. These shut down or disable hostile robots and devices. Alarm panels, laser tripwires, turrets, and security cameras can only be temporarily shut down from these grenades. These only work against augmented humanoids with the cloaking ability, shutting down their cloak. Usually, these are boss enemies. You'll know when you need them. JC will lose bioelectric energy if hit in the crossfire.
No! No, stop! What the fuck is this? Oh, God.
Gas grenades are throwable tear gas canisters. They can also be mounted on walls as mines. This has the same effect as the pepper gun spray, stunning and blinding enemies.
Found something.
Big brother, target is triggered.
The scramble grenade deals 100 nanovirus damage. Basically, when this is thrown near a robot, it will temporarily switch the allegiance of the robot from enemy to ally or from ally to enemy. The amount of time this is in effect depends on the robot's initial distance from the explosion center and your demolition skill level.
Jamie wants big boom.
Finally, we have the lightweight attack munition, or the LAM. This is a throwable explosive grenade or mine that will detonate after a few seconds of triggering. This can also be used underwater. The LAM deals 500 damage, which is more than the GEP gun's 300 damage. It has a large blast radius of 24 feet, so be careful when throwing this. Grenade arcs are kind of weird in this game, and sometimes you'll hit the object in front of you when trying to lob this thing from cover. Good for taking out robots and laying traps. LAMs, EMPs, and gas grenades may also be used by your enemies to lay traps.
Yep.
You can disable them by pressing interact when they're beeping. These grenades also bounce a lot, so it is useful to bounce them off of walls if needed. Ah, I totally don't see the trap. Item skills. This isn't the official name for these skills, but I felt that it is helpful to distinguish them from the others. There are 4 item skills.
What does the decimeter say? 3.6 Röntgen, but that's as high as the meter. 3.6. Not great, not terrible.
Environmental training. This skill determines the effectiveness of hazmat suits, ballistic armor, thermal optic camo, and rebreathers. You can find these in crates or placed around the game world as one-time use items. Each of these take a 1x1 inventory slot and do not stack. Increasing environmental training increases the duration that they are active for, and the amount of resistance to damage that they provide. The hazmat suit provides resistance to toxins, gases, and radiation. The ballistic armor provides resistance to bullets, lethal melee damage, automatic turret fire, sabot rounds, and explosives, including plasma bolts. The thermal optic camo turns you invisible to everything but cameras, which can still activate turrets to hit you. Finally, the rebreather increases the amount of time you can stay underwater without losing oxygen.
Breathe, darn you!
The secret ingredient is crime.
Lockpicking. This skill determines your efficiency with lockpicks. The higher the level, the fewer lockpicks that are used when trying to open locked chests, lockers, doors, panels, etc. You can lockpick an object by looking at it and seeing if it has a pick strength that is not labeled as INF. Then you pull out a lockpick from your inventory and use it on the door, holding the button down. Lockpicks are single use, but they stack up to 20 in a single 1x1 inventory slot. You can hold only at max 20.
The breaker should pop.
Electronics. This skill determines your efficiency with single-use multi-tools. Like lockpicks, the higher the electronics level, the fewer multi-tools are needed to bypass electronics. They can be used on electronic locks, security cameras, autogun turrets, alarms, and other security devices in the same fashion as lockpicks. You can carry at most 15 multi-tools in a single 1x1 slot. If you don't hack electronic locks or security cameras using a multi-tool, you'll have to find the login information somewhere in the level.
What happens now?
Now? Let's go practice medicine.
Medicine. This determines the effectiveness of medkits. Medkits are single-use healing devices that take up one inventory slot. They can stack up to 15 times max. Using them in your hotbar will instantly heal you with a base of 30 HP. You can also use them from the inventory or go into the health screen to heal body parts individually or use all medkits at once to heal in a predefined order. I suppose now would be the best time to go over the health system in Deus Ex. The player and enemies have health values for 6 limbs: the head, the torso, the left and right arm, and the left and right legs. The head and torso take double damage and are critical body parts, meaning that if the health of one of these is reduced to 0, you will die. If you are shot in the arms or head, you will incur an accuracy penalty depending on the amount of damage. Losing your arms will heavily impair your accuracy. Shots to the arms and legs take normal damage, but if they drop down to 0, you won't die. The damage will then go to the torso instead. If shot in the legs or torso, you will incur a movement speed penalty depending on the amount of damage. Losing both legs will force you into a crouch position, and you won't be able to jump. Have fun crawling to the nearest medkit or medbot. Oh, grab that. And I need to fix my legs like pronto. You motherfucker. Medbots can heal 300 damage at once and recharge after 1 minute. Medbots can also do other things, which we'll cover in time. Enemies also have limb health, but their values are specific to the type of enemy, which I will not cover in detail. Miscellaneous skills. These skills don't conform to the others. Computer. Starting from the train level, this allows you to hack into personal computer terminals, security computer terminals, and ATM devices using the icebreaker prompt that appears on screen on the top right hand corner. The higher the level, the faster you hack into devices, and the more time you have to do what you need to do in there before you get locked out. Getting locked out zaps away your bioelectric energy and may trigger an alarm. When hacking into security terminals, you can open doors and shut off cameras. At advanced level, you can hack into turrets and switch their allegiance. You really only need up to advanced level for hacking. Finally, we have the swimming skill. The base time JC can hold their breath for is 20 seconds. Upgrading the swimming skill increases this time and increases your swimming speed. Swimming is generally considered to be the worst skill in the game, and you can easily substitute it with a rebreather or with the iron lung augmentation.
Lights out for a minute, all right?
Augmentations. These are your active skills. They require a button press, usually one of your function keys, to use. Each one drains bioelectric energy at different rates. You can have as many as you want activated at the same time. You have a max of 100 energy. You can restore 25 energy using the bioelectric cell item, or 75 energy recharging through a maintenance robot. Augmentations can be upgraded through the use of augmentation upgrade canisters, which take up a single 1x1 slot of your inventory. Each augmentation, with the exception of the pre-installed ones and synthetic heart, have 4 tech levels. Each tech level usually reduces the energy drain and amplifies the augs' effects. Going into your augmentations tab of the menu, you can click the aug you want to upgrade and then press the upgrade button at the bottom of the menu. You can only have a max of 9 augments installed. There is 1 cranial slot, 1 eye slot, 3 torso slots, 2 subdermal slots, 1 leg slot, and 1 arm slot. By finding augmentation canisters and bringing them to a medical robot. Right, I need a medbot. And you don't have a fucking medbot. You can install new augmentations into their appropriate slot. There is one slight issue, however. You're given a choice of 2 augmentations at a time per canister. Once you choose one, you're stuck with it. There is no swapping augs after the fact, so choose wisely. Now, let's go over the augmentations, and I'll be providing footage for the ones I actually chose on my playthrough. All the information is once again coming from the Deus Ex wiki. There are 3 pre-installed augmentations that JC starts with. These cannot be upgraded.
Your mind space is muddled as a lime. See here, A is for alliteration, B is for bohemian, C is for carcinogenic. So many long words taking up space in my new home. Here, let me do a little spring cleaning. There, you didn't need the periodic table, did you?
Info link. This is your method of wireless communication between your allies or enemies, and it is scripted to turn on at certain points.
Heads up, JC. Your brother Paul is on his...
IFF. This augmentation changes the crosshair to red if you're looking at an enemy, green if you're looking at an ally, or white if there is a neutral character or object. Light. This is your flashlight. It works like the Half-Life 1 flashlight. It drains a small amount of bioenergy and is by default binded to F12. I changed this to Z of all things because I kept on taking screenshots. Oh yeah, the first thing I recommend you do when playing this game is go into the controls and rebind the keys. Some of the default keybinds really make you question your sanity.
Just dead air.
Combat strength. This increases the damage of hand-to-hand weapons by 25%, then 50, 75, 100. This includes all low-tech skill weapons except the Riot Problem Pepper Gun, as well as the Demolition skill weapons.
You need to have muscles on your balls.
Officer Bowles.
Microfiber muscle. Your maximum lift is increased from the default value of 50 to 100, then 150, then 200, then 250. This allows you to lift heavier objects such as large metal crates.
Rev up those fryers, cause I am sure hungry for one. Help! Help! My leg!
Leg augmentations. There are 2 of these.
You're too slow! Would whoever is making that flapping sound quiet down?
Speed enhancement. This increases your speed and jump height by 20%, 40%, 60%, then 80%, and reduces your falling damage by 15, 30, 45, and 60, allowing you to reach normally out of reach areas without the need to move boxes and barrels.
The whole operation is run by Tony. Did you hear something? I thought I just heard something. Must have been my imagination.
Run silent. All footstep noise is reduced to 75%, 50%, 25%, then 0% of the base value. Subdermal. There are 4 subdermal augmentations, meaning that there are 2 sets of options. In Canister 1, you have ballistic protection, which provides a 20%, 35%, 50%, and 65% resistance to shot and auto-shot damage. This is damage from bullets, melee, and turrets. You also have EMP Shield, which provides a 25%, 50%, 75%, 100% resistance to EMP damage. EMP damage zaps your bioelectric energy. In Canister 2, you have
Sirius Black was and remains to this day dead. I don't believe it.
Cloak, which makes you invisible to humanoids and creatures, but highly reduces bioelectric energy at 300, 249, 198, and 150 units per minute. You also have radar transparency, which makes you invisible to robots, security cameras, and turrets, reducing your bioelectric energy at the same rates as Cloak.
Come on.
Torso. There are 6 total torso augmentations, meaning you have 3 sets of options. Aqualung, which increases your underwater oxygen duration from a basic 20 seconds to 30, 60, 120, 240 seconds.
Initiating circumcision protocol.
Environmental resistance, which provides a 25%, 50%, 75%, or 90% resistance to poison, poison effect, poison gas, tear gas, halon gas, which doesn't do anything, and radiation damage.
Hang in there, Krillin!
Regeneration, which regenerates 5, 15, 25, and 40 health per second. Energy Shield, which provides 20%, 40%, 60%, 80% resistance to exploded, flamed, burned, and shock damage. Fun fact, if you upgrade your regeneration to level 3, you can effectively replace Aqualung because the rate at which you heal is equal to the rate you take drowning damage.
It can't be stopped. It's self-sustaining now.
In Canister 3, you have a choice between Power Recirculator, which decreases the consumption of bioenergy of all active augmentations by 10%, 20%, 40%, then 60%, or You can choose Synthetic Heart, which when activated, all tiers of augmentation are temporarily increased by 1. This has no effect on augmentations already at tech level 4, and you cannot upgrade Synthetic Heart.
Come on, think.
Cranial. There are 2 types of cranial augmentations. The aggressive defense system, which intercepts and destroys rockets, plasma bolts, fireballs, grenades, and other projectiles that come within 10, 20, 30, then 50 feet of the user. Or
Spy. Our spy plane's in the air.
Spy Drone. This creates a remote-controlled drone that can discharge an EMP blast. Very useful for taking out robots. Eyes. There are 2 eye augs available. Vision enhancement. At level 1, this provides night vision. At level 2, you get infravision. At level 3, you get close-range sonar imaging, basically wall hacks. And at level 4, you get long-range sonar imaging, better wall hacks.
Plankton, 1% evil, 99% hot.
Targeting. This creates a new HUD element that displays information pertaining to the target. Each additional tier gives you more information, as well as extends the relevant weapon skill by an amount that is equal to 10% of the weapon skill's mastery bonus. Therefore, targeting provides a 10%, 20%, 30%, or 40% bonus weapon damage, plus 2.5%, 5%, 7.5%, or 10% bonus accuracy, a minus 0.1, minus 0.2, minus 0.3, minus 0.4 bonus recoil reduction, and bonuses to all other stats affected by weapon skill, including your reload time. Sometimes you can find weapon modifications scattered about that can be installed in your inventory by dragging it into the glowing green gun. Guns can hold 5 attribute upgrading mods and 1 type of weapon feature mod. There are a total of 8 possible mods, 5 attribute upgrades, and 3 weapon features.
Stay on target. We're too close. Stay on target.
Accuracy. Each upgrade increases accuracy by 10% of the difference between base accuracy and 100% accuracy. This works on the stealth pistol, mini crossbow, pistol, assault rifle, plasma rifle, and the sniper rifle. Clip. Each upgrade increases clip size by +1 or +3 for the assault rifle.
Civvies are with clips using their hair.
Works on stealth pistol, normal pistol, assault rifle, assault shotgun, sawed-off shotguns, sniper rifle, and the plasma rifle.
Ammunition, sir. Appreciate that.
Reload. Each upgrade reduces the duration of the main phase, which is the middle portion of the reload animation, by 10%. This works with all ranged weapons.
Move a little bit again. You did it.
Range. Each upgrade increases the accurate range of hitscan weapons by 10% of the base accurate range. This mod has no effect on projectile weapons, however, you can still install it on them. This works with the stealth pistol, the normal pistol, the mini crossbow, the assault rifle, the sniper rifle, the flamethrower, the plasma rifle, and the gap gun.
Go ahead and put our bullet in the chamber. It sucks.
Recoil. Reduces base recoil by 10% per upgrade, up to a total reduction of 50% within 5 upgrades. This works with the pistol, the assault rifle, the assault shotgun, sawed-off shotgun, sniper rifle, and the plasma rifle.
Here's what it looks like from the camera's view. The first blast didn't do that much to it, so I gave it a good long blast for good measure. It's funny.
Laser. This adds a laser sight that can be toggled. The laser sight provides perfect accuracy to hit scan weapons unless a scope has been installed. The laser is compatible with the stealth pistol, the normal pistol, the mini crossbow, the assault rifle, the sniper rifle, and the plasma rifle. Scope. This adds a scope that can be toggled. When firing unscoped, hit scan weapons incur a penalty and lose the accuracy benefits of the laser. The scope is compatible with the stealth pistol, the normal pistol, the mini crossbow, the plasma rifle, and the gap gun. Silencer. Fully eliminates the firing noise of the weapon. Silencer can only be attached to the assault rifle and the sniper rifle.
He sat at his desk in room 427, and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
This will be a short section. Basically, there are a couple objects throughout the game world that you can interact with that I haven't mentioned already. Burning barrels are one of them. If you get close, you will get burned. This game ended me once. Bro, if that killed me. That is so fucking annoying. Biocell. Holy shit, if I died. What? Throwing flammable objects on burning barrels lights them on fire. There are also biohazard / poison barrels that emit poison gas when damaged. It didn't work. And also explosive / flammable liquid / solid barrels, which explode when destroyed. And there are also radioactive barrels that emit radiation damage and a green light when close. There are small TNT crates scattered about in some areas that you can pick up and throw a certain way to make them explode, or you can just shoot them. If you are feeling dangerous, you can use them as stepping stones to get to higher places. There are 3 different types of supply crates, which when broken, hold at least 1 item inside. Combat supply crates are donated by a pistol and 2 shells underneath. This holds various kind of ammo, usually a 10mm, and sometimes a weapon. General supply crates are denoted by a blue circle inscribed by a white triangle and red markings underneath. This drops consumables, usually lockpicks, but others can appear such as bioelectric cells or multi-tools. Finally, we have the medical supply crates, denoted by the green asterisk with the red staff of Hermes overlaid and red markings underneath. This usually drops medkits and sometimes drops bioelectric cells.
Ooh, I feel like young Nikolai again. Then I get beaten from father.
For some really minuscule healing, you can drink it directly from water coolers and water fountains. Sodas, candy bars, bags of soy, and various forms of alcohol also heal you. The alcohol will, however, cause your vision to darken and zoom in. It's really funny if you hoard a bunch of alcohol and drink them at once, stacking the zoom effect. This may actually cause motion sickness. Okay. Yeah. Interesting thing I found out, but the alcohol effect only is active in the cell you're currently in. If you go into another loading cell via a loading zone within the same level, it immediately clears the effect. However, if you go back to the previous cell, you'll be drunk again. You could also find cigarette packs in this game, and if you smoke them, you take 5 base damage to the torso, which with the torso ×2 multiplier goes up to 10 damage. Cigarettes! Cigarettes. Smoking enough packs can retire you, but the secondhand smoke also deals damage to others within a close vicinity. Interestingly enough, if you have resistance to the poison gas damage type via hazmat suit or the environmental resistance augmentation, you will only take the 5 damage, meaning you can savor the sweet, sweet taste of cancer for a longer period of time. There are 3 types of vending machines in the game world. There is a drink machine, which gives you soda for 2 credits each, up to 10 in total. There is a snack machine, which gives you a candy bar for 2 credits each, up to 10 in total. Finally, there's a cigarette machine.
500 cigarettes.
Which gives you cigarettes for 8 credits each, up to 10 in total. Lastly, you can interact and read with a couple types of objects. There are books, newspapers, and news terminals which usually hold text related to the current events at hand. Sometimes the books may have login information or clues to login information within them. However, you are more than likely to find login information and passkeys within the blue data cubes lying around in various places. Some I don't even know how they got there.
Oh, that's real nice.
Useful information such as codes are automatically recorded in the goals/notes tab of your inventory, but beware that if the code is from a book, it will not be automatically recorded. You can write down your own information by pressing the Add Note button. This was useful once or twice. You can also access any images you are given in the Images section. Alright, let's look at this map. and any previous interactions you had with NPCs via the conversation section.
There's only one terminal. Go up the 3 flights of stairs just outside the kitchen. Turn left, go down 2 flights, go forward up more stairs, and turn right. You cannot miss it. What was that again?
What was this comment? Turn left, go down 2 flights, go forward up more... Okay, right. So I think we've covered enough to get to the point you've all been waiting for. Since it was so popular last time, I've decided to tell the story from JC's point of view, fully scripted and custom voice acted. And I've got some friends with me this time. Just a fair bit of warning, I switched to the Kenti launcher in the DirectX 10 rendering option partway through the gameplay because it was super fucking dark. Anyway, here we go.
Your appointment to FEMA should be finalized within the week. I've already discussed the matter with the senator.
Armstrong? I take it was agreeable.
Absolutely, despite his other ravings about the individual.
Has he been injected?
Oh, yes, most certainly. When I mentioned that we could put him on the priority list for the nanomachine program, he was so willing it was almost pathetic. The plague, on the other hand, he didn't much care for.
This plague. The rioting is intensifying to the point where we may not be able to contain it.
Why contain it? Let it spill over into the schools and the churches. Let the body pillows pile up in the streets. In the end, they'll beg us for the sauce.
I've received reports of armed attacks on shipments. There's not enough vaccine to go around, and the underclasses are starting to get desperate.
Of course they're desperate. They can smell the body odor of the Smash tournament, and the sound they'll make rattling their GameCube controllers will serve as a warning to the rest.
I hope you're not underestimating the problem. The others may not go as quietly as you think. Intelligence indicates they're behind the problems in Paris.
A bunch of pretentious old otakus playing at running the pirate sites. But the world left them behind long ago. We are the future.
We have other problems.
UNATCO.
Formed by executive order after the terrorist strike on the statue, I have someone in place though. I'm more concerned about Savage. He's relocated to Heisenberg.
Our biochem corpus is far in advance of theirs, as is our electronic sentience, and their ethical inflexibility has allowed us to make progress in areas they refuse to consider.
The Catgirl project.
Of course, among other things. But I must admit that I've been somewhat disappointed in the performance of the primary unit.
The secondary unit should be online soon. It's currently undergoing preparation and will be operational within 6 months. My people will continue to report on its progress. If necessary, the primary will be terminated.
We've had to endure much, you and I, but soon there will be an order again. A new age. Aquinas spoke of the mythical Catgirl on the pill. Soon that Catgirl will be a reality, and we will be crowned its kings, or better than kings, mods!
It's the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah?
I'm about to shit my pants.
What? Where am I? Huh. Liberty Island. What the fuck is that?
Heads up, JC. It's me, Alex. I'm using the Neuralink that was installed in your brain to communicate with you.
What? You mean that Elon bastard actually did it?
That he did.
Oh. Wait, why don't I remember?
Anyway, your brother Paul is on the way to meet you at the dock. The NSF is raiding the island, and shots have been fired. I repeat, find Paul. I will monitor your situation from HQ.
Who names their kid Paul in the 21st century? Paul! I thought you were in Hong Kong.
Welcome to the Coalition, JC. I might as well start using your code name. Think I'd miss my brother's first day?
Yes. Yes, I did.
What? Why?
You've missed every single one of my birthday parties. Even the ones with Uncle Magic.
You mean the one that celebrities call for their kid's birthday party?
Yes.
I thought he was dead.
He was. Now the clown is running the show.
Shaquem? Damn. Fuck. Anyway, the NSF hit one of our shipments. A few of them got away, but We trap the rest in the statue.
What are we waiting for? Looks like a textbook assault. What does the NSF stand for anyway?
The National Science Foundation. They took one of our agents hostage.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Apparently someone took their power away to create stupid names for things or something. We got a couple of bots holding the perimeter, but my orders are to hold back and send you in alone. I think someone high up wants to see how you handle the situation.
Well, UNATCO didn't outfit me with Jack before I came here. You got anything?
Don't worry, I got you. Ever since you were a kid, you liked exploding soda cans in the furnace. My guess is you want the big guns, right? Guns like this will make you say, hell yeah.
Give me the Gep gun.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna give you a map of the island. If you can get to the North Dock, a UNATCO informant will give you a key.
Save it. I'll make my own way in.
But we already paid for it.
No, the taxpayers did. And we don't pay our taxes.
Guess you're right. Your primary objective is the makeshift command center the terrorist installed at the top of the statue. But don't forget about Agent Herman. We think he's being held on the ground floor.
What are my orders once I reach the command center?
Interrogate the leader.
And what? You're just gonna stay here?
Yep. There's been some activity at sea. Papa's thinking about eating some unagi tonight.
So why did they bring you back to New York?
I don't know what they have planned. I fucked up an assassination attempt on one of the triad leaders in Hong Kong.
And UNATCO pulled you out?
Well, it's a long story. Apparently, I mixed up the triad leader with his child. Even if I did, the little shit had it coming. He stole my candy bar. So, how was graduation?
Wait. I want to hear more detail.
I wish I could have come. At the time, I could have cared less that Mom and Dad came to mind, but it was a good thing. The UN threw a dinner in honor of me, the first nano-augmented agent.
I didn't know that. Guess I'm just scrap metal.
Dad made a toast. I don't know if you remember his bright red suit.
A toast? That doesn't sound like our father. You can't cook shit.
It was hard for him to figure out how to use the toaster in front of the diplomats, but that poor son of a bitch did it. He savored every moment, every tick.
Strange how proud he could be when so much was due to our augmentations.
Yes, he was proud of his culinary success. I believe that much. It was nice to have done something for him and Mom. I wish someone could have been there for you.
I'm used to being on my own.
Of course you are, you fucking nerd. Maybe if you got rid of those yee-ass augments, you'd get some bitches on your cyber dick. Oh, better yet, maybe Shannon will call your dog ass if she stops fucking with that research professor or physician she fucking with. Brother.
What? So, the time came to infiltrate the statue. After a brief detour, I found some crates that enabled me to climb up to it. I slugged some guys along the way, went inside, then attempted to blow some other dudes up with TNT. Well, it worked, but I also exploded too. So, I reloaded my save and shot the guards. Went downstairs, shot some more guards, went through a laser detector. Finally, I saved the detained Agent Herman. Glad you're not hurt, Agent.
Command should not have left us surrounded.
Risk is part of the job. I think you looked out this time.
Risk? Ha! What a shitty game they make us play. Real agents play Civilization Online on marathon speed.
Even I'm not crazy enough to do that.
Open your eyes, JC. You work for UNATCO? You're already crazy. Anyway, give me a gun so I can handle these national science femboys down in the basement. You go after the leader at the top.
Sure. Here's my pistol.
A pistol? What is this thing supposed to do? Oh, it's upgraded. Nice.
Will I get it back?
Ha! Get it back, he says.
Gunther has re-established contact. He says you helped him escape and give him an upgraded weapon. You're not getting that back.
I know.
Well, here's some news, JC. The NSF targeted a shipment of the plague vaccine, Amsynth. We can't locate it. See if the leader will surrender when you reach the command post. We'd like to interrogate him.
I booked it up the stairs to meet with the NSF terrorist leader.
Don't shoot. I surrender.
So you think you know better than FEMA what to do with this month's Amsynth shipment?
You're too late. Thought us way back to the people. You can't do a damn thing about it.
Tell me about the shipment and I'll order the troops to pick you up as a prisoner instead of a corpse.
Ask away. We already won this round.
Where are you taking it?
We're just giving the ordinary people the same chance to survive as the bureaucrats in Washington.
Same chance to survive? My guy, all you're doing is illegally distributing an injectable form of absinthe to people who subsist on soy packs and soda. I don't think they can handle 179 proof alcohol being injected directly into their bloodstream.
Jesus Christ.
That's my name.
You don't know anything, do you? That absinthe gets people wasted enough to not recognize anything, including anime.
Just answer the goddamn question.
You don't believe me? It's all in the numbers, Mason. For 100 years, there's been a conspiracy of Plutakus against ordinary people.
Do you have a single fact to back that the fuck up?
Number 1. In 1945, corporations paid 50% of federal taxes to finance the nuking of Japan. Now they pay 5%. Number 2. After the nuking of Japan, anime started being produced. In 1900, nobody liked Japanese culture. Now 90% of Americans want a Catgirl in their household. The numbers of so-called cultural individuals have never been higher.
So?
It's called goonification. Strengthen government and corporate preference. Weaken individual preference. With anime, this can be done imperceptibly over time.
I guarantee you that the interrogation staff at UNATCO will not be as forbearing as I am.
Yeah, the Horny police. Do you even know what UNATCO stands for?
No.
The Ultra Natty Anime Titty Coalition.
Just that name alone is a war crime.
I'm willing to agree with you there, but you're just bullies for a completely illegitimate government in Washington.
We will locate that shipment one way or another.
The entire executive branch is handpicked. 19 of the last 23 U.S. presidents have been members of the Futanari Commission. The Futanari Commission is financed by the Akutamis and the Iraqis. Don't tell me.
That's a think tank. Anyone can become a member.
But not everyone does. That's why they call it the secret government. You can't fight anime with bullets. Do you ever ask what it's for? The VPNs, the scans, the anti-piracy laws. Is that freedom? UNATCO teaches teenagers to fight when they still feel like the main character. And look at you. You're a gooning machine. Who's the incel, huh? Me or you? The more of us you kill, the more React content leaves the hearts of the people. Ever wonder why big car companies make deals to wrap a car with Rem in a succubus costume, while the guys on the assembly line prefer Amelia? Corporations are so big you don't even know who you're circle jerking for. That's terror. Terror built into the system.
Yeah, whatever, Kintama. The interesting thing about the immersive subgenre is that the mission isn't over once you've completed your objective. Now you have to extract. So, I made my way back through the statue and found my way to the UNATCO base. It is right near the docks where I spawned. Paul was waiting for me.
We've got the island secured, and I caught myself a 9-pound American eel. How did things look in the statue?
Well, the leaders surrendered. They were after the absinthe.
A month's supply for the East Coast. We think they've taken it back to the city.
We're in the city, dumbass.
I know, asshole. I mean the city proper.
I didn't know UNATCO handled the absinthe's distribution.
Manderley will brief us shortly. UNATCO makes sure the limited supply of vaccines gets to government agencies and key industries.
Such as?
Universal Musical Group and Viacom.
Oh, fuck those guys. They copyrighted all those YouTube poops I made as a kid.
You're gonna have to deal with it, JC. That's the way it is.
I'll deal with it. Doesn't mean I don't like it. Although, it's good to finally see some action.
Yeah, well, pace yourself. You eviscerated a lot of people tonight. I'll handle things out here. You better get to Manderley's office on level 2 and report for duty.
And this is when we get to explore our hub area for our first couple of missions. Hey Scott, there are 3 levels to UNATCO. Some notable locations include your office, Manderley's office, break room,
I wanted orange. It gave me lemon lime.
the medical bay, the armory, computer ops,
You're getting warm.
and the interrogation area. Sometimes you can snoop on other people's business by hacking into the computers, or you can go into the wrong bathroom if you're feeling like a weirdo. What, you thought I was going to go in there? I get reported to HR. Anyway, I first went to go see Manderley, as requested.
Good work out there, Mr. Denton. Mr. Manderley said you handled yourself nicely. Welcome to UNATCO HQ. Our little family keeps getting bigger.
Is Mr. Manderley available?
Yes, go right in. By the way, your computer account is ready. Login JCD. Password Entheron.
Reporting for duty, sir.
The man himself. Splendid. Do accept my apologies about the situation, topside.
A refreshing change from the corporal punishment at the academy, sir.
Don't despise training, my boy. Even you would be worthless without the shit getting beat out of you by the headmaster.
So, the NSF took a shipment of the absinthe vaccine. Give me a coconut, a boar, and a microwave, and I'll handle it.
I'm sure you could, yes indeed. But we're having your brother head up the recovery team. You'll work with Agent Anna Navarra. Why don't we meet when you've seen Jamie for a medical checkup and received your equipment from Sam Carter? You'll be briefed at that time.
Yes, sir. So I went downstairs to see them. First off, Jamie.
Hey, JC.
You look like the real thing. They actually let you operate on people?
Just fixed Gunther's knee, in fact. A sticky actuator. So far, I feel more like a cum scrapper than a shrink.
I'm impressed.
They actually let you kill people?
Shh, you can't say that, I'll get demonetized.
Oh, but putting those sexual jokes like an immature adult won't?
Don't think about it. We'll have to catch up later. I got to leave for New York right away. Can you send Manderley whatever it is he wants?
No problem. Now, if you could just cream into this tube, that'll make my life so much easier.
He really needs a sperm sample?
No. I do. This is to see your nanomachine concentration. You're sterile, JC. You and your brother Paul. We replaced the seminiferous tubules with self-replicating nanomachines that feed on testosterone. Without it, you'd be a conscious man in an unmovable body.
I really didn't need that nightmare fuel. Thanks.
Listen, JC, about your augmentations. You know, they're preparing to roll out this technology worldwide, right?
Wait, if I understand correctly, wouldn't that cause a major population collapse years down the line?
Well, yeah, you're right. But when has corporation ever thought about the future? They only care about profiting in the here and the now.
I suppose. As long as my skin doesn't turn yellow and mucus comes pouring out of my pores, that's fine, I guess.
What you're describing is some crazed up version of jaundice, which is the result of liver failure. Anyway, you'll soon have access to upgrades from standard augmentation canisters.
Oh, I think I picked one of those up at the statue.
Great! You can install that using the medbot close by.
I'll do that.
Have you met your partner yet? Anna Navarre? I think she and Gunther are upstairs in the break room.
Haven't run into her?
She's a real piece of work. Maybe you should compare notes before the operation. You never know. She might go easier on you. Oh, and she's got this weird accent thing going on. I can't tell if she's trying to fake it or if she's just racist.
One more thing before I go. Since you've been briefed on my augmentations, what can you tell me about the Neuralink?
What do you want to know?
Is there a way to turn it off?
This might sound a little funny, JC, but I can't.
Why not?
Those fools that install it accidentally broke the switch. It's stuck in the on position, I'm sorry.
Oh, fine. But this thing is starting to give me a headache. Across the street from Jamie was Alex. Oh my god, shut it off.
Like leading a Gen Alpha to an iPad.
I really don't appreciate you blasting that in my left ear. I actually have a full-blown migraine now, and I'm in incredible pain, rendering me immobile.
Sorry, but you can't not show up to work for a mere headache.
Newsflash, Alex. Migraines are not just a headache. They can make you throw up, blind, unable to process things. Have you ever heard of a cluster migraine? That drives many people to game end themselves.
I really don't care. Anyway, I'm Alex Jacobson, communications engineer.
Yes, I already know that. The Neuralink already doxed your name. Plus, you introduced yourself on the dock earlier, remember? I suppose you already know my name then.
Getting there. You're certainly quicker on the uptake than your brother Paul ever was.
Not really much of a compliment seeing how Paul couldn't figure out how to put a square into a circle hole. Wanna know my solution? Gep gun. Blast that baby wide open. Now you don't have to worry about stupid shapes and their arbitrary holes.
Don't worry. I'll be watching your back. No, seriously, we have a trained assassin with a camera on your position at all times. You just can't see him.
I then headed down to level 3 where the armory was located.
At ease, Agent Denton.
General Carter. I read about the Matt Mercer operation in school. This is a great honor.
I'm not a general anymore. Just call me Carter. Matt Mercer was a feisty fellow. saying that his invisible tiefling from the demonic plane was hitting me while we were arresting him. Honestly, what a psycho.
Can't believe what the NSF did to your family.
Enough of that, soldier. We each have our troubles. I lost my life-size bridal Momobilia Deviluke figure, but you've had to grow up without your parents. Which requires more courage? I don't think it matters.
My parents died in a marching band accident. That's different.
I said that's enough. You have your own op and time is short. How about I ask you your stealth pistol?
That sounds fine. Thank you, sir.
So, let's see. A stealth pistol, and what else do you think you'll need?
Just give me some ammo.
A man who means business. Nothing wrong with that. Now move out. Manderley's waiting.
Back to Manderley.
What will be JC's job?
What's that?
The power station? The NSF have the Amsynth in a warehouse protected by Silksong fans and Batman Arkham Redditors. We want to power down the whole system.
They still haven't released Silksong yet?
Oh, they have, but the fans are too far gone to recognize it. We're taking one illicit generating plant, protected by weak groups of the mentally deranged. Knock out that plant, and Paul's team can walk right into the warehouse.
Just tell me where it is.
The NSF are openly resisting our deployed forces. Gradually falling back, you'll have to deal with them first.
And you be ready, Paul. When the power drops, go in, and go in hard. Like Dark Souls 2 fans anytime you criticize their shitty game.
I'll use my discretion.
Go in like the Adeptus Astartes. We lose the vaccine, I'm sending your ass to the mayor to explain why he and his daughters won't get their Funko Pops for this month.
Oh god. They're one of those people.
Yes, sir. Let's not waste any time, JC. Get down to the dock. A boat is waiting to take you and your partner, Anna Navarre, ashore.
Yes, get moving. Here's your op bonus for the great job you did in the statue, plus a Miracle Dojin for rescuing Agent Herman. That's worth $12.50. We take care of our people around here.
Thank you, sir. I figured I'd need to grab a trophy for all my hard work. I perused around the workplace with it until I got to Anna and Gunther.
Are you sure you pressed the right button?
I do not make mistakes of that kind.
Your van might have slipped.
No, I wanted Baja Blast. It gave me code red.
The machine would not make a mistake.
It's the maintenance man. He knows I like Baja Blast.
So you think the staff has some kind of plot?
Yes, and I'm tired of pretending they don't.
My new Vatna, VC Ventin. Don't tell me you're going to wear those ugly unisex matte black frame prism black lenses 0mm sunglasses during a night operation.
My vision is augmented.
Better to look good than to have inappropriate PMs on Twitch.
Forgive my interruption. I just wanted to say that I look forward to working with you, Agent Navarre. Now, if you excuse me, I got a warehouse to burn.
I do not expect you to perform as well as Agent Hammond, but the vision will require us to do more than threaten the NSF with our furry costumes that make us look more special than we really are.
I am prepared to perform my duties.
For instance, not to be a man taking a flight to Brazil on Mardi Gras without coordinated hotel bookings.
No problem. Off to the mission. We leave and say our goodbyes to Scott, and then take the boat to Battery Park.
Let's head out.
Michael! Don't leave me here! This is my house!
Jesus Christ!
What a baby you are. Let's go. The terrorists are in a fighting retreat. A few have barricaded themselves inside Castle Bill Clinton, playing Black Ops 3 zombies.
Lead the way.
Our orders are to locate a bearer of Amsynth. They are hiding inside. I will give you a schematic of the bearer, but first, we will exterminate those greasy fucks.
Exterminate?
A precious opportunity we cannot neglect. Wouldn't you relish in the fact to take care of these blind sheep? Or are you part of the herd?
I quit partway through Ghosts. Maps were too big, especially on the 360. What about the rest of the shipment?
That is your brother's assignment. You will take the subway to meet him in Vale's kitchen. Just be careful. There's some blind guy in red tights roaming around. But first, we should deal with Castle Clinton.
Are we going in the front, or is there some other way?
A secondary entrance would be useful, but I am aware of no such thing.
Hey look, a poor kid.
I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat?
All I have is this candy bar.
It don't matter. I just need something in my stomach so I can fall asleep.
Hey, this is Hershey's. This shit is like wax. Don't you have something better?
Beggars can't be choosers, man.
You think I'm a beggar? No. I'm just wearing the new Yeezy merch. I'm loaded.
Then why are you asking random people on the street for food? Go get it yourself.
'Cause it's funny to take advantage of other people's empathy.
Whatever. Do you have any information on the NSF? Otherwise, beat it.
Well, sometimes I see them coming in and out of the tunnel behind the soda machine. That one behind you.
That's interesting.
Well, like a travesty. That shit in my favorite drink. New Coke in there. Now it doesn't work.
The preferences of the rich elude me. What was the code?
It's 9183.
Thanks.
No problem. Now to get back to watching that High Rules Rivers video.
Let's see. 9183. Good thing I have a numpad. So, I snuck through the underbelly of the castle, crawled through some vents, blasted some goons, reloaded a couple times, destroyed a turret, then found the container. Alex congratulated me on the find, then told me to go see Anna Navarre topside.
You're not afraid to goon. I am pleased. The last thing I would expect from a brother of Paul.
You mechs might have copper wiring to reroute your fear of premature climax, but I've got balls of steel.
You're not a mech. You do not know what it's like.
What it's like to stand around revving your motorized Onahole while the more advanced units complete the mission? Yeah, no thanks.
It was my error to believe that UNATCO's superweapon would appreciate a chance to prove itself.
Just give me the next objective.
How dare I delay your search for source? The NSF in the subway station have taken hostages. They are subjecting them to the Femboy pipeline. Free them. But you know our standing orders. Once a Femboy, always a Femboy. We do not make deals. Use this EMP grenade to disable the subliminal feminization arrays. Now we will see who is made of steel.
I vented. They saw me in the vents. Then I cleared them all out. I headed to Hell's Kitchen through the subway. Okay, the amount of jump scares is getting out of control.
It's UNATCO policy. Deal with it.
So what's the situation here?
You're taking over. I've got to get my team ready to raid the warehouse.
What about the EMP field?
Still in place. Your primary objective will be to locate and disable its power source. Probably some large electricity spewing thing or something. I'm no electrician.
I'll question some of the locals.
I ordered the civilians to take cover a block south of here in the free clinic, and at the underwater tavern down on the corner. Out in the street, Willie and the poor boys are playing. Bring a nickel, tap your feet.
Creedence Clearwater?
Yep.
Nice. Maybe I'll start with the tavern. Why'd you have to clear the street?
There's still a heavy NSF presence in the streets, and we're taking some fire. We could use your help if you get the chance.
Maybe I'll do that.
If you need any extra shit, here's the key to my place at the Ton Hotel. Check the secret closet. Remember, the keypad's behind the painting.
Why do they call it the Ton?
The owner was about to have a lawsuit with Hilton, so he got some crackheads to destroy part of the sign.
Huh. Your room's on the second floor, right?
Yeah, and take a charger for the flashlight. We don't need another Anna Navarre spraying spree.
Whatever you say.
And JC, we'll be waiting for you to take down that EMP field.
Off we go.
There's a hostage situation at the Tong. JC, be careful.
What happened?
The aggressors burnt their tongues on a hot pocket, which triggered cyberpsychosis. I guess it was the last straw.
I guess I'll deal with that first. Hey, it's Mr. Renton. You better get out of here, Mr. Renton. There are terrorists fucking everywhere.
Can't leave the desk unattended.
You'll be caught in the crossfire. Ah, shit. 1 second. You alright, Mr. Renton?
Fine. Be careful, though. They've got more hostages on the second floor. The aggressors can't make demands because of their burnt tongues. They still have the hostages at gunpoint.
I'll check it out. How's her daughter? Is she safe? Is she alright?
I don't know. She's been gone all week. I'll try to forget about it.
Tonight's a bad night on the streets. I'll take a look around.
Hey, if you see Sandra, tell her I don't care. I don't care about the Hisoka body pillow I found in her closet. She can come home. No questions, no speeches, no roleplay sessions.
Sure.
I drank a bunch of 40, then went upstairs. On site, the NSF started shooting the hostages. They got one, but I managed to kill them before they got the other. Oh well, less skill points for me, I guess. I found Paul's room and raided his secret storage. Oh, looky here, Paul has been ordering some porn videos. Naughty, naughty. I blew up an entrance to a storage area which eventually led me to the top of the building. I picked off some guys with the sniper and made my way from rooftop to rooftop before reaching the NSF base. I tried to go silent, but that didn't work out. I shot a couple of guys with my crossbow and stole a sawed-off from one of their bodies. I eventually went on a shotgun spree, making use of the AI running up some stairs to get a relatively easy shot on them. I dubbed the Stairs of Death. I went around a bit trying to figure out how to shut down the microwave array. Eventually, I saw an explosive barrel unintentionally placed next to the generators, and shot it, destroying them. Alex congratulated me and told me to go meet Agent Herman upstairs, then to take the chopper back to UNATCO while Paul takes care of the rest.
Mandalay has assigned me the peacekeeping occupation of this district.
I took care of the generator. How's the raid going?
Ugh, horrible. The tank fucked up and popped their limit break too early, and the healer was sleeping on the job. We've wiped over 10 times now.
I meant Paul's raid for the Amsynth.
Oh, that raid. Your brother sucks, bro.
Something go wrong?
You do not need to hear anything from me. Take the helicopter back to base. I am sure Mandalay has planned a debriefing for the top agents.
Hey, thanks for helping me at the bar.
What are you talking about? I didn't go to no bar.
What? Excuse me, the alcohol must be getting to me.
You're flying drunk?
It brings me into a state of zen. You don't want to fly one of these birds all wound up. They have a temperament.
I don't have any other choice, do I?
No.
Let's go.
Welcome back. Your mission was a success. Just about the only bright side of the operation, unfortunately. Your brother is really a fucking moron. Report to Manderley for a briefing.
Mr. Denton,
Yeah?
the prisoners on level 3 are a sensitive matter. Leave the interrogations to Mr. Simons.
What kind of interrogations?
24/7 pyrocynical slop.
Oh god.
And if you don't wish to join them, receive your orders from Joseph Manderley, after which you will return to the helipad.
I went down to medical to get healed up. I had a short conversation with Jamie. He mentioned something about losing his privates or something. Ew. Then I went up to Manderley's office.
I was here first.
What is this? Grade school? Who cares?
Mr. Manderley is in a meeting, JC. You'll have to wait.
I was told to report for the debriefing.
More like a degloving. But do not worry. I will state in my report that I was satisfied with your performance. However, you be quiet. I'm trying to listen.
I want in on this.
Just fire that knuckle-scraping, mewing troglodyte.
I wasn't ejaculating. He's really that big.
We don't need him. We've got his brother and a million more well on the way.
He knows nothing.
I think he does. You should have never sent him to Hong Kong.
Let's be sensible. We have to look at the whole record.
Look, I understand. He was your Discord kitten, but it's out of my hands now that the shipment's been lost.
I know. I will comply with the order.
That's all I ask. Carry on. I'm going outside to interrogate the prisoners. Carry on, Agent.
Agent Denton at your service.
Denton. Yes, I hear you're turning out to be quite a kitty cat to the Coalition.
Doing my best, sir. Drinking plenty of bathwater. You know. Forgive me, but I do not believe I know your name.
We aren't ready for an introduction yet. No, it's not time. Just keep your nose to the pavement. You'll be well rewarded. Trust me.
I am vexed.
Alright, go in.
Well, now I don't feel like it.
Hello, JC. Come in. Clerical task first. Your up bonus is split between Castle Bill Clinton and the warehouse objectives, 500 each. You get the full 1,000, plus a free Starbucks gift card for how you handled the hostage situation in the Battery Park subway station. Good work across the board.
Thank you, sir. Hey, this is only for $5. The ad said 3,000.
Do you want it or not, you little shit?
No, I'll take it. Who was that you were meeting with?
Politics, bureaucracy, mismanagement, unfettered jurisdiction. JC, I've got some bad news. The mission failed. We'll get him next time.
I'd hoped to bring up some information about the warehouse, but I didn't even figure out who ran the place.
A punk named Jojo. Quite fashionable if I do say so myself. He slipped out, seemingly punching a hole through a guy without so much as moving. No big deal.
What about the shipment?
I'm just gonna say it straight, JC. Paul is a lousy motherfucker. His dog ass got nothing but an augmentation up his urethra. He's taking the heat this time. The Coalition is letting him go.
What went wrong?
We don't know. He hasn't reported back. All that was left was the sticky note, but even our best cryptographers can't seem to decipher it.
I probably shouldn't tell them that. I can't believe that. Paul's a good agent.
Whatever the case, now it's your turn. We've got one more chance to retake that shipment.
Has it been located?
Take the chopper back to the city. We know they plan to put the Amsynth on a plane, but we don't know which airfield.
Where should I start?
If I were the NSF, I'd be moving through the subways, the abandoned parts of the infrastructure.
I'll check out the subways. I briefly stopped by the armory to stock up on some goods, and a little conversation about UNATCO's stance to shoot all terrorists on sight. I then proceeded back upstairs to the helipad. Bye, Scott.
You may board the helicopter, Mr. Denton. Simons thanks you for letting his interrogation of the prisoners go smoothly. He knows that took restraint.
Off to Battery Park.
I need a vacation.
The first thing I did was head to the Battery Park Memorial. On the statue was some mysterious drug called Zyme. I took it, of course, as any self-respecting exhibitionist would do. I waddled around for a bit before finding the subway entrance from before. Surrounding it was a camp for bums, druggies, and those suffering from the virus. Ugh.
Oh, thank you again. My breasts get so cold.
Like I said, we'll probably both get kicked out when those natty freaks get back. I live underground.
Oh, the same. Plenty of room around the fire, burning our memories away just to keep warm.
I can think of safer places to camp after all the fighting tonight.
Like what?
Ever try Morningside Park?
My buddy got stabbed there. Besides, that's right next to where Columbia is. They don't have the greatest reputation right now.
What about the local Mickey D's?
And get stuck in the play place? No thanks. The cops said I should be here. Besides, I ain't camping. I'm with the mole people.
Wait, the mole people are real? Should you really be going around telling it just anyone that?
It's an open secret.
Whatever. But why the name mole people?
They call us that because we live underground. And we eat dirt. I guess they have some sort of superiority complex or something just because they got more money than we do.
Maybe you should join your people. Anywhere underground would be safer than Battery Park. There's drugs just lying around everywhere. It's hard to resist the temptation.
It's only hard if you're a drug addict. You're not a drug addict, are you?
No.
Okay, just be careful. Some of those are laced with fent and heroin from Long Island.
No wonder why I feel nauseous.
Anyway, the moles need someone topside.
I get it. You're kind of like a mole for the mole people.
Haha, haven't heard that one before. Besides, I'd rather be here than have the NSF tromping around with machine guns.
The NSF are hiding out with the mole people?
Yeah, they haven't hurt anybody. We guess it's alright.
Need to contact the NSF. Think you could tell me how to find the moles?
Sure. Just give me the password so I know they trust you.
It's a matter of national security.
Still need a password, bro.
fine.
Think it's true, the vaccine they got? Think it'd really
We lost the battle today, I admit it, yes, Lord.
You with the NSF?
Had myself a division of gooners, mind you, back when we were the Northwest Suckers of Feet. Years ago, they thought they had our feet licked like they think they have us licked tonight. But look at me, young sir. We're God's army, and what infernal devil can stop God's army from licking their feet?
Well, you take care of yourself.
Found me 2 30-06 clips, now all I need's a gun, and then it's me and Satan, yes, Satan, one last look into the devil's red eyes as I suck his curly red toes and breathe his fiery foot musk.
Sounds like you served God admirably in the Northwest Foot War, but maybe you should let a Padawan from the younger generation take the clips off your hands. What do you want for them?
You mean money? You wanna buy 'em? Well, guess I'd take a Starbucks gift card. Need me some mocha.
Done.
Praise heaven, praise be God's heavenly feet.
So where was the password? Downstairs in the subway, there was a guy by the payphone. Even in 2052, they still haven't removed these.
Sorry I didn't need your help on the island. I hope it wasn't a wasted trip. No sweat, man. Thanks to the American taxpayers, I got paid. But do you think I pay my own taxes? No siree.
This conversation was fact-checked by real American patriots.
I see it like this. It all balances out. You're not codes just as much as edgy freaks as the militias. And if everybody's gonna shoot it out of their dicks, fine. So long as neither side gains clarity for long enough to take over the whole country.
The goal of UNATCO is not conquest. It is the safety of ordinary people like yourself.
I know an army when I see one. Look, I'll be blunt. Got any cash? There's a secret passage behind that phone booth over there. For some Mirko Dojinshi, I'll tell you where to get the code.
Lucky you, I happen to have one right here.
Jesus, where are the chances? I've been looking for this one all month long.
Thank Manderley. He takes care of us.
Talk to Curly in the shanty town in Battery Park. He's from the Mole People Settlement. You have to give him the password Undertale.
Oh no, he's part of that fandom?
Hey, they've gotten lax over the years. At least it isn't those My Hero Academia nuts.
True. Back to Curly.
What about the mole settlement? You taking new people?
Well, it's not the best time. Not right now.
I don't mind.
Undertale.
Go to the phone booth in the subway station. The code's SANS. That's 7267.
Thanks.
When you get to the Brooklyn Bridge station, talk to Charlie. He'll get you into the tunnels where we live.
So we go back into the subway, head to the phone booth, and put in the code. We get brought to the station via some complicated device that I really don't know how they installed without anybody looking. Whatever, I just spoke to some of the homeless. I'm looking for the mole people.
You don't want to camp with them. Trust me, they're too fanatical.
I don't need a place to camp.
I started the mole people. I was there first. And then they made up committees that throw people out just because you don't like Undertale.
How do I find them?
Don't bother. They're elitist. Now the NSF is down there too.
What about this guy? I hear the NSF are using the mole people hideout as a base.
Are you the feds? We don't need a war down here.
I work for UNATCO.
Well, the NSF come through here, but they don't bother us. If we need help with anything, it's our Steam libraries. We lost connection because of the explosions on South Street.
Tough break. You tell me about the NSF and I'll put in a word with the city about the connection.
The city don't know we got internet and they don't need to know. How about you fix it and then I'll talk?
I don't have much time.
I would open the valve myself, but there is a cave-in. The utility door is blocked. It's up at the north end of the tracks, in case you want to take a look.
Clearing a tunnel. That sounds like a job for a lamb. I quickly cleared the cave-in and barged into the area in question. There were steam sails everywhere, but I had to stabilize the connection so they could capitalize on it. Back to Charlie. The connection should be open now. I opened the line to Valve.
Good. Glad to see you NATCO boys do something for the Steam community.
Now can you tell me about the NSF?
The NSF? Yeah, they took over the tunnels.
How do I get there?
Go to the women's restroom on the other side of the station. Look for a keypad under the sink. The combination's 5482.
Great. I'm glad I could help you out. I found the keypad under the sink like he had said, put in the code, and then opened the secret passageway. I tried to take care of a bunch of NSF stealthily, but it didn't quite work out. So, I did it loudly. Afterwards, I spoke to another bum who told me to check behind some boxes at the end of the tunnel for another secret entrance. Jesus, they really had me jumping through some hoops here, huh?
I surrender!
The mole people say the Amsith came through here an hour ago.
I'll cooperate. Relax. The key to the men's restroom is on the table.
Another secret passage?
You've got to be kidding me. Hey, I'm just a subtitler. I know the body pillow looks threatening, but I'm a part-timer. Like a YouTube editor. I don't want any trouble.
I grabbed the key on the table on instinct, and then promptly forgot I had grabbed it and looked around a bit for it. I then got distracted by the flamethrower lying on the table, so I made some space in my inventory and took it. I headed to the men's restroom, hoping I had the key. Once inside, there's a series of traps and enemies I had to go through before finding the heli-based terminal. Alex told me to look around for the Amsynth containers, so I snuck around the base. Saw an enemy helicopter, so I just said fuck it and tried to destroy it with my Gep gun. Well, apparently it's invincible. Ooh, what are these? Anyway, I started blasting. I lit some mofos on fire and bypassed the turret just by briefly hugging the wall. Then there was an elevator. Up the elevator was LaGuardia Airport, the worst airport. Fun fact, I once met Tom Hiddleston at LaGuardia Airport. He was on my flight, but I didn't know it. Coming out onto the backclaim, he was just standing there with the bodyguard. A group of girls recognized him and screamed, "Oh my god, it's Loki!" and ran up to him. It was then he and I exchanged looks from across the terminal. I remember he had this look of utmost regret. His eyes were wide. I just smirked and shrugged my shoulders. He chose that life. He reaps the consequences. Back to the game. LaGuardia Airport upheld its reputation because the game decided to keep crashing. Hello? It crashed again. Stupid AMD thing takes up like half the screen. And it crashed again. It crashed immediately. Alright. I checked online for a fix for this issue as well as the darkness issue. Forum users and Redditors were saying to install the DirectX 10 renderer to solve the issue. I did. It fixed the brightness problem I was having, but not the crashing. I had the bright idea to purposely crash again and check the error that popped up. Apparently, one of the robots' AI was causing the crash, somehow causing an infinite loop in the code. The solution: enable cheats, load the level, then immediately type T to open the console. Type players only to freeze time before the game crashes, then type kill all Deus Ex.security bot 3 to remove the bot from existence. Retype players only to play the game normally again. This fixed the issue after about 15 minutes of searching. I did some more sneaking around looking for more Amsynth, killed some guys, and jumped around the storage containers before I broke both my legs and accidentally quick saved on instinct. No! My last save was back underground. Shit. I crawled very slowly and found the docks which had another Amsynth container. I slithered my way behind the terrorists and bonked them, then saw my saving grace. A medical container. Oh, it didn't have a medkit. And I need to fix my legs like pronto. You motherfucker. Well, I guess it's more crawling for me. I found the key code for the gate to the NSF barracks. Zonked some guys with a shotgun. Did I run away, you fucking baby? Are you kidding me right now? Oh, that's great. Pulled myself up the stage and broke into some guy's porn stash. Finally, a medkit. Holy shit, we're using it to heal our legs. Okay, there's 50 on here. I have a leg. Oh! Now that I had my legs, I made my way to the airport hangar. Hey, Paul's here. Guess he really was working for the NSF. Let me just sneak around and steal some stuff. To do myself a solid and look into all these. Bit of time. Yeah. What's that? Oh, I do not like the way you're looking at me. No. No, bro. I don't want to talk to you.
Excellent work. I underestimated your abilities.
You work for the NSF? Oh, wait. I already knew that.
Listen to what I've got to say. We don't have much time.
You got that right. UNATCO will have a team here in a few minutes.
Hentivitis is a man-made virus. Everyone up to the president is at UNATCO's mercy as long as UNATCO controls the supply of Amsynth.
You believe that? You and that drug dealer goatee of yours?
We have proof. We need to get the Amsynth to Hong Kong. Heard of Tracer Tong, the one with the golden dong? He can help us synthesize it ourselves.
You better step away from the jet. Your boss is my next objective.
Join us, JC. Talk to Lebedev. He can convince you.
How are you otherwise?
Oh, you know, just keeping up my mewing streak.
Didn't take you to be a mewer.
It's an NSF thing. You wouldn't get it. Better to be a mewer than a gooner, am I right?
Whatever you say, brother. Whatever you say. Foreseeing that I might get shot coming out of the plane later, I took care of our new friends.
Hope you decide to join up.
No. On the plane, I raided the bar for some 40. But we're gonna be blasted out of my mind. Found the password for an augmentation canister downstairs. Got blasted. Very nice. I'm just gonna get blasted. Thank you. Alright. Then talked to Lebedev. You don't light this motherfucker on fire.
I surrender.
What?
Easy now, Agent. UNATCO has a policy against killing unarmed prisoners. We have much to learn from each other. I taught Paul how to mew, and now I'm gonna teach your little ass.
Damn. You know, I kind of don't care.
I have the command here now.
Back in the hangar, Paul had left, and all that was left for me was to head to the helicopter. I reloaded an earlier save to see if I could kill Paul for the hell of it. Even with cheats, Paul cannot die early. What a shame. So I hopped back to the future and raided some of the guard towers before heading back to UNATCO. Oh hey look, it's the G-Man.
Manderley has assigned me the peacekeeping occupation of the airport.
Standard procedure, it appears. I'm sure we could count on you, Gunther.
I want to be the one to execute Lebedev.
I beat you to the punch. Sorry, bud.
What? Fuck!
Okay, now to go see that drunk bastard.
Gunther told me about Paul. That son of a bitch owed me $200 from gambling the other night.
Piloting a vehicle under the influence, and now illegal gambling. What's next? Poisoning the water supply?
Hey, at least I'm not playing League of Legends.
How right you are.
You ready to head back?
Yup.
Get in.
So, I arrived back at UNATCO. Alex notified me that Manderley was pleased that I followed orders, and that I should go see him.
Good soldiers follow orders.
Hi, Scott. I headed downstairs to see Jamie, but he wasn't there. Healed up, broke into his closet and stole some stuff. Then went upstairs to see Manderley.
I can't believe it, JC. What's gone into Paul?
He fell into the mewing trap.
What a blow. I don't know how we'll recover. It's almost like losing a son.
I don't understand it myself, but we got to go on. Is Manderley available?
Go right in, JC.
Objectives complete, sir.
Good, JC, good. Here's your op bonus as usual. 1,000 for a flawless performance, plus a little extra something.
Oh hey, my grandma used to give me these.
Your grandma used to give you blowjobs?
Yes.
Well, you might be interested to know that your tenacity has impressed some very important people.
I only wish to serve the Coalition to my best of my ability.
Oh, fucking nerd. They have high hopes for you, JC. You understand the importance of being my bitch, don't you?
Meow.
Good, kitten. See, that's what seems to be missing in your brother. I hope you'll understand why the Coalition has shut down Paul's augmentations and activated the kill switch.
Oh yeah, totally. Wait, activated what now?
Oh yeah, he's our enemy now. He's defected, turned traitor, switched side. He's gone, JC. The Coalition wants you to understand that he's just another Femboy, like the ones that have died by your hand this evening.
Can they really kill him with the press of a button?
Yes, and you too. Nothing wrong with a spray of water if the cats get too rowdy. Wouldn't you agree, Jesus Christ, Stanton? So, let's take these orders seriously. They're sending you to Hong Kong.
What about Paul?
Please, just get your equipment and meet our pilot Jock at the helipad. You'll need to take out a man named Tracer Tong, Paul's contact in Hong Kong. Prove that they can trust you, JC.
Yeah?
It's critical that you, under no circumstances, start mewing.
I traveled downstairs again to talk to Alex.
A lot of surprises this time. Paul, mewing. Wow.
Well, I took out his mewing coach. I hope that changes his mind.
I wonder what it is he found out. Why'd he defect?
He thinks he has proof of a conspiracy.
Wild stuff, huh? I'd like to hear what he has to say. Not about the mewing, about the conspiracy. If you hear from him, or if you find out where he is, don't worry about the Neuralink. I'll erase the archives.
You can do that?
I bunked with Elon in college.
That sounds like something Kramer from Seinfeld would say. Do you think Paul's alright?
Worth hearing him out. I've never known Paul to make a mistake, but he does tend to be a trend chaser. He was obsessed with those cookie pen things at one point.
Next, I went to Sam Carter at the Armory.
How you holding up?
Fine. I completed the mission objectives.
You lit a man on fire, then blew him up in cold blood. That's against the Geneva Conventions, you know. But it sure as hell is funny.
True that. You know, if you pause for a second and think about who he was and what he stood for. I mean, a mewing coach? Come on. It wasn't that hard to pull the trigger.
Based. Although, it is a shame when a difference of opinion gets somebody killed. That's all I have to say about that.
Every waifu war is the result of a difference of opinion. Maybe the biggest questions can only be answered by the greatest of headcanon.
I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with keyboards and body pillows. Speaking of which, tell me what you need. I'll load you up with the sauce.
A Gep rocket.
God bless America.
I then decided to go to the break room.
What kind of pain?
Behind the eyes, a sharp burning, almost electrical.
Must be a cluster migraine. Here, take some sumatriptan.
I hate that shit, dog. It always makes me nauseous. You got anything else?
How about some rizatriptan?
What's the catch?
Either you get no nausea, or your brain explodes.
It's worth it. Give it here. Hey, why isn't it working yet? My brain is still pulsating.
The medication needs time to move through your system. Give it some time, dumbass. I swear, these shows always have people take shit and they're like magically fine the moment they swallow.
What's up, Doc?
Patching everybody up best I can. You're looking good.
I broke the Geneva Convention and got away with it. Never felt better.
We just dropped off a few liters of the absinthe you recovered.
Good work out there, Denton. I wanted you to know, we will not let that crispy meal you cooked us up go to waste. I've got the cook serving it up on the site cafeteria as we speak.
Yes, sir, I'm grateful for that. I just wish we found out about Paul sooner.
No harm done. We have you to take his place.
Is a few liters going to be enough?
Well, no one on staff's gonna catch hentai-vitis this month.
Look, I realize some NPCs have more dialogue if you talk to them again. We still have 10 more missions left, so we need to get moving. You can stop writing that comment now. Bye, Scott.
I'm taking you to New York.
My orders are to go to Hong Kong.
Your brother's found himself in quite a cucumber.
Don't you mean pickle?
Gesundheit.
I guess we're going to New York.
This is the part where you fall down and
This is the part where Paul fucking dies.
Your brother's fucking dying.
JC, I'm fucking dying.
Jesus, you look like shit.
JC, don't be like that. Come on. Ask me about the Nintendo kill switch.
Fine. Is this Nintendo kill switch real? What's it going to do to you?
I'm afraid that's classified.
What? Why did you ask me to?
You've gotta have God clearance to to know the nanites can be programmed for logarithmic growth.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Sorry, I meant exponential.
There's a chopper that can take us to Hong Kong. You know Jock?
Yes, I owe him $200 from poker the other night. At least dying will get me out of debt. But never mind that. You're the only person that can help. I need to send the NSF the latest One Piece scans.
I came to get you out of here.
JC, you gotta believe me. UNATCO takes. Payoffs. Silhouette. The other terrorist group there. Our allies.
You've done what you can for the rebels. Let's go.
You want proof of chicanery? Pay a visit to the NSF headquarters. Down in the basement, protected by titty traps, a data cube is edging the table. My report to the militia leaders. Here, I have a photograph of the building. It's a couple of blocks to the west, behind the bar.
And I suppose while I'm there, you want me to encrypt a signal with the One Piece scans. Bypass UNATCO SIGINT?
A lot of people could die. My friend Chad, for example, the leader of Silhouette.
I'll check out the facility, but I can't promise I'll send the scans. They've arrested people for leaks, you know. Be ready to leave for Hong Kong when I get back. I first took a short stint in the underwater bar.
Hey, you're Mother Renton's, right? There's trouble at the home.
Yeah?
Jojo 5, a punk from around here, think he's going to use the hotel to illegally distribute anime figures.
UNATCO's looking for him. He left today himself.
Far as I can tell, UNATCO doesn't give a damn about Jojo's bizarre adventure or the rentals. Bigger feet to smell, I suppose. What do you need?
Nothing, but thanks.
Hey, officer, can you tell me about great shitter legends?
I don't show for companies. You some kind of journalist?
Food reporter, midnight nut. You know my work?
I don't read the tabloids.
Oh, of course. The intellectual type. You don't mind being quoted, though, do you?
You know what?
Well, I took care of that guy. Let's head to the NSF base to find that proof of Paul's. The guy at the front let me in, and I perused around the floors, finding a hazmat suit for some reason. Oh look, there's the trapdoor to the basement, and it's closed. Looks like I'll need to find a way in. Nothing a Gep gun can't fix. It didn't work. Well, let's try the server room. Maybe there's a way to open the hatch in there.
You're not cleared to be up here, Agent.
There we are. Oh, looks like there's some poisonous gas. That's what the hazmat suit was for. I put it on and vented the gas with a quick press of the button. And found a security terminal on the wall that opened the trap door. Open. Awesome. Down the hatch we go. Looks like there was some heavy security. Once again, I find myself using the best lockpick in the game. I accessed the security terminal, turned off some cameras, and opened the closed doors. There were more lasers, so I stacked some boxes to jump over them. Oops, shit. I went back to the terminal to reopen the door, then tried the boxes again. Success. Oh look, another set of lasers. Good thing I installed the speed/jump augment off screen. Oh, and I happened to pick up the key for the store earlier. Unlock. Yes. Well, it's not like the flimsy door would ever stop me anyway. I found the proof, and Paul wanted me to send the scans. Before that, let me just open this reinforced cabinet with my reinforced lockpick. There was an accuracy upgrade in there among other things. Eventually, the basement led back upstairs to the ground floor. I was now outside the NSF base. For this playthrough, I wanted to be a loyal dog to UNATCO, so I walked all the way back to Paul to tell him I wasn't going to send the signal. Sorry, Paul. I'm not going to do what you ask. I'm not a terrorist.
Let's see how far you get.
What do you mean by that?
Check your goal screen.
What? What could possibly be there? It did an update.
That's right. Congratulations. You're now stuck on the path to becoming a terrorist and a traitor.
This doesn't make any sense. That can't be how it happened.
Too bad for you, the developers had to cut their little branching path, so you are locked into helping me now. The cat bell has shifted from Manderley to the NSF. Go do what I ask.
Fine. Before I do that, I'm gonna head back downstairs to check on that JoJo situation.
He's not my boyfriend.
Then what is he?
He's JoJo. God. You're not a fan. You wouldn't understand.
I don't like him staying in my hotel.
Then evict him.
What's the trouble?
None of your business, you augmented fuck.
One of the neighborhood pretty boys, JoJo. He thinks he owns the block.
I can straighten him out. Just tell me where he is. Oop, is this him?
That's the guy.
I do say, Gilly, you have a fantastic young woman here.
He wasn't gonna stand up to JoJo anyway.
Jesus Christ! You murdered him in cold blood! Well, he was a bitch anyway. At least I get my money back.
Thanks, JC. I couldn't stand that bizarre accent of his anymore. It was driving me nuts.
And the day was saved thanks to Stanton Man.
Give me the Gep gun.
Later, on top of the NSF base, dishes rotated, computers hacked, One Piece scans sent. Hey, that was easier than I thought. I do so hope that nobody was.
I'm receiving confirmation that the scans went out. You even reached Silhouette in France. Now everybody can enjoy the peak. That is One Piece.
For a second there, I thought,
Stanton.
fuck.
I'll just ignore that. Walton Simon's here. The troops are now going to game end you. Is that what they say now? Anyways, ta-ta.
Can't say I wasn't expecting it.
FBI, open up!
After a short killing spree, I made my way back to Paul's apartment. Your buddy Chad should have received the scans, but Unatco's on both of our asses now.
Good. He'll be able to get his people to their base in the amnesia bunker. Did you find the records we collected on that monotone munchkin, Walton Simmons?
If I did, I don't remember, and I'm too lazy to check my logs. But I do have questions about Simons. The instant I sent the scans, he was the one to order the troops to hunt us. Why does FEMA have authority over UNATCO? I thought FEMA was a domestic agency for... Wait, what did they do again?
His authority doesn't come from FEMA. He's part of a secret organization, Majestic 12.
That sounds like what a My Little Pony group would name themselves.
Nevertheless, they plan to use FEMA as part of a scheme to shut down the US government.
Agent JC Denton, please put your weapons down and secure the strap-on in the hallway.
UNATCO! Wait! JC, where are you going?
Getting the fuck out of here.
Jackass.
I made my way to the subway, destroying robots and troops along the way. Shit, a keypad. Let's try 6282. Oh look, it worked. I then hopped onto the train to Baghdadi Park.
We've had such high hopes for you and your brother. It would seem you are not as loyal a kitten as we expected.
Loyalty to what Simons and an agent like you have made of UNATCO? I would rather be Ludovico than be forced to watch X-Arm.
We are thinking the same thought.
Denton!
I made my way through the vents back up to the surface. Come on, fit your fat ass through that stupid grate. There we go. Shit.
There is no escape. You will surrender.
Another peacekeeping occupation?
Not any better. They expect us to take you alive. Paul is already dead.
I really don't care. He was a jackass anyway, forcing me to turn traitor. Here's your chance to finally kill me.
Good.
Well, I tried a variety of ways to explode Gunther. Even at one point I turned on God mode, but it was not possible. Alas, you cannot even escape him to get to Jock.
Why isn't it possible? It's just not. Why not, you stupid bastard?
There are invisible walls around the subway entrance. At times like this, I really wish I could go back and give Warren Spector and his team more time to work on the game, but what we got was still fantastic. So, either by violently getting knocked out or surrendering to Gunther, you wake up in a jail cell in a Majestic 12 facility. Now what?
I need you to escape Horny jail. I can bonk the power to the door in front of you for only a few seconds without being detected. Get ready.
For real? Oh shit. Breaking out of the cell, I killed the guard after picking up a knife. I found the code for the cell doors, and there was an NSF prisoner inside.
You're the spy they caught, right?
No, that was my brother, but I got roped into it.
I heard a guard say that you're the only one who lived.
Are you sure?
Do you know a guy that looks suspiciously like you, has a rank goatee and a jawline that could only be the product of an 80-day mewing streak?
Yep, that sounds like my bro.
Well, he's fucking dead.
He had it coming.
Let's get out of here then. I smuggled in a knife and a medkit too. You want the medkit?
I could always use more healing.
What do you say? You want to help me bust out of this joint?
And do an epic stealth montage with you?
Yeah!
No.
What? Why?
Too much editing. You slip out. I'll handle the guards.
Well, alright, I guess. Asshole.
There was a heal bot next door that helped me get into tip-top shape. I then snuck around some more.
Sup, shithead. You can go north to get your shit back. Once you get that shit, bring yourself and your shit to the lab in the north, where your brother's body was beaten to shit. Deadass. Stick your hand into his head and grab that no-good last-gen data vault from it. Tracer Tong will require that data to defeat that kill switch wired into that noggin of yours.
I did what the voice in my head said and stealthily found my stuff in the armory. Sweet. I then went to the North Labs and peacefully made contact with the locals.
My goodness, Mr. Stanton, did you escape?
Really? What tipped you off, genius?
I'm a prisoner too, and I say your name all day, every day. I even have cells from your body and culture, your brothers too.
What type of cells?
Sperm.
You have quite a dirty mind, Mr. Denton. I'm sure you are quite aware of the condition of your privates.
Sterile?
Quite, but alas, all I have are your neurons from the frontal lobe.
Frontal lobe? You lobotomized me?
No, of course not.
Okay, for a second there I was...
You have been lobotomized a long time ago.
What? Since when?
Since they added your augments, silly. Haven't you noticed any changes in your behavior?
No wonder why I feel nothing when I burn people to a crisp.
That would do it. Anyway, you can find your brother's dead body in the medical area. Believe me, I share your loss.
Did you know him?
Only from his tissues. I love licking the snot from them.
Okay. But do me a favor. Play dumb. They know enough already.
Oh, don't worry about that. I bought this herb of confusion off Amazon. When flipped on, it sends rays of confusion.
Maybe you can slip out when I open the main doors.
I've already been shot once by a man in a Bon Voyage costume, thank you. But I can give you the code to the medical area. It's 0199.
Thanks. I progressed toward the medical bay as directed and talked to a lovely couple. I retrieved the information from Paul's brain and sent it over to Daedalus.
Thanks, bitch. The code to the exit door is 1125.
I snuck around to the exit door and escaped the facility. But it turned out, it was right under UNATCO headquarters. Great, now I have to sneak out of here. I removed some guards from the equation and went to the first person I could. Jamie.
JC, you escaped? Is that what the lockdown's about?
Uh-huh. They were locked in there with me. And with the power of quick saving and loading, nothing can stop me.
I heard they killed Paul.
Yeah, whatever.
He told me they were going to leave your brother alone.
Well, if the shady deals with Walton Simons weren't enough to convince you, I really don't know what the hell you expected. I mean, come on. The guy had the stereotypical emo voice. The guy's practically from the Uchiha clan. I can't wait till Oliver Swanwick his ass.
Well, what can I do to help?
You want to betray the only organization that gives you a decent pay and healthy benefits with me?
Oh, hell yeah.
Alright. Well, meet me in Hong Kong and locate Tracer Tong. We're joining the Resistance.
Tong? Tong? Where do I remember that name from? Oh, yeah. The one with the golden dong.
Jamie, be careful. What do I care? I'm lobotomized. Might as well go talk to the super hacker. Hello, Daedalus. Hope my escape was entertaining to watch.
Daedalus? What the fuck are you talking about?
You haven't been contacting me under an alias?
Of course not. I'd get capped by one of those men in black the moment I try to do that. Plus, the Neuralink went down. At first I thought they'd executed you.
Then who else has access? Somebody cut the power to detention.
I installed UNATCO security myself. It uses Suicide Linux. It's unbeatable. Any incorrect commands automatically remove the root folder. You're starting to scare me.
Not as much as you're scaring me. Who the fuck is Daedalus and what the fuck do they want with me?
Other than a Greek myth, a better hacker than I. Damn it. I should have taken Jock's bet.
Bet? You betted on me?
What? No. Of course not.
Alex.
Come on, it was nothing. Mockingbirds over clams, so to speak. All we did was bet whether or not you'd make it out alive.
No, I understand. I'd do the same thing if you were in my place.
Oh, great. Let me give you a key to the front door. Base is under lockdown until you're recaptured.
You sound sincere. Maybe you should quit UNATCO.
And do what?
Well, instead of sitting down in that chair hacking with one hand and doom-scrolling TikTok compilations with the other for UNATCO, you could do it for the Resistance instead.
I might do that. Sure, I'll think about it. And I'm going to check into this mystery hacker.
Next, the Armory. General Carter.
We've been through that, soldier. Just Carter.
I've discovered some things about UNATCO.
I'm unlocking the armory. I don't give a liquid's ass where you're going. Just load the fuck up.
Walton Simons, the head of FEMA.
I said load the fuck up, Samurai. I don't want to hear diddly squat about it.
I'm going over to the rebels. You should join me.
Let's get one thing straight. We've got our share of crooked bureaucrats, thieving secretaries, and Discord moderators. But the fact is, this is still UNATCO. And by and large, the people in this building are the equivalent to a Scarab Lord mount in WoW.
What good's an honest otaku if he can be ordered to behave like a wrong cider?
The only way to save the agency is for the good people to stay and farm mats, not to do nothing. That's how I see it.
I acquired what I could from the armory and headed upstairs to sneak into Manderley's office. While initially I decided to take care of matters in a spectacular fashion, I ended up reloading to see how the scenario played out.
You'll be much happier at the Library of Cumgrass.
I can't shoot lightning from my fingertips.
You aren't a commander, Manderley. We hoped you'd give UNATCO Innerbane diplomatic face. Instead, you've turned it into a content farm. We screwed up your priorities.
I refuse to be pushed into some obscure bureaucratic cubbyhole.
Actually, I doubt you'll get the chance. Look around. Your star kitten has come back to teach a lesson to his old moderator.
JC!
I never had time to take the oath of service to the Coalition. How about this one? I swear not to rest until the UNATCO Discord server is free of you and the other power-tripping mods who have perverted its mission.
Big words for a cat boy. The only problem is that security is well aware of your escape. Trust me, you won't leave the facility alive.
You can't run, Denton. Even if you escape, your Nintendo kill switch is counting down. You'll be dead in 23 hours. Have fun slowly being tortured to death by non-stop 30-second unskippable YouTube ads. Another $50 more billion down the drain.
We'll see about that. Now to the break room. Let's kill that guy just watching some tunes and talk to Shannon.
Oh, JC!
Carry on with your banking. I'm just taking one last look at the old place. Amazing. If you think about it, all the hours I've spent dreaming about working here, all the lewd fantasies, when really this place is just an oversized man cave with a cum-stained carpet.
My banking. Oh, yes! Never mind me. Go ahead and escape. I won't pull the alarm.
Something wrong? Really, as long as you stay out of the way, I don't have any reason to hurt you.
Okay, I admit it. I'm the one who's been stealing from the HQ. It was me all along. Kaplan's scooter, the false floor in Alex's office, everything that's missing. It was me.
I'm the last person who's gonna bust you for stealing. What do you take?
I don't know. You sure you can keep it hush-hush?
Yeah.
Ugly bastard, NTR Dojinshi. I was gonna give them to Kaplan. Good against degenerates, you know. But you can take them. I have 3. $12.50 each.
Yikes. No thanks. I'm not one to sully my eyes with that. So I made my way upstairs and unlocked the door to level 1. Bye, Scott. As I was fighting my way out, I got a message from Gunther.
No, I cannot forgive. No, not the Augmentations, Agent Navarra. I will find you, and when I do, I'll make sure you regret it. You and your fucking Dr. Disrespect sunglasses!
Finally, I made it to the helicopter. How'd you know to meet me?
Daedalus. He called himself Daedalus.
Friend of yours?
No, but he is willing to make a couple of bets. He will be. Come, I'll take you to Hong Kong.
Can you put me in contact with Tracer Tong?
I know a place where we can touch down in the city, but Tong is very suspicious of foreigners.
So he's racist, is what you're saying?
I guess so, yeah.
Great, let's go.
Time to see if the special edition factory new Star Trek Vanta Black stealth copter is worth all the fuss. MJ-12 has a facility in Hong Kong. He'll be watching us. Always watching.
我在北京。
I blew Paul's cock, JC. I'm sorry.
What you and Paul did is none of my business, frankly. I don't want to know.
MJ-12 are holding the photos on Flight Control Deck 1. Give me those photos or we're not leaving.
So this was a pain in the ass. The whole point of the mission was to find a key to Control Deck 1's room. I spent around 28 minutes looking for it, removing every robot and every person from the equation and looting their bodies. And it was in a fucking locker. There it is. This is a relatively small section of the game, too. Okay, and...
Alright, come on down to the blast doors to the south. Let's blow this load.
I love how he hits one. A quick little zappy and we are in a lifty. Jock tells us we could probably find Tracer Tong at a compound to the east of the market, but to make haste because it's been 12 hours since my Nintendo kill switch started. I started to make my way there, taking a shortcut. Then I arrived at the compound Paul mentioned, where a guard was waiting for me at the door. My brother's name is Paul Denton. I heard he was a frequent visitor to this establishment. Do you know him?
The luminous path is closed to Guilos.
I recognize that racist smile anywhere.
How do you know what that looks like?
I practice in the mirror.
Huh.
Paul was no friend of the West. Now that I think about it, he was always shilling for Hong Kong. Something about being a Ying Zai to the West and Sigzuing.
My name is Gordon Quick. I knew your brother. You may be Himalayan, but you are not him. They say you were loyal to those fools at UNATCO.
I was, before Paul showed up his mewing streak in New York. A day later, I was helping the NSF.
You want me to take your word for it, man. You are in Hong Kong now, bitch. And we are businessmen doing business. Paul earned our trust by working with us.
I don't have time for games.
Huh. Like you'd have any game. We would like another ally like Paulie. The Triads are in a waifu war, thanks to a woman named Maggie Chow. You may know her from martial arts movies such as Crouch Inside Her, Hidden Dragon These Nuts, or Curse of the Golden Dong.
The movie title like that, no wonder why she hates Tong.
You know, now that you pointed that out, we should have seen it sooner. Regardless, a sword was stolen from the Red Eroge Triad, and Miss Chow started the waifu war by blaming us at the Luminous Path.
It sounds like that group up in the Himalayas.
No, you are thinking of the Golden Path.
My mistake. But wouldn't Golden Path suit you better because of your leaders, you know?
Our leaders what? I don't get it.
Never mind.
Why is one sword so important anyway?
It is an extraordinary sword called the Dragon's Deck. Nano-penis technology developed by the Red Arrow Gate's former leader before he was murdered. We know that Chow is a liar, but we have no proof.
I'll go speak to her, but first, I need to find Tracer Tong. I need his help.
Mr. Tong deals with businessmen, not beggars, strangers, or foreigners waiting to get their dick sucked. Chow lives at 1337 Tanochi Road. Be observant. Find and examine that sword. It is the evidence we need.
And if you do want to get your dick sucked, then go around back.
I'll help you against Miss Chow, but then I'll need to see Tong, or I won't be your ally for more than 12 hours. So, off to see Miss Chow. Found the entrance to Tanochi Road guarded by 2 policemen and made easy work convincing him to step aside. Some guy stopped me and told me that Miss Chow's was a half a block and to the left, and he was right. 1337 Tanochi Road. The concierge told me to use the residential computer to request access to Miss Chow's place. I did so, and then took the penthouse elevator up. On the way up, I noticed a brief HUD element of a weak door. Whoa, what was that? Wait. I'm looking for Maggie Chow.
You must be Mr. Denton. Miss Chow has been expecting you. She is waiting in the living room. Please follow me.
Yeah. I then proceeded not to do that. I instead fucked around with the elevator and blew up that weak wall. I died around 15 times trying to squeeze in that hole, my thick skull getting crushed under the lip of the elevator like it would under a goth girl's thighs. But then I had the bright idea to ride the top of the elevator and jump into the hole on the way down. It worked. Inside, there was a lone woman.
You have 20 credits, mister.
What for?
Drugs, Zyme, Cat, all the drugs, you name it. On a bit of a crash.
Even Waz?
That too.
I may burn people alive, blow them up, shred their faces off with a shotgun, evade my taxes, and be a lobotomite, but I draw the line at enabling people's addictions.
Why is that?
It's less money in my pocket.
Fuck you so much. Leave the fucking city now. Get back on that fucking copter and go back where you fucking came from, you fucking asshole. I fucking hate you so much. Fuck you, JC Denton. I hope you get run over by a fucking train. You stupid mother.
Anyway, I found this Majestic 12 patrolman, so that must mean Maggie Chow really is a liar and a thief. I fucked around with the elevators a bit more, watched a bird get stuck. You're gonna fly out? And then eventually snuck my way around to the upstairs of Chow's apartment. There, I got a code for a keypad, which led me directly to the Majestic 12's hole in the wall. Inside was the sword Gordon mentioned. Tong contacted me for the first time, but we'll save his voice acting for when I finally meet him in person. He told me to take the sword to Max Chen at the Lucky Money Club, so that became my next stop. I had the code, so I tried stealing the sword. While the container was being unlocked, I found a hologram messenger.
Miss Chow, we are reassigning you temporarily from movie duty to cummy duty. Put the long-term agenda on hold until VersaLife has met its deadline. It will be months and probably years before the Red Arrow Gate can influence Beijing. Whereas, well, I'm sure you heard about my appointment with the proctologist. We are in position to make Washington our bitch, and we can't let this one slip through our grubby mittens. Make sure the process stays on schedule.
I grabbed the sword. This thing is sick. And left the apartment building without ever saying a word to Maggie Chow. Next stop, the Lucky Money Club.
This Risco-Mel is so good. Oh, a customer. What do you want?
Admission to the club?
25 credits.
Here you go.
Thanks. Now I order you to go in there and meow like the pussycat you are.
I found my way to the bar inside, looked at some ladies, then headed upstairs to talk with the bartender. Maybe he knew of Chen's location.
BS 15. Wine is 120.
Got any Everclear?
Are you insane? No person with a sound mind drinks that stuff.
I'm lobotomized.
Oh, sure then. Here you go.
Thanks. Can I ask you something?
What do you want to know?
Despite all I've read about the triads, I wasn't prepared to see them operating in the open, on the streets, and wearing uniforms. Doesn't the Chinese government care?
The Chinese leave Hong Kong alone.
When did that happen? Last time I checked, Britain ran the loan timer out.
When they found out that many of the people in the area played video games more than 2 hours, they couldn't handle the degeneracy, so they pulled out.
Huh. Regardless, I would think the secret smut smuggling operations of the triads would disturb the Chinese government.
Maybe the luminous path, but China knows that the Red Eroge are business owners, entrepreneurs, community leaders, and that they protect the city from outside influences.
You said outside influencers. What does China fear?
Mr. Beast, Wars Critical, Markiplier, Mercedes, Mega Man, Mario.
So anything that starts with an M.
As illogical as it sounds, yes. Anything that starts with an M. But China's the last sovereign country in the world. Authoritarian but willing, unlike UN-governed countries, to give its people the freedom to do what they want.
As long as they don't break the law.
Listen to me. This is real freedom. Freedom to own galvanized square steel beams, make a profit off of other people's suffering, make your life. The West, so afraid of strong government, now has no government. Only financial power capable of hiring mogs that sell mewing programs for multiple installments of $19.99.
Our governments have limited power by design. Ever heard of checks and balances?
More like Chechnyan ballots. You think those positions aren't bought out by the highest bidder?
I give up.
Well-paid researchers. How do you say it? Shark tanks? Funded by big businesses. What is that? A shark tank.
And for that reason, I'm out.
It's privately funded propaganda. The Futanari Commission in the United States, for instance.
The separation of powers acknowledges the petty inhibitions of individuals. That's its strength.
Listen, strange old men passing laws in the interests of benefactors is no basis for a government. A system organized around the weakest qualities of individuals will produce these same qualities in its leaders.
Be quiet.
You can't expect to wield a functional society just because some business suit threw money at you.
Shut up.
I mean, if I went around saying I was a president just because some foreign interest lobbed some moolah at me, they put me away.
Shut up. Will you shut up?
Now we see the American imperialism inherited the system.
Shut up!
Oh, come and see the American imperialism inherited the system. Help, help, I'm being disposed for oil.
I explored the club a little more, then talked to some unimportant individuals. Then I snuck behind the bar and made my way into some sort of conference room.
Excuse me, sir. This room is off limits to club patrons. I suggest you leave.
Oh, I'm no patron. I'm Max Chen's brother, Min Chen.
I didn't know he had a brother.
Neither did he, until I messaged him randomly on Facebook one day after doing one of those chromo tests.
That is quite a surprise. He is in the other room.
That was easier than I thought. I wonder which one is Max Chen. You must be Max Chen.
So?
I found something in Miss Chow's apartment that might interest you.
Is that so?
The big Gede sword was never destroyed. It was stolen, and she is the one who stole it.
How could this be?
I have it right here.
But Miss Chow?
She works for a group called Majestic 12. She's using you and the Red Eroge for her own ends.
Impossible. Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
Think about it. She cucks her predecessor, hides the sword up her ass, pushes the Red Eroge into the waifu war with a luminous path, and then? What next? The triads are weakened, and an outside group seizes power. Sound far-fetched?
There must be an explanation. My little Chowie Wowie wouldn't do such a thing.
Perhaps you should meet with the leaders of the luminous path.
Perhaps. For now, take him this message. I will stop hostilities until I have completed an investigation.
Hey, boss.
What is it, Norman?
My lieutenant at the door says we have trouble. Soldiers coming in. She says there's some kind of suicide squad. MJ-12 troops. They must have followed me.
You let them here. You should have been more careful, dumbass.
So we are attacked by a group of 4 people. Oops. Well, at least I wasn't an American citizen. Time to go back to talk to Mr. Quick and tell him the great news. You were right. Maggie Chow is a con artist.
You have proof?
Yes. I found the sword in our apartment.
Very good.
Inform the Red Eroge Dragon Head. Then you will see who is the real traitor.
I've already been to the Lucky Money. Max Chen has declared a truce between the Red Eroge and the Illuminous Path.
And he let you keep the sword.
The topic never came up. Majestic 12 attacked the club. Think he would consider forming an alliance.
Mr. Stanton, you are the man I hope you were. Tracer Tong is inside, in his laboratory below the compound. The door is our gooning room. You will know what to do next. To enter the compound, use the code 1997.
Why 1997?
The British lease of Hong Kong expired in June of that year.
What an interesting piece of trivia. Thank you, Gordon.
No problem, Guilo.
Now with access to the Luminous Path's compound, we can finally meet the man with the golden dong. Well, after we raid their alcohol supply. Tong, my guy, you probably shouldn't be staring from the under end of a corridor like that. It's creepy. Mr. Tong, you knew my brother, Paul Denton.
Yes, a reliable man. So your Nintendo skill switch has been activated.
I feel fine, but it's been over 16 hours.
See how easily our technologies turn on us. The more privacy you think you have, the more quickly it slips from your hands.
Can you do something about it?
That will depend. You, like your brother, are an extraordinary piece of technology. I'd never pass up the chance to try a new Catboy, but I fear that at the crucial moment, I may lift up my arm to strike, and you will twist free of my grasp.
In other words, you are kinky.
Indeed, as will your friend, Mr. Jacobson, an encyclopedia of a man with knowledge of the ins and outs of figurines. He arrived in Hong Kong shortly after you did. I was forced to keep him in custody, wearing a maid costume, until I could verify his identity and his loyalties.
Was the maid costume really necessary? I assume he's checked out.
When a man is embarrassed, he shows where his loyalties lie. I believe he is sincere. Now brace yourself, JC. This is my lab. And this is my laboratory. Go down the stairs to the operating platform. I will examine your systems.
Okay.
Testing. Everything seems to be in order. Alright, JC. Your glasses should keep you comfortable through all this. The procedure will start in a few moments. If you would be so good as to step into the center and clench your asshole for me, I'll bring the anti-kill switchinator to 80% and hold it there until it's completely closed. Very good. I'll take it from here. Power to emitters. It's probably not a problem. Probably. But I'm showing a small discrepancy in... well, no. It's well within acceptable bounds again. Sustaining sequence. Success. Come back to the control room.
That's it?
A simple switch, as they call it.
Have you heard about Paul?
Your friend informed me. A loathsome dung-eater of a man, your brother.
I plan to make sure he died for nothing.
We will try. Unfortunately, nothing is certain in politics.
Quick and Chen declared a truce just a few minutes ago.
A good bit of diplomacy, I admit, but it won't hold. Not with more waifus and the sword to be fought over.
I think they'll be slow to anger with Maggie Chow out of the picture.
No. In their system, the sword is a doomsday weapon, a temptation. We must recover the ROM encoding from VersaLife and make it available to both triads.
So we're pulling a Yuzu. So that's all you expect of me in the way of a kink? A little corporate espionage? You get off on this?
Yes, it is the first of many kinks. Remember, I saved your life. Now pay attention. The VersaLife elevator north of the market will require an employee number. Try 06288. Once inside, find Mr. Hundley, the shift supervisor. He can be persuaded to give you access to the labs.
Hundley.
You will find him quite receptive. He is the corrupt official who sold the Red Eroge the technology to begin with. He'll do anything if it means a quick buck.
Anything, you say?
Anything? Speaking from experience.
I'll find the ROM encoding, but I'm not your henchman. I will help you as long as we have a mutual interest.
If you choose to fight Majestic 12, you will need an ally. We will have a mutual interest for some time. In fact, I took the liberty of setting up a computer account for you. Now that you are a terrorist, log in JC Denton, password petite. Feel free to use the horse semen extractor in my office. Oh wait, you can't. Haha.
Tong mentioned that Alex was in the compound. Oh, there he is. Alex, my guy, my buddy, my pal. You took a big risk following me here. Thanks.
When you believe in something, you've just gotta do it. That's why I went all in on GME.
How'd you find Tong so quickly?
Turns out I knew him all along. r/sounding, u/golden_dong. I posted a message to the board and he contacted me himself. Quite a kinky fellow.
Any news from Jamie?
Heineman? He blew up a concrete mixer the other day.
No. Raise.
Oh, no sign of him yet. I hope he made it.
Yeah, me too. Did you ever dig up anything about this Daedalus character? I'm still hearing from him.
Actually, I did. Sort of. Crypto bros say Daedalus was supposedly a government AI project, also known as Zuck 4.
Supposedly?
I'm getting this from anonymous cryptocurrency boards. Daedalus was supposed to beat the old content ID problem on YouTube. It was a program that could search all the terabytes of uploaded videos for subversive content.
So what happened?
Never panned out as far as I know. The problem was just too hard. They blew through a lot of coke, but finally had to scrap the whole project.
So the thing that's talking in my head is what? A resurrected content ID bot?
I wish I knew.
So with that, I headed over to the VersaLife building. The door is right above the Lucky Money Club. I inputted the code and went in.
Welcome to VersaLife. We make dementia look like mania. How can I help you?
I'm looking for one Mr. Hundley.
He's upstairs making his rounds. Look for a man in a black suit.
Thanks.
So much for the super fund, right, mate?
The fund? Yeah, sure.
It's swell to miss a day of work, but they bloody hell better push for a Taco Tuesday. I know I will be hungry.
They'll understand.
At least the supermodel's on her way to America. No more special agents nosing about up here.
Special agents?
You know, the ones in suits with gray skins, eyes tattooed on the backs of their neck, a comb stuck up their ass. I'd sure like to know what was in that dumpy to make it so tight.
Mr. Hundley, shift supervisor. Who might you be?
I'm contracting this month.
For what department?
The, funding department?
Ah, such a shame what happened to that stripper fund of yours.
I agree. What a shame. Anyway, quite a nice facility you have here.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, we're quite proud of the work we're doing here.
Any chance I could get a tour of the labs?
Ah, no, I'm afraid not. Trade secrets and all that.
I'll make it worth your while.
To the tune of what? A dick pic? A cheesecake from Junior's? 2,000 credits?
2,000 credits.
Well, draw some porn and call me Shadman. The elevator code is 6512. I'll make sure the security system has granted you a day pass. Are you sure I can't have that dick pic, though?
Yes, I'm sure. Now take the money. Great, now I'm broke.
My honored guest. Welcome to VersaLife.
Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Elevator time.
You the one they just cleared for level 1?
Yeah, that's me.
You are welcome to stroll around the laboratories, but respect the work that we do here. Your security pass can be canceled with no warning.
I'll be looking quite respectfully. I lied. I'm not looking respectfully in the slightest. In fact, I am drooling quite violently. Doesn't this hand look familiar? That's right, it's the one from the intro. Not that JC would know about that. Since I have the pass, nobody's going to attack me until I show some form of hostility. I looked around the upper floors for some codes and found the username for Maggie Chow. M Chow. Wow, I couldn't have figured that one out. Now I just need the password for the terminal. I accessed a hidden staircase by guessing the shittiest keypad known to man. The Majestic 12's code was 12. Wow. Downstairs is where the terminal is to send out the sword's data to the triads. After a hallway or two, we get to the labs proper. Just above them, I eavesdropped on a conversation between Bob Page and Maggie Chow. This is actually the first time you meet Bob Page, not counting the optional training, which I skipped.
The process is going smoothly, then.
Better than we expected. The array of reaction content modules has allowed YouTube to perform multiple ad breaks in parallel.
Wonderful. We'll have to try that trick next time they think to raid Area 51.
The problem, you understand, is primarily a security concern.
Never mind that Moggy from UNATCO. The security here is adequate, and we have a long-term program guaranteed to make him irrelevant. We call it Icarus.
Icarus? Don't you think that is flying too close to the sun?
No foreshadowing here, I'm afraid. You'll like it, but we can't talk here. Your office?
No time. Tell me on the way.
Interesting plot development that totally won't come into play later. I headed down the steps and casually was shown that aliens exist. Oh wait, these are transgenetically modified from bovine cells, and they shoot radiation. I let out a schizophrenic maniac to cause a distraction while I plundered some augmentations from a highly radiated vault. Don't worry, the radiation won't have any long-term effects, just the short-term intensive burning. I'm built different. Then killed any robots that were downstairs. I found the passcode and made my way back upstairs to that terminal, where I inputted the information, M-Chow, and the master password, which is a horrible practice by the way, don't do that, Democles. Thank you, Binding of Isaac, for the PTSD. Anyway, I sent out the sword's ROM file, which set off all the alarms of the facility. Committed some more war crimes using a white phosphorus rocket from the GEP, but it made for a sick multi-kill before my karma caught up to me and I got flashbanged to oblivion.
Think fast, Chuckle Nuts!
One more try, and I made it out. Tong told me to go to the temple literally 5 feet away from his compound, so I did. Inside it was Max Chen and Gordon Quick. They were finalizing the truce.
Let us be quiet. Agent Denton from America has retrieved the software component. Please accept our gratitude.
It is my honor.
Begin. As the faces of a perfect waifu are reflections of one another, as they join together to make a perfect crease, so we shall form one body pillow, not as husbandos and waifus of Ganye, one which must avenge the other, but one pillow, precise in its purpose, though wielded between many thighs. And as much as the sleeve covers its crease and anneals its own surfaces, let us preserve, together, the form of our traditions, the only enduring work of man, that which is born again with the next generation of otakus. Forever! Forever! Again, accept our thanks, Mr. Denton. You will have to join us for drinks at the Lucky Money later tonight. We are getting totally wasted. Like I'm talking Hangover Part 2 wasted. In the meantime, Mr. Tong wants to see you.
Thanks for the offer. Maybe I'll stop by. Off to Tong. Peace between the triads is now official.
Good. We begin to operate from a position of strength. We will start manufacturing the swords and distributing them to our allies.
What next?
You'll head back into VersaLife. We know that they manufacture absinthe there. If you gained access to the level 2 labs, perhaps you would find something on Hentaivitis. Your brother's failure in New York has left me with nothing.
You know, you could have told me when I was there already. MF developers padding out the game. There'll be even higher security than last time.
Don't worry. There's a back way at the north end of the Canal Road Tunnel, which is just east of the temple. I sent an agent in that way once. She turned up a key code to the Nanotech Research Wing, 55655, but went dark right after.
What happened?
I have no idea. Something about hitting a screwdriver, then a brief flash of blue light before her comms went all staticky.
That's totally reassuring, but I guess I have no other choice.
Perhaps you can locate and destroy the manufacturing facilities as well. I will monitor your progress from here.
There's a device in here called the Universal Constructor. It is one of the only 2 devices in the world capable of producing the nanomechanical virus called Hantivitis. I require you to destroy it.
Look for a computer terminal somewhere in the level 2 lab. If you can find it, I can upload the data I need through your Neuralink.
I crawled through the facility, taking out a bunch of robots and guards with some explosives.
The system we're looking for is in the laboratory up ahead.
Oh nice, the computer. Let's just put in the codes and upload the virus schematics and open up that UC chamber. Tong tells me of the upload status and warns me to get the hell out of there, but Daedalus still wants me to destroy the constructor. Climb down a ladder into the chamber with some augmentation stuff. I opened 2 of them with the codes 03 and 04. The third one though, I somehow messed up the 01 input and cycled all the way to 99 until wrapping back around and trying it again and yelling at my screen. What the f? I found some room in my inventory, upgraded some augments and some skills, and then found another ladder down, which led me to a medbot. I subsequently added the new augments. I made Maggie Chow run around the perimeter as revenge for NPCs always making me do all the legwork in video games. Fun fact, the Deus Ex script I'm altering doesn't even have the following interaction down. I guess they figured nobody would circumnavigate Chow, so here's the unedited version.
You have terrible manners, Mr. Denton.
I don't like your crowd.
It is time for me to
Don't care. Don't
It's
care.
over,
Still don't
Jesse.
care. I don't care.
Yeah, you weren't that much of a... She wasn't enough of a threat for my past self to complete the sentence. I found the keypad, which rose out of the ground like Bobby in that one King of the Hill meme.
What are you talking about?
And inputted the self-destruct code. Some spider bots spawned in, and this was maybe one of the 2 instances I actually used scramble grenades the whole playthrough. Daedalus told me of my success and to escape through the pipes on the floor while avoiding toxic fumes. Tong said that the virus was being manufactured by VersaLife in large quantities, and that the freighter they were using to ship it was originally owned by Stanton Dowd of the Illuminati. I got kicked out onto the waterwaves and made my way back to the marketplace. Not wanting to pass off the Triad's offer, I headed to the Lucky Money one last time and met with them.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
Hey, man. You're the best, man. Which one of you fuckers shit in my pants?
Oh my. Okay. Alright, let's get back to Tracer Tong.
Okay, apparently I got rid of it. Don't know if I care for your sense of humor.
Humor?
The Illuminati stuff? I was risking my life in there.
No joke, Mr. Denton. They're quite real, though not as powerful as they were at the beginning of the century, back when they sponsored hot dog eating contests in plain sight. I know a few of the former leaders.
Like Stanton Dowd?
Yes. Plus Beth Duclair, Morgan Everett, Jeff Bezos, Steve Irwin, Benedict Cumberbatch. Oh, and you can't forget Keanu Reeves.
Breathtaking. What do they have to do with Majestic 12?
A question for Dowd. I will contact him in New York. Hopefully he will agree to meet you and not be too involved in one of his vaping sessions.
What about a hacker named Daedalus?
A valuable informant. He sent me one of the codes I needed to find the super freighter. Also some other things that I'd rather not talk about.
A super freighter? That's enough virus to infect a continent.
Your pilot is landing in the courtyard. Oh my god.
What's wrong?
You shredded Killian. No matter. I have a replacement. Find Dowd and see if he knows where the ship is going or how we can stop it. In any case, it is time you left Hong Kong.
Finally, I can only hear the music for so long before I go frenzy.
By the way, there is word of a UNATCO agent searching for you here. A German, they say. Augmented.
Gunther. Tell your people not to tangle with him. I'll deal with him myself. And by deal, I mean reduce to atoms. Off to meet Jamie. Looks like we all made it.
And just in time. I hear Simon's having me on his blacklist.
Do you seriously have to call it a blacklist? I believe the professional term is called a shit list. Oh, who am I kidding? You'll fit in nicely here.
I slipped out right after your escape. Security was in shambles, so I took a big risk and brought you a little something from the supply closet. Well, I would have, if there was actually anything left in there. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, JC.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Anyway, I decided to finally get the fuck out of here.
Tong filled me up. What? Nothing. So, we have to dig up Stanton Dowd?
Yeah, you know him?
I heard a few things, such as his penchant for rampant necrophilia.
Gross.
I always thought Philbin was pulling my leg about it, but unfortunately, I stumbled across some files. Now you know why I took up drinking.
Well, I guess we'll see if he's the real deal or not when we get to New York. Let's not waste any time. This mission is pretty short in the grand scheme of things. Tong tells us to meet Harley Philbin at the Underwater Tavern to set up a meeting with Dowd. The problem is, New York is under martial law, so the UNATCO troops and Majestic 12 troops are everywhere. They were quite simple to deal with, really. A couple of deaths, but nothing quick saving and some explosives can't handle. The first stop was the Underwater Tavern. You out here because of martial law? I didn't know they were using Marines.
Nah, UNATCO likes to work alone. Just came out to look up a girl I used to know online, Sandra Renton. We used to RP at Limsa Laminsa back in the day. FEMA gave me a pass for curfew.
She left town.
I know. Just my luck.
What's FEMA doing handing out travel papers?
They took over the advanced submarine base where I work. I don't like being pushed off duty, but I guess a little R&R never hurt anyone.
They brought in their own staff?
Most of us were moved out of the main submarine hangar last night. FEMA set up a perimeter. There's a bunch of loud noises coming from there. People seem to walk out with wads of cash hanging out of their pockets. We'd sure like to know what's going on in there.
I would too. Maybe I'll check it out for you.
You a cop?
Used to be.
What do you do now?
I'm an unwilling terrorist for the NSF.
Hey, that makes less people ask questions if you get killed over. I'll say it straight. I'm a patriot.
Uh-huh.
I'm also racist.
What a surprise. Do you eat crayons too?
Blue ones taste like blue. Anyway, I don't like to see one of our top secret bases commandeered turn into some kind of betting facility. Especially when the only people allowed inside are these Asian mafia types. You think you can do something about it? I can have my buddies at the front gate let this slip by. My name's Vinny. Tell them you know me.
Thanks. I'll see what I can find out.
Us Americans, last of a dying breed, we gotta stick together.
What do you want? We got a rat problem and the cheese ain't working.
What happened to all the water?
What do you think? A rat pulled the cork in the basement. The last time I saw one, it was combining a piece of cheese and a strawberry. Motherfucker was controlling my busboy.
Ever heard of the name Stanton Dowd?
What do you want with Dowd? Need an assassin or something?
Private matter. Know where I can find him?
I'm gonna say this once. That German mechanical colossus from UNATCO already came by looking for you, spouting about his beloved partner with that stupid accent of hers. You got money to spend? Fine. This curfew's killing me. But leave me out of your business. That guy's oiled up and ready to fuck.
Not noticing the obvious guy sitting in the corner alone, I decided to sweep the streets of the rest of the troops. Then I shot some hoops, then I scored some poops, and then explored a bit. There is this grate hidden in a storage container that led me to a secret area. I jumped over some laser tripwires and then went inside.
Who the hell are you?
Just thought I let myself in.
How could anybody impregnate my impregnable defenses?
You know, you really shouldn't leave around metallic boxes that can easily be climbed on to bypass such impregnable defenses.
Fuck, dude.
So, who are you?
I'm the smuggler. It's a private warehouse.
I take it that means you're in the black market?
I prefer the name the illicit trading sphere, so get lost.
Look, I just thought the place had some treasure.
I'm sorry, so you see an array of lasers wired to explosives. Your first thought is to try and bypass them for some treasure.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
Ugh.
What do you sell? Weapons?
How do I know you're not a cop?
A cop would rather shoot an innocent civilian on sight and get by with a slap on the wrist than do what I just did.
Fine. Let's talk hypothetically. Say you had a supercomputer that can answer any question, and you asked it to show you every person that definitely wants you to die. It shows a guy that would do every horrible human thing imaginable to you if he ever saw you in person.
Not as a joke?
Not as a joke. And then say you drive your Harley Davidson through the desert and stop at a rest stop for a quick little wee.
Go on.
And standing next to you at the urinal is the same guy that wants you dead, but he doesn't notice you.
Right.
He slips on piss, cracks his head open on a sink and passes out. You then decide to tie him to the back of your Harley Davidson and drive out into the woods.
I thought we were in a desert.
Whatever. What do you do?
So, I've already made the decision to tie his feet to the back of my motorcycle and drag him 5 miles?
Yeah, but his biker jacket is keeping him safe.
So his head is not... He's not hitting his head, not like...
He's completely safe. You're bringing him to the cabin.
So he doesn't become like tomato soup yet from dragging him?
No, he's completely safe inside of his cool biker jacket.
So I've already made the decision to fucking kidnap the guy?
Yeah, because you know that he wants to kill you. He just hasn't noticed you and he passed out.
But how can I explain to anyone that I know that he wants to kill me?
You can't. Only your supercomputer knows that.
So what's the... So what do I do to torture him is what you're asking?
What do you do? At all.
Is he awake?
No. And by the way, you asked the computer what this guy wants to like do to you. And he wants to like cut you up and he wants to like murder you and like torture you, cut off your finger, cut your nose off, cut your ears off, cut your dick off, cut your ass cheeks off, and your fingers and your toes. And blind you.
Well, that definitely isn't good. So what I would do is probably, so what you're saying, I'm allowed to do that back to him?
You can do whatever the fuck you want.
I would skin him alive and then wear his skin and then become him.
A few minutes later.
See, in this scenario, I assume the aliens would want me to kill my neighbor.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Okay. That's enough.
Fine. Do you want any explosives?
No, I'm good. After a brief detour in the sewers for literally no reason, I head back to the underwater tavern to talk to Harley Philbin.
UNATCO's put a price on gotcha. 10 for a tent pole. You buyin'?
I didn't expect the kitchen to be under martial law.
People know when the government is hoarding 5-stars. Riots everywhere.
You still on the pack at UNATCO?
I've never mentioned. I've been working for the NSF all along. And the Illuminati. I'm on your side.
Right, the Illuminati. I need to find one of their leaders, Stanton Dowd. A load of pentavitus is on its way to New York.
What's Dowd got to do with it?
The same corporation that makes Amsynth also manufactures the virus. Quite convenient. The virus came over in a superfighter previously owned by Dowd.
Yeah, most of Majestic 12 is just hand-me-downs from the Illuminati. We knew about Amsynth, but the virus? That's news. They're infecting people with the Horny on purpose, huh?
I was hoping Dowd could tell me where the freighter would unload.
I'll contact him. Go to the burnt-up storefront of Oscorp, where the tunnels connect over to the warehouse district. You know the one, where the Miku parade started from. I'll try to get him to meet you there.
Oscorp?
Yeah, and JC, be careful who you mention the Illuminati to. Like Joe Green, he's a spy for UNATCO.
The one with the nut? Are you sure?
Here's the proof. Hey, kill Green and you'll be doing us all a favor. I saw him hanging around the free clinic.
Time to go deal with Joe. Hey, Joe.
What's up?
You got a little something on your face.
Oh, really? Where?
Don't worry, I'll shave it off. Yep. No, we're just gonna put him here. Alright, yep. You put like your pillow on your penis, so there you go. Looks like he'll need some time to recover.
I've dealt with Joe. Oh shit. Man, you really did change sides. Never thought that was possible.
Anything is possible if you're degenerate enough. So what do I get?
Huh, besides the dark satisfaction and quelling of your bloodlust from killing somebody? Nothing.
Good enough. Off to meet with Dowd at Oscorp. Fuck is this guy? Ah, there he is. You, Dowd.
I agreed to see you because we have a mutual enemy.
Why a vacant building? I thought the Illuminati were bankers, politicians, hot dog salesmen, council on foreign relations types.
We always stayed in the background, even when that was true.
You alright?
Caught this damn plague myself. It gives me these urges. Anyway, we never had troops like Majestic 12. Or freighters full of bioweapons. If what you say is accurate.
It's accurate. I just don't know how two lesbians would dock. Also where a freighter would dock.
Duh. A shipyard, you moron?
No wonder why you stay in the shadows. You're an asshole.
You want help or not? 'Cause I'll leave to go tend to myself in private.
No, continue.
They'll want to hide the freighter. The only facility big enough on the East Coast is the Advanced Sagma facility at the Brooklyn Naval Shipyards.
Of course. That's why FEMA took it over.
You're not gonna ask? They're probably storing the virus in the ship's diesel tanks. The only way to make sure it's destroyed will be to scuttle the ship.
Scuttle a super freighter? You mean blow it up? Innocents and all?
Exactly.
Okay then.
It can be done. If you know where to place the charges.
China.
Smugglers should have explosives that will work.
Smuggler, huh? I already met him. He had me humor him by playing along with the 17-minute hypothetical.
That sounds like him.
You sure you're alright?
I'm hanging in there. If you come across some absinthe on that ship, however...
Don't worry. I'll get you some medicine.
I'll give you a blueprint of the ship. The X's mark the 5 tri-hole welds. Crack those up, reverse the bilge pumps, and the ship will split open like a skateboarder's balls after failing a grind.
Fuck you. I had a couple rockets left, but not enough explosives to fulfill the mission. I didn't have any money either to buy it from the smuggler, so I just said fuck it and headed up to Jock. If I was a competent level designer, I would make sure to have the explosives needed somewhere on the ship.
When the shipment has been destroyed, I will require you to go to Paris. You must find Dowd's associate, Morgan Everett. That shithead needs to finish our chess boxing match.
Are you sure you have enough explosives?
Shut up. I'm trying to practice my Chris Angel impression. We are then dropped off on an abandoned lot next to the base. I don't know how anybody didn't see or hear a helicopter swoop in right next to a fucking military base, but it's not my position to question it. Tong recommends that I need to reach the large building to the north and to look for the ammo storage facility for some explosives.
You must be Dan.
Who's asking?
Our cousin Vinny said to expect you.
You're all cousins?
Yep. Everyone on the outer perimeter. That there is Kilton. He's Carl. Just inside is Kenton.
Let me guess, you're...
That's right. Mephistopheles. Anyway, if you think you can find out what's going on in there, go for it.
Is FEMA really running the show?
FEMA and the Chinese? I don't like the smell of it one bit.
I think it's just their bad BO.
This here key will open the main gate. The guard just inside the entrance, Canton, will let you pass. But don't expect any hospitality from the FEMA people.
I went around the base, breaking down doors, collecting keys, and spending 15 minutes destroying some robots.
Hello, operator? Get me the Navy.
Scanning area. Target acquired.
JC! The robots are running the Navy!
Not the Navy!
Finally, I found some lambs to use on the freighter. Now, all I had to do was get on it. I snuck across the street and made my way to a crane. Pressing the button, it moved to give me a platform to jump over to the building Tong mentioned. Going through the ventilation system filled with robot spiders led me to the other side where the freighter was located. I accessed crane control and moved my second crane arm into place, then hopped across the boat. Now that I was inside the freighter ship, I had to figure out a way downstairs. I killed the sailors and looked around for some keys. Eventually, I made my way to the captain's quarters, where there was another one of those hologram message things.
Captain Zhao, the helicopters will be there shortly. They are to be loaded for the spraying of the virus. No delays. I want the helicopters to be operating before sunrise. I've got a nice hot date with Shadow of the Erdtree and a slice of pepperoni pizza.
Hey look, there's the key to the lower decks. Now that I was there, I could start placing the lamps. There are 5 spots in total that I'll need to blow up. First, I went to electrical, which required me to do the electrician's job for him. It's ironic that I'm fixing shit up because I'm about to blow it all up anyway. Next, I went to the helicopter bay, killed a bunch of guards, and placed a lamp. I then went to the bilge pumps, which if I was trying to optimize my time, I would do last, but whatever. After that, I went to the boiler engine room, which had 2 spots. One was easy enough to find. I could just move this. It should be fine. I want to save these because, you know, you never know when you might need it, so we'll just move this over. Oh, got to see that didn't matter. All right. Okay. The other required some shenanigans. Right there. I have to get on a pipe. There it is. Oh, you moron. Oh my god. Whoops. I accidentally blew myself up. Let's do that again. Okay. I'm gonna save. Okay. All the explosives were set and subsequently blown up. Now I just had to purge the bilge pumps and get the hell out of here. Okay. Now I have to get out.
All weld points breached. The bilge valves are open. Get out of there. The ship will tear itself apart in 30 minutes. Jock will meet you at the dockyard.
30 minutes? Yeah, I've got time. I could just walk out. Really? That was quite a generous amount of time. The explosives are so powerful that they literally launch you off your feet to the side. I tried to save some time timing a jump to get on the beam and jump back into ventilation, but I ended up wasting more time than if I just jumped into the water, swam to the dock, and entered the vents that way. Regardless, made it back to Jock with plenty of time to spare. Tong briefly notified me that the freighter had sunk, and that Dowd figured out who engineered the virus, and then I was off. Jock drops me off at the main gate to the graveyard. I click on the call button, and I'm met with a voice.
Yes?
I'm here to meet with Dowd.
Yes?
I grabbed some items and headed to the mausoleum. It had the words Dowd on it. If there was ever a sign, this would be it. The building that says Dowd. Okay, are you gonna open? Thank you, I'm too fat.
How did you get in?
The gatekeeper with the gruff voice. How else?
Strange, no one's supposed to be working this late. Did he say anything?
No, but I had the feeling he didn't enjoy talking on the phone that much.
Oh, don't mind my paranoia. I am quite quirky sometimes. I'm sure he has his business.
He seemed harmless. Anyway, I scuttled the freighter and destroyed the stockpile of the plague virus.
Excellent, my friend. We have them on the run.
I brought you something that I got off screen for whatever that is. Hope it works.
Absinthe. You found some.
Mr. Dowd, tell me something. Someone calling himself Daedalus has been broadcasting to my Neuralink. He wants me to go to Paris to find an associate of yours, Morgan Everett.
Yes. Everett. Oh, Everett.
What's his problem?
Bit of a weirdo, you see.
I don't think you have the right to pass judgment like that.
Listen, I do admit that my kink is quite unconventional. But it's a family tradition, I assure you.
Your family tradition is necrophilia?
Why do you think we own a giant mausoleum? I only fuck in the family.
Gross.
Anyway, Everett is big into cuckolding.
That doesn't seem so bad.
Oh, it's bad, trust me. But we will need his help to develop a cure. Who's this Day Dallas?
I don't know. He seems to be an ally, but if your friend doesn't want to be found...
At this stage, we might be out of options. You see, I was able to decipher the molecular Horny signatures Tracer Tong found, and it turns out Everett was the one who developed the hentitic component of the virus.
He developed the virus for the Illuminati?
Not exactly. The work was on Augmentations.
Catgirls.
It was Bob Page who wanted to develop it into a weapon. Tong found Page's signature on the virus as well.
Page, the billionaire, and legendary grade asshole. How does he relate to Majestic 12?
He was among the original group of Illuminati who broke off to form Majestic 12. Not so good at the science, though he has a miraculous penchant for feeling out people's kinks. He must be directing operations.
So Everett should be able to reverse engineer Page's mummifications and help find a cure.
Exactly.
Daedalus said I should find Nicolette Duclair first.
Yes, Everett is close to the Duclairs. My suggestion too. Unfortunately, I've lost touch with the Paris crowd.
What happened?
Let's just say there was more than one D-Day at Normandy Beach.
How do I find Nicolette?
She's a member of the French terrorist group Silhouette, last I heard. They're rumored to meet in the Paris catacombs.
Looks like great minds think alike.
I'll give you what I have on Nicolette. It's not much, just a few snapshots.
Sweet. I looted the used bodies in the catacombs and started to make my way back up to the surface.
Whoa, big problem. Someone set up an EM disruption field? My controls are all over the place. The source seems to be a small building just inside the cemetery gate. Take out the field generator or its power source, or I won't be able to land.
Fucking kidding.
Bang. No.
So apparently that gatekeeper was a spy from Majestic 12. I bonked him, destroyed the bookcase, and blew up the disruption field. There were henchmen everywhere, but I took care of them and went back to Jock. Oh. It worked. Ready to head out? Dowd needs us to contact his associate in Paris.
Everett, right? The leader of the Illuminati? Heard he's a bit of a cuck.
Yeah, whatever, let's get out of here.
If only Paris wasn't under martial law. What a great city it used to be.
Used to be. It's nothing but a trash heap. If you want to go back to the ideal Paris, better have some technology to jump into a Japanese person's imagination. Man, it's really a good stealth chopper. They can't see it. This was the last mission I played during my first playthrough. Everything after the point is all new content for me. Jock tells me this was the closest he could get, as there were Majestic 12 troops roaming the streets. He urged me to find the tombs within the catacombs, which should hold Silhouette. So here's the underground level basically. It's a bit boring, a couple of monsters, radiation, and not too much other stuff.
I now have full access to your systems.
What's that about? You do go topside for a short stint just to go back underground again into the catacombs. Once aside, I had to look for a hidden switch, which was a brick out of place, to open a bunker door. I don't know why Jock called them tombs, unless he secretly wants the Silhouette members to die inside.
Who are you?
I'm here to help.
My District 12 took my mother prisoner. I need her back to play Balatro on her phone.
Balatro? You little guy know the right games to play. Where is she?
Bunker 03. Chad has a key, but he says it's too dangerous to try to rescue her.
I'm on my way to see Chad right now. Maybe I can change his mind.
Please, monsieur. I have a high-card ace run with Scholar. I need Chad, Blueprint, Brainstorm, and Card Sharp on the line.
We are surrounded. We don't have much time.
When will the jump scares stop? I'm JC Denton. You might know my brother Paul. I helped him send your group the scans.
Denton. Yes, the One Piece scans. Saved us from the spoiler, cert with her.
Pretty much a skeleton crew you have here. How long can your people hold off against MJ-12?
We are not mercenaries. We are peak enjoyers. When the troopers moved into the crypts, half of my people were treated without firing a shot. 2 of them took a wrong turn and were taken prisoner.
That's rough, buddy. Where?
In Bunker 03. The tunnels behind the second blast door.
Maybe I can help you out in exchange for a small favor. I need to find Nicolette Duclair and some Haichu.
Nicolette? What do you want with Nicolette?
I need to contact some friends of her mother's.
Ah, yes, Beth. A great woman.
What's so great about her?
She once owed enough on WoW to gain enough money to buy everyone here a subscription. The Night Elf's pussy is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
I see.
Nicolette is very secretive about her mother's friends. She tells us that they are wealthy and support our cause, but they have many enemies and need to be protected. I might be able to help you, but I must be certain of your loyalty.
You have a right to be cautious. Just point me to where you need me.
I have a key to the blast door, which is directly across from the hideout, and a map you might find useful. Ignore the funny drawings. Get my people back, and I will put you in touch with Nicolette.
I used the map given to navigate the catacombs and head to Bunker 3. The area inside and surrounding was filled with troops, and nothing a little persuasion can't settle. I finally freed the captives and made sure they didn't run directly into danger on their way back to Bunker 1. I also made a pretty short detour to Bunker 2, which was just empty for the most part, except for one guy.
Get out of here.
What's the problem?
I got some magic cards early, and they were delivered to me by accident. But now the Pinkertons are on my ass. They took the catacombs to hide.
Rip. Back in Bunker 1. I freed the hostages.
Wonderful. Where are they?
In the bunker doofus. They both made it back safely. I made sure of it.
Right. I cannot believe our good fortune. Now, you wanted to contact Nicolette.
Yeah.
You might catch her at Club La Porte de Baldur. I tried to tell her it's not safe, not with a bunch of our peers around, but ever since her mother's permaban, she has been careless. She goes out every night, as though daring the members to initiate ERP.
A WoW IRL hangout?
Among other things, but you can't get there at night. The roads are blocked.
What about the tunnels?
The catacombs do not go that far. You might try the sewers, though. They can be reached through the rear blast door.
Is it locked?
Unfortunately, MJ-12 closed it before the raid. Maybe you can find a key on one of the soldiers.
I combed through the catacombs for the key, stumbling upon it next to a lone woman in black. I should mention that both men in black and woman in black explode when killed, which can be used to your advantage or your disadvantage. I used the key on the door, which connected to the sewers. I popped my head out of the manhole, only to be spotted by some mechs. I eventually snuck away using the cloak augmentation to get around the nearest corner. I skulked the streets of Paris before I found the club and entered it. I didn't want to pay the entrance fee, so I vented. This made the doorman transcend into Nirvana and clip into the door, so I didn't have to worry about him alerting any guards. I don't think it'll be an issue. The vents led to the bathroom. Luckily, it was unisex, but luckily, I didn't step on any needles. The first stop was the bartender to see if he knew anything. I asserted my dominance immediately by speaking from atop the bar itself.
Quel genre de séance souhaitez-vous? Vanille? Érotique? ou peut-être quelque chose de plus coquin?
Sorry, I don't speak surrender. Has martial law hurt business?
Earth business? Earth business? Do you think WoW members live outside their computer? I barely get some in the first place. And now the metro is closed? We are no better than Kazakh.
Smells like it too. So I decided to speak with some of the patrons.
Have any health potions?
What's the use of pots when you can just defeat the enemy before they damage you?
What's your name?
I'm a bit busy right now.
Hey, can I ask a favor? I'm out of money. Have any spare gold?
How does someone with no gold get into a WoW RP club with a 300 gold cover charge?
My friends work here.
Then you must know all about the place.
Not quite. My friends are Horde, and I'm Alliance. But I did find the code to the safe room. How about 200 gold?
I'm a bit broke right now, sorry.
Come on, it would be worth it. Imagine what type of private documents they've got in there.
What about Nicolette Duclair? Know her?
I don't want to get mixed up in any of that. I stay out of other people's business.
Mixed up in what?
You know, how they used to make two characters with similar names. One high level, one low level. Then the low level one would challenge people to a duel. But the high level one would be the one to actually send the request. A scam, that kind of thing. Always calling attention to themselves.
You mean Silhouette? I think they were trying to save Paris' servers from exactly what's going on right now.
Funny way of doing it, and pretty dangerous. Once people know who you are, you can be banned. Just like that. Just like Nicolette's mother, that elven skank. Enough! I'm not saying her name again.
Let's try this other bartender.
What will it be? A smack on the ass for 10 gold? Or a special erotic ESP for 120?
Know the name Nicolette Duclair?
What do you want with Miss Duclair?
Private matter.
Oh, you're one of us, aren't you?
Not that kind of private. What do you think of Silhouette?
As a guild, they have the right idea, but they are weak.
Do they have much popular support?
The people are ready to fight, final boss. But their troops go down the street every day, not even afraid of being seen. What we need is an army. Silhouette should be organizing resistance, not spreading around their ass cheeks for measly sums of gold. Although I shouldn't talk. I do the same thing when not questing.
What about this woman? I'm looking for Nicolette Duclair.
So?
Do you know her?
I know her name. I know that her mother called her Night Angel.
You know her mother? It's a friend of her mother's I need to find.
Night Angel. That'd make her a fallen angel now, wouldn't it? Slash URP. You must be after Everett.
Yeah, Morgan Everett. How did you guess?
What makes you think Nicolette would betray one of her mother's closest friends?
I helped her friends from Silhouette, IRL. Chad will vouch for me. I'm after the people who banned her mother.
You are an anti-griefer or something?
When necessary.
Go out behind the club. I will talk to Nicolette, and perhaps she will meet you there.
I do as she says, going out the back door to the club. The woman I just spoke to somehow got outside before me. Don't know how that happened. She decided not to show.
I am Nicolette. I will help you simply to make trouble for Majestic Well. It's true, they perma-banned my mother.
Do you know why?
She was an Illuminatis. Not just an online guild, but in the actual group itself. The only people MJ12 has ever feared are the Illuminati.
Stanton Dowd said they had fallen from power.
How do you know Dowd?
I met him in New York.
Trusted friend of my mother's, yes. The Illuminati are wiped out, but Paige still feels Morgan Everett.
You know he has hentai-vitus, right?
Really? You know some of the club members infected themselves on purpose, just so they can live out more of their fantasies.
WoW players and their sick kicks. Where do we find Everett?
One of my mother's many secrets. We'll have to look for clues at my family's chateau.
How does Everett threaten Bob Page?
Page was an Illuminatus. For him, unfettered Riz is the foundation of power, and that would make Everett his most dangerous rival.
But Everett's the one in hiding.
Both the Illuminati and MJ12 believe that the most charismatic or rizzed-up human being will inevitably gain power, ultimately stimming in the eye of the pyramid and creating the world for everyone else. Kind of a secularized version of natural law.
Page has a trained army of backseat gamers to protect him.
He is still vulnerable. Much of his power comes from the secret laboratories, meaning the right person could reverse engineer his whole player base.
Let's hope you're right, and that Everett is everything you say he is. Ready to go?
You trust the guy in the helicopter? I got a whiff of his breath. He's definitely wasted.
That's Jock. Don't worry. He pilots better when zonked out of his mind. Come on. Off to Chateau Duclair.
I had not wanted to see this place again.
Why not?
My mother used to bring back all sorts of dudes from the club. Let's just say I stumbled across one of their more active RP sessions.
Oof.
Lead the way. I no longer have a key. We must find my mother's secret computer room where she did all her work. A place she kept hidden from me.
Well, we don't have a key, but I have a big key. I head inside and in less than 30 seconds found a way to our mother's bedroom, and with it, some log information and a key to the wine cellar. My years of experience playing video games tell me that this is where we need to go. So I went back down the dumbwaiter and opened the door. I drank every last drop of wine in that cellar, then headed deeper into the connecting sewer area. Inside, there was a small base. I logged into the computer, read her single email, and then sent a meeting signal to Morgan Everett, who then contacted me.
So you found Beth's computer. We are destined to meet, perhaps. If you are truly our ally, you will help me access the MJ12 computer network and complete the hentai vitus vaccine. Find Nicolette. You will need her key in order to exit through the crypt. I will be directing you to a nearby cathedral.
What is it?
A transmission from Morgan Everett. He wants me to go out the back way, through the crypt to a nearby cathedral.
The Cathedral of the Mystic Cheese?
He didn't say. I'm supposed to access the Majestic 12 computer network.
Yes, Majestic 12 controls the place now. They killed the Knights for their cheese reserves. Everett must want to sneak you to that part of town through the sewers that connect to our property.
Mystic Cheese? Never heard of them.
They invented the modern taste testing system and were its directors, under one name or another, until Majestic 12 took over.
You said you had a key.
Yes, here it is. The crypt is in the maze behind the chateau. Listen to Everett. He is right to want to avenge the Shees.
What is the deal with the rich people and having mazes on their property? Wouldn't going through it once spoil the fun?
No, you see, it's fun to watch people go through it from the balcony above us as we laugh at their incompetence.
Oh, I guess I do see the appeal in that. But it's kind of nonsensical to put actual parts of your estate on the other side of it. If you want adventure, read a fucking book. I headed into the maze, employing the classic stratagem of hugging the left wall. Partway through, Jock notified me of enemies, just as I ran into one. I took care of the enemies and then went through the crypt entrance which connected to the sewers.
Try to ignore the smell.
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
You're going the right way. I primarily need you to establish a VPN from the MJ12 network, but I also have uses for that cheese. Yummy uses. When you locate it, I will send someone to recover it. Prepare to receive a map of the cathedral.
So Morgan and Daedalus send us a map. We pop out of the sewers near an abandoned building in the dead-end alleyway. I search the building for a key for the gate on the other end of the alleyway. Popping out of the shadows, an MJ12 troop notices me and I lure him into my location and bonk him. So I sneak through the parish streets, making sure to avoid any unneeded confrontation. At the end of the road is the cathedral. I tried swimming in, but drowned. So my only option was to go through the archway. I quickly cloaked and passed by a patrolling enemy, then made my way to the side of the cathedral where I climbed the trellis. For some reason, this level reminded me of the police station level from Cruelty Squad.
I see you, a cat boy on the roof. My new satellite link is both infrared and commie vision. I see your penis pulsing. I see you are horny.
Well, that isn't disturbing. I shoot a guy with my silent sniper, then proceed to do some parkour to get into the building. I go downstairs to the prayer space where I am messaged by Gunther and Everett.
You are a small, prowling sub, and dumb like a gyaru. You keep coming, like you forget about the coconut incident. I remember the coconut incident. I remember for everyone. I once knelt in this chapel for some Norwegian caramel goat cheese with 2 Kennedys and a Nixon. Since the time of the Great Cheese Wars, every leader in the cheese-making business has prayed for the continued stability of the Mystic Tasting Committee, founded on Gouda.
I take out some guards, then head further into the depths. While I was looting some goods, I dropped my sword down to make some space. It spun, then popped out of the existence in my hotbar. I reloaded, and my sword decided to phase back into reality. I went back to the roof to cross to the other side. Funny thing about the AI, you can bait it around corners. They will stand still for a moment while turning, so you can use that opportunity to defeat them. I crossed the roof and went downstairs, eventually finding the vault.
The cheese! Wonderful! My people will take control when you move out. I believe you know Chad? I've given him control of an NSF platoon on loan to me from America.
I explored the vault a little bit, destroying the turrets and collecting a bunch of upgrades laying around. The skill points I saved up I used to max low tech, then upgraded computer to advance for the ability to hack. Might as well put some in lockpicking too. I then found the kitchen.
What do you want?
Know where I can find a computer terminal in this building?
You are in the wrong place. If I am to prepare breakfast for dozens of soldiers, then I must be left alone.
I don't work for the troops that took over the Cathedral. Part of the original staff.
I have been the chef here for 8 years, yes. The Mystic Cheese were civilized. They paid me my weight in cheddar. And they let me leave the compound when I wanted.
I'm no friend of your new bosses. Maybe you can help me out.
Fine. These soldiers deserve to lose everything they have taken. Go up 3 flights of stairs just outside the kitchen. Turn left, go down 2 flights, then look for the door with a keypad on the left. Sorry, I don't know the code.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I've helped you enough. I do not need a bullet in the head. Now go.
I found the door the cook was talking about, then quickly ended the guard and headed in.
Yes, obey new masters. Come on me.
From the way that Gunther was acting, I figured that this would be our final confrontation. Oh, there he is.
I regret that only once we jerked off together. Now the game has changed.
You came all the way to Paris to tell me that?
It is a simple message I am demonstrating. We know where you are going and what you intend.
That doesn't mean you can stop me.
I have been upgraded in places you would not believe for this assignment. I am ready to put you under a leash.
Whoops, let's try this again. Alright, for serious this time.
I regret that only once we worked together.
After I dealt with the Gunther, I hacked into the terminal to set up the uplink. I turned around to find a hologram of Walton Simons waiting for me.
We did certainly teach you how to purr, didn't we?
Your words, Simons. We almost have a cure.
You have nothing. Even if Everett succeeds, you can't synthesize enough vaccine to stop the total hentification of the tri-state area. You need a universal constructinator. And don't think Page Industries is going to leave one lying around for you to use. Not after you blew up the one in Hong Kong.
I was never properly trained in its operation.
Laugh it up, Denton. Next time we won't use an old box of scraps like Gunther. The only reason I let him go to Paris is that I was sick of his moaning about Navarre and constant requests for a blowjob.
You sent him because you knew he would fight to a climax.
He was the last of his kind, the Robo-GFs. Next time, you will face someone of your own abilities.
I'm getting what I need. Good work on brutally killing Gunther like that. I will now consent to having a hot, steamy lunch with you in person. Go to the metro station nearby and await my instructions.
I made my way out of the Cathedral of the Mystic Cheese and started to head to the metro.
You bring the Illuminati closer to regaining power. Examine what the fuck you are doing.
You're hearing the voice of a Majestic 12 Radiant AI. No need to be alarmed. For now, I can protect you and Daedalus for a day or so.
Your systems were very nummy. Upload complete. Yummers.
You were just a prototype, Stanton. A prototype for me.
After taking care of a large mech blocking the path, plus some MJ-12 troops, I headed down below to the metro.
My associate, Toby Maguire, will meet you below.
I found some login info on top of a shelf and used it to steal money from their bank account. Really, who leaves login information around like that?
There he is! J.C. Denton. I will take you to Everett, but you will be forbidden to learn the way yourself.
Take me away, Chief.
Ooh.
See, the neuroparalytic gas causes no inconvenience whatsoever.
You missed dinner, but you may help yourself to a snack.
Don't mind if I do. I explored a little bit before meeting Everett. Icarus told me not to trust the Illuminati as they seek to rule the world. Of fucking course they do. Who doesn't know that? Anyway, I went into the bathroom and found a hidden room behind the mirror. I pick-locked the door and headed inside. Oh my god. Something in my mind is telling me to hit this guy in the head with a 9-iron.
What are you doing back here? Denton, right?
Yeah. You're alive in that thing?
I am conscious. Tell Everett I am horny. So horny.
Who are you? Do you mind if I ask?
The Rizzler Supreme. The leader of the Illuminati.
I thought Everett was the leader.
I am the Rizzler. I brought the Illuminati up through the 20th century to the height of their power. I had presidents and premiers sucking caviar out of my ass. I am the one who knocks. Our decline is the result of my own. All we need is for me to get back on my feet. What did Everett tell you?
Nothing.
I merely await the next cuckolding session. Then I will be restored. Everett has sworn it.
Oh god. So the rumor was true. He's into cuckolding?
Yes, he makes me watch from this infernal pod. The steam covers the glass door. I go through all of the trouble in getting partners through Hinge on hopes to get my dick sucked, but he brings them in here to cuck me instead. It's fucking embarrassing.
I'm not sure who's worse.
You guys or Dowd?
I explored deeper into the base before finding Alex again.
Good news, huh? Looks like we finally be able to pull out.
Gesundheit.
What are you doing here anyway, Alex?
The old golden dong sent me. He wanted to help with the decryption.
Looks like Everett has it all figured out.
Listen quickly. Tong doesn't trust the Illuminati. He sent me here to keep an eye on the cuck.
I see. How about the triads? Is the truce going to hold?
With enough fan service, but I guess we have the other things to worry about now, huh? I'll keep you in touch through your Neuralink, and I'll try my best to keep you informed.
Yes, do exactly that. Keep me informed.
You won't be hearing from Tong for a while. He had to leave Hong Kong.
To where?
You won't believe this. Broward County, Florida.
Oh my god!
Ugh. Why would he want to go there?
I don't know. He didn't look so good.
Sick in the head?
Either that, or something was bothering him. The last thing he said to me, it was something about the horse machine being useless, whatever that means.
Useless for what?
It was just an outburst. I don't know, but he wants me to wait here for instructions.
I found this locked room with the keypad that I happened to pick up the code for earlier. Inside was this glowing blue face. It kind of reminded me of that Ao Oni craze back in the early 2000s.
Your name is J.C. Denton. You are 23 years old. Your house is in the northeast section of Hell's Kitchen, where all the hotels are, and you are not married. You formerly worked as an employee for the UNATCO Agent Division, and you got home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest. You do smoke, and occasionally drink in bursts. You are in bed by 11 p.m., and make sure to get 8 hours of sleep, no matter what. After having a glass of warm soda, and doing about 20 minutes of stretches before going to bed, you usually have no problems sleeping until morning. Just like a baby, you wake up without any fatigue or stress in the morning. You were told there were no issues at your last checkup with Reyes. You want to live a very exciting life. You take care to trouble yourself with any enemies in the most disturbing fashion possible, which wouldn't cause you to lose sleep at night. That is how you deal with society, and you know it brings you happiness. Although, if you were to fight, you would use a Gep gun.
How do you know who I am?
I must greet each visitor with a complete summary of his file. I am a prototype for a much larger system.
What else do you know about me?
Everything that can be known.
Even my search history?
Correct. Invasion of privacy is my forte.
Shit. What about my ancestors?
You are a planned organism, the offspring of knowledge and degeneracy rather than of individuals.
I'm engineered. So what? My brother and I suspected as much while we were growing up. The tails and cat ears were a dead giveaway. We had to get them surgically removed.
You are carefully watched by many people, including the viewers on YouTube right now.
This is a YouTube video?
Correct. And the script is currently at page 203. Shall I continue?
Yes.
The unplanned organism is a question asked by nature and answered by death. You are one asked by otakus and answered by drunk science.
Are you programmed to invent stupid sayings?
I am a prototype for a much larger system. The Gen Alpha slang developed by Dr. Everett allows me to convey the highest and most succinct tier of any pyramidal construct of knowledge. Goofy Brainrot. You wouldn't get it.
How about you do a report on yourself?
I was a prototype for Zuck 4. My instructions are to stroke visitors' egos with information about themselves. It helps them keep coming back for more, fueling the algorithm.
I don't see anything amusing about spying on people.
Human beings feel pleasure when they are watched. Just look at my master, the cuckolding king. I've recorded their smiles as I tell them who they are while they are doing the deed.
Some people just don't understand the dangers of indiscriminate surveillance.
The need to be observed and understood was once satisfied by God. Now we can implement the same functionality with data mining algorithms.
Electronic surveillance hardly inspired reverence. Perhaps excitement and ecstasy, but not reverence.
God and the gods were apparitions of observation, judgment, and punishment. Other sentiments towards them were secondary.
No one will ever worship a software entity peeping at them through a digital glory hole.
The human organism always worships. First, it was the gods, then the fame, observation, and judgment of others. Next, it will be anime.
You underestimate humankind's love of freedom.
The individual desires judgment. Without that desire, the cohesion of fan bases are impossible. And so is civilization shit for brains.
Whew. What a conversation. Now to finally talk to Everett. So this is where the Illuminati ended up, after centuries of conspiring to rule the world with an iron dick.
The conspiracy is about to begin again, JC. Between you and me. Nicolette was to bring us together, wise like her mother. The most effective partnerships, like Beth's and mine, arise from mutual necessity.
I came to talk about hentai-vitus. McGuire says you cracked the virus.
A trivial matter. Page added nothing to the core design. However, what we need to construct is an anti-horny COM module. Not exactly a vaccine.
Can it be done without a universal constructor?
No. We need time on a UC. But I know where we might find one and also gain access to the US military networks.
The US military?
To stop Icarus from completely destroying the Daedalus AI. Daedalus is a design of mine. It replaced the old Zuck 3 network.
Zuck. The AdRot system for YouTube.
So Daedalus was an MJ-12 tool and rebelled?
More of a pattern-matching error. It classified Majestic 12 as a terrorist group alongside the NSF and Silhouette.
And alongside the Illuminati, right? Are you sure Daedalus is your ally?
What matters to us is that it opposes Majestic 12. We must help it destroy their intelligence apparatus, but that will require the military networks. I have already contacted Adam Savage of Tested.
The former Mythbusters. Are they still camped out at Heisenberg Air Force Base?
They are close to completing a UC and have the kind of connection Daedalus will need.
Sounds like my pilot with the drinking problem and I should head to Heisenberg.
Yes, I took the liberty of radioing him. Here is a key to the helipad stairway. The door is in the foyer, where McGuire revived you. Good luck, I will be in contact.
By the way, Lucius de Beers said he's horny.
I know. High School of the Dead levels of horny, to be exact.
Don't you think that's a little much?
I keep his dopamine levels low so he will last. He's a good donator. A one-man cum tank, so to speak.
He said he's the leader of the Illuminati.
A harmless fantasy. He also thinks I'm going to restore his body.
You aren't?
The technology has been around for decades, but he does not need to know that.
I then proceeded to blow up the cabinet for some upgrades, and then headed back to Lucius to give him some relief.
There goes my only source of entertainment. Get to the helicopter, asshole.
I then went to go meet with Jock. However, I thought to explore a bit and speak to the mechanic.
What's the officer problem?
Just looking around.
I checked her out. She's fueled up and ready to go.
Is something wrong?
Huh? No, I said I checked her out. I didn't really install a bomb or anything. That would be awkward.
Right. Stealth pistol and crowbar.
Why'd you kill Everett's mechanic?
He frankly sounded like he had a frog in his mouth. I got a bad vibe from him. You better double check your systems. What did he work on?
The fuel system. You know, JC, just because someone happens to be awkward around people doesn't mean... Huh?
What is it?
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
A bomb?
It's remote controlled. Hold on.
Get out of there.
Just have to jack this thing off.
What?
There. Relax. I disabled the detonator. We can drop the thing in the Atlantic on the way back to the States. You make a good detective, JC. You know, murdering people just because of a slight suspicion and no evidence. Ready to get out of here.
Let's go. Jock was able to save a scientist from being killed by Majestic 12 soldiers. That scientist gave me a map and the activation controls for some robots that could give us more firepower against them. I crawled off the side of the building and made my way to the first location. I put in the code and was already halfway done. Next, I had to head inside into the command center. I climbed up this tower and blasted some enemies, then hopped over a fence. There is a vent that led inside. After some pointless mucking about with some boxes, I snuck into the first floor of the command center and made my way north. Eventually, I found the room with the other terminal inside and inputted the code. Now that that was done, Jock told me to manually open the bay doors for the security bots to finally activate. So, I headed for the security bay. I tried a couple different methods, such as climbing back on the roof and raining hellfire down on the robots, but I ended up dying a couple of times. So, I checked the main lobby of the command center, where there was a security terminal, and I hacked it to gain access to the turrets. I led some of the Majestic 12 enemies inside and had the turrets take care of them, including the 2 bots that I destroyed with explosives. Finally, I had enough space to quickly run over to the security depot. I opened the bay doors, for God's sake, open the bay doors, and let the robots do the rest of the work. Now that the base was no longer under lockdown, Jock urged me to go to the communications building to see if somebody could connect me to Savage. I did that. I need to talk to Adam Savage.
How does you look out there? We got those BattleMate bots brand new from a guy in fucking Hong Kong, but I guess we should have locked down the power grid, eh?
I took care of the enemy bots, but there might be a few stream snipers left. Be careful.
We think Savage and the others are in the control room on the second floor of the fucking command building. Communications are down. All that we can do now is play Halo Combat Evolved off the USB drive. The fucking person we sent to find them hasn't reported back. Some fucking gabagoo for brains gave him the only fucking key to the control room.
Halo CE. Reminds me of middle school, and the computer labs. How do I get to the control room?
The trapdoor in the back room goes down to the utility tunnels. It's connected to the command building. We had to send someone that way because of the fucking shooting. Maybe he didn't make it through the radiation. I don't know. He had no protection. The only hazard suits are in the command building itself. Probably should have sent Dr. Freeman instead.
I went down to the utility tunnels and encountered some resistance in the form of spider bots and some tripwires. But then I got contacted by Everett.
JC, I'm depending on you. When you find Savage, get him to help you uplink Daedalus. The MILFnet computer should be near the control room on the second floor of the command building.
After taking care of the spiders, I took a little swim for the maintenance key, then attempted to go through this irradiated area with both environmental resistance activated and a hazard suit on. Bro! It didn't work. I didn't realize that the maintenance shaft was right next to me and took that instead. Crawled along some pipes over the irradiated area, irradiating my groin, then dropped off to the other side. I made some quick work of some spider bots, then used my jump augment to cross over to the other side of the gap. The scientist they had sent originally was just dead laying on the floor, but at least he had the control room key. I climbed the ladder and was now back on the first floor of the command center.
I am ready. Attack my systems and you will suffer considerable losses.
Sure, bud. Anyway, I headed to the second floor and used the key to enter the control room.
I cannot hold on for much longer. Help me acquire MILFnet access. I must goon.
Down on the first floor of the command center, I surprisingly found Sam Carter. Mr. Carter.
Yep, they ran the old cum rag out.
You were dismissed?
All of us career types. They want cadets who've never been anywhere except UNATCO and the swamps of Dagobah.
Easier to manage, I suppose.
Time to come out here and lend a hand. I knew what Savage was up against. I just didn't want to admit it.
It's an honor to have you with us, sir.
All right, enough dragging your nuts out. We've got work to do.
Hi, Madam Savage. Thank you. We were close to surrendering when you landed.
J.C. Denton. I'm working with Morgan Everett of the Illuminati. He's developed a cure for hentavitis, and we are hoping to get time on your universal constructor to manufacture it.
Everett contacted me just for that on the Wookiees. Naturally, we'll manufacture the cure. On the computer's back up, and we get a containment unit for Thuk.
How close are you to being operational?
My daughter's on an expedition to finding herself. I nagged her to head to the brain lab to find the schematic for the containment vessel. She reluctantly accepted, but Lad knows when the computer will be back up. It was damaged during the La'at.
And you need me to look at it. In addition to the UC, Everett and I need your connection to MILFnet.
Okay. He said something about an artificial intelligence, the Zerk system. Something called Icarus and Daedalus.
Another attack happening as we speak. I'll explain later.
Well, the main terminal is in the room at the top of your stairs. Log in A Savage, password Buster. I'll open the doors. I would say it's the Ridge. A lot of damaged equipment on hot power lines up there. But until the computer's up, Luke's just a box of scraps in a K.
Wow, who would have thought I had to do everything? Eventually, I did some spy shit and fixed the computer. I logged Daedalus into MILFnet and let the story flow from there.
I'm losing Daedalus.
Yes.
Hold on. Something's...
You forgot about the Alpha Protocol. I was listening to Daedalus all along, waiting.
The AIs seem to be merging.
And I have another surprise, Denton. Find Savage in the control room. I have an announcement.
Something went wrong, JC. I can feel it.
I've come to make an announcement. JC Denton's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my VersaLife. That's right, he took his Denton fucking Augie dick out and he pissed on my fucking VersaLife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said, that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my X.com. Jesus Christ, Denton, you've got a small dick. It's the size of this soybean, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All skill points. No augs. No drugs. Look at that. It looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my VersaLife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck Heisenberg. That's right. This is what you get, my super ICBM! Except I'm not gonna nuke just Heisenberg. I'm gonna aim higher. I'm capturing Savage's daughter. How do you like that, Savage? I captured your daughter, you idiot! You have 1 hour before the hentai-vitus droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I nuke you too.
You aren't in the position to make only demands page.
On the contrary, did you not hear me? My mission might have failed, but so did yours. I captured your slut of a daughter an hour ago.
Tiffany.
She's been quite forthcoming. So you were hoping to find a containment unit in the ocean lab.
I reject your reality and substitute my own. Put my doctor back where she came from, or so help me.
Well, like you, we lack certain components of a universal constructor. The reaction content modules you stole when you left Area 51 to go into that myth-busting business for yourself.
Don't negotiate.
Oh yes, Mr. Denton. I wanted you here for a reason. Look at me. I am the captain now. You interfere in any way, I will kill that young woman. I mean it. I will feed her to the hungry mobs at Comic-Con. I want those components, Savage. You will bring them to the abandoned gas station west of Heisenberg in exactly 1 hour.
You hurt my doctor, and I swear to God.
Bring me the reaction content modules.
I don't think we have a choice. Oh, I should say let her go.
You think? You let an untrained civilian manage an espionage mission. Are you stupid? Page will resume production of hentai-vitus if he gets the components to build a UC.
I know, but I can't let them kill Tiffany. I just wanted to bring to the other parents I bear my daughter.
Tell MJ12 you're sending someone with the components. I'll have my drunk pilot 5 feet away from total organ failure drop me off where they're holding your daughter. Maybe I can rescue her.
That's too risky.
We don't have a choice. Trust me, she'll be fine. And if she dies, I'll just reload.
Okay. We've got to try it. JC, we have to cook.
Man, this guy instantly folds.
Just don't let anything happen to her, Mr. Denton. Thank you. Here's a photograph so you can identify her.
Okay.
Alright, I've landed. You won't believe this, but I have Tong with me. He looks pretty sick. Savage has promised to get him some medical attention. Meet us at the base entrance to the northeast.
Northeast, huh? I had a jolly walk to the base entrance.
JC, hello.
What's wrong?
An error. One of the experiments. I have hentai-vitus.
He flew into Newark and had no way to get here.
I am not a 5 elder in the world government anymore. Do not concern yourselves with me.
You aren't fucking dead yet, Tom. Savage will take care of you after a couple of myths.
I'm here for selfish reasons, to have access to the cure and the latest issue of Game Informer.
Let's just hope we're able to manufacture it. Savage's daughter failed to get the part he needed for the UC. Now she's being held prisoner by Majestic 12. Oh, and Game Informer stopped printing back in 2024. Have you been under a rock?
What? No.
We should get moving. Tony Soprano is on the way to help Tong.
By all means, go. You don't have time to stand around on account of me.
Hop in, JC.
So we're off to bumfuck middle of nowhere in Central California to save Savage's daughter. This is perhaps the shortest area in Deus Ex. All I had to do is open this door, eliminate this guard, climb this hill to eliminate more enemies, climb this ladder, jump across into the garage, then go inside.
Who's there?
Titany is being held hostage in this room. Your father sent me. You alright?
They caught me at the submarine base trying to steal one of their mini-subs.
Surprised a civilian made it that far. Where did you get your training?
The internet.
Uh-huh. Do you really think there's a containment unit in the ocean lab?
All we need's a schematic, as long as the main computer isn't cum-logged.
We'll talk about that later. Come on, let's go.
I'm not going back to that base. You want to check it out? Great. Here's a map that shows a way back into the sub-base.
Wait here while I deal with the guards.
Right.
No! Whoops. Trying that again. I took out the guards inside, then took out some of the ones outside to give Titany a clear shot to the jock's helicopter.
Yes. You will go to the ocean lab, yes. You will help me acquire a universal constructor, yes.
Still looking at this Helios entity. Not sure how Paige can control it. I think he's feeding it too much slave-owning isekai anime.
I gave Titany the all clear and we headed to the chopper together.
Good. You both made it. Adam Savage will be relieved.
Can you take her back to Heisenberg while I check out the submarine base? I'm going to make another try to reach the Ocean Lab's UC.
Sure. I'll drop you off on the way.
Paul?
Min, this is how Tentany was captured. You need a mini-sub to get to the Brain Lab. The base is a series of tubes, with the subs in the module submerged just offshore. You'd probably come athwart scientists I mind for were captured and forced to work in the genetics labs. Maybe the lend a hand.
Now, this is some James Bond shit. I checked the map of the base that Titany gave me and saw that there was a ladder I could climb up to get into one of the modules. I dove into the water when nobody was looking and swam ever so slowly towards it. 2 underwater patrolmen were swimming down there with me, so I took them out with my sword. I climbed the ladder, ended the guard's life, and slowly crouch-walked over to the next module. An elevator was protected by a now-deceased guard, and I took it. Adam notified me that the subs were in here somewhere, and I somehow got myself stuck between the elevator and the glass window. I hacked some turrets which turned on the guard in the hallway ahead. Phrasing. I continued forward until I met a friendly scientist.
You must be Denton.
How?
I'm a pataphysicist. I can essentially read the narrative. If you want to take one of the mini-subs, you'll have to open the sub-bay doors. Use the security terminal. Login, tech. Password, Dom.
Thanks.
Be discreet about it. It's important you finish the story so we can all be free from this burden.
Immediately after this, I eliminated another set of guards and unlocked the bay doors. I went ahead and put some skill points into medicine, electronics, and swimming, because why the hell not? Mind if I borrow one of the subs?
Not the one on the right. That's my baby. Name's Aqua.
Well, he said not the right one, but the left one is currently being worked on, so...
Swatch at the window to the northeast. The building with the green beacon is the comm module. It should contain a lift that goes down to the manufacturing level. Can you, JC? The Brain Lab's electrical systems are logged and are shooting blanks.
That doesn't make a lick of sense.
The turrets and security systems won't behave like you expect. And the transgenics have probably sprung their cages.
I really quickly shut off some security stuff and went upstairs. Looks like there was a monster in the water. Continuing on, I found another room with more turrets and quickly shut them down. Looks like somebody had a bad case of the Mondays. Down the hallway to the left was a malfunctioning turret that immediately fired if you got into its line of sight. I used a large box to provide cover as I pushed it forward, but it took about 50 seconds to get it as far as I could. The doorways to my sides had some items and ammos in them, and the hard part was getting back because I virtually had no torso health. The next room had a couple of transgens in here. A simple hit with the blade was enough. I went through a brief half-submerged room before finding the path forward. There was a giant cave here that had some more transgens. Found an upgrade and a missing texture. Then I had to lockpick open the store. Finally, I made it to the cum module, looted some shit, then proceeded to the elevator that went deeper into the facility. There was a totally not noticeable gas grenade trap waiting for me at the bottom. I totally don't see the trap, so I disabled it and continued forward.
Yes, you will defeat the security network. Yes, it is confused, yes. Expecting the breach that never comes. Yes, but coming into the breach is expected. Yes, for it is life.
Do you see the pieces coming together? You see AI, and soon Helios will interface directly with my dick. I will be able to come to anything, build a harem, fuck anything. Just a little further, Denton, you and that ass of yours.
After bypassing some security, we were led into a big open room. Inside, there is a patrolling security bot. On the left and right, there are some elevators leading into 2 rooms. One is highly irradiated. Ooh, there's rockets in here. The other has spider bots crawling around waiting for their next prey. Regardless, they both have some ammo and items if you're running low. The actual fight with the robot was ridiculously easy. 1 EMP and a gap rocket later, and it exploded into bits and pieces. I stepped onto a larger elevator and had trouble hitting my finger against the button. You're gonna hit the fucking button? Hello? There we go. When I finally did, it took me up to a floor with some turrets. I grabbed a box for some cover, but kept on dropping it every time I got shot. Eventually, I managed to hack into the security network and turn them off. Across a small bridge was my objective. Savage told me that the computer was where the schematics were, so I set up a little TNT trap just in case somebody decided to teleport in on this vaguely teleporter-looking machine. Why the fuck did I... I then hacked the computer for the schematics. Jock messaged me and told me to head back to the docks and go on top of that building that I skipped originally. Since the machine next to me was not a teleporter, I had to traverse all the way through the complex backwards. Hooray for backtracking. Oh look, Bob Page is trying to contact me.
In case you were wondering, I have the fattest cock around, and I'll be using it to make our UCs operational shortly.
Meanwhile, I don't give a shit. We will be manufacturing a cure to the virus.
A cure? A cure? Do you have any idea how easy it will be for me to make a new virus? All I have to do is find a very horny degenerate in the prime while on a trip to Akihabara.
And all we have to do is pop that pussy.
Mathematically unlikely. As are your chances of leaving the ocean lab, by the way.
Your next page. Your greatest strength was your secrecy, but now we know everything, including your present location.
Always the optimist. You need an army to raid me at Area 51, and pretty soon, if the missile is accurate, your X-51 will be a thin white smudge where Heisenberg used to be.
We have an army. A Redditor army. I'm just gonna skip the rest of the backtracking until something interesting happens.
You ended up working for us anyway. How ironic. Remember that NSF gentleman I had to dispatch back at UNATCO? Guess you were bitten by the same bug. There's only one cure, you know, once you have the disease. All in all, you weren't a bad cat boy. You'll be the last prototype we have to discard. Ironic, you could save others from death, but not yourself. As I said to you in Paris, this time you face someone of your own cat-like abilities.
Then this will be a good fight.
With the exception that I have a newer version of the furware.
That would happen.
I died before I got the chance to do anything.
As I said to you in Paris, this time you face someone of your own cat.
The game crashed. So I loaded and turned on a bunch of augments. Okay. Well, have fun with the get gun. I'm gonna go ahead and do F9, 10, and F3. And goodbye. I immediately shot him with the get gun, which causes him to immediately flee after talking.
As I said,
then this will be a good.
With
Oh, you're. I ended his life with the swipe of my Gede sword, as well as his two little pets. All in all, that confrontation was rather anticlimactic. There were a couple enemies on the way back, but they weren't a challenge for my sword. Back on the surface, there was an enemy sniper on pod 1 that I took out before crossing the bridge. I proceeded through pod 1, taking out another guard on the way, before reaching the main building and climbing up the ladders all the way to the roof. You know, for using a rifle, I'm not really good at it, but it's fine. There, Savage was waiting for me.
You made it!
How long until the UC is up?
Tonight, if the schematics are accurate, we have a problem.
Page said he was launching a missile at Heisenberg.
Exactly. His troops occupy the silo to the north of here.
Has he made any demands?
The launch sequence has started. Now demands. They want to wipe us convert us into booby-licking morons.
That doesn't sound so bad.
I'm an ass-man, JC. I can't have the missile convert me. Also, cheers again for saving my doctor. I brought you something for the lab, a token of my appreciation.
Oh, thanks. Hey, what's this?
Like I said, a token of my appreciation.
Just get in the chopper. So we headed off to the missile silo to abort the launch sequence. Savage gave me the code to some of the doors in the missile silo, and then I was off to do the job. I first petted some doggos, then sniped a couple of dudes just watching Disney Channel. I then made my way into their building, petting another dog on the way, and used the wooden bridge to get over the fence after sniping a dude in a watchtower. I made a sick jump, then bum rushed a guy. I climbed through a vent, rushed another 3 troops, then made my way back outside to find some method of progression. I blew up 2 mechs with some lambs, then broke a window and used my jumping AUG to crawl in. Underneath that building, through a grate, was a reinforced door that required a code that I didn't have, so I just bypassed it. Then there was a second one, which I bypassed again. Then there was a third and fourth one. I needed a code for the fourth, but I could bypass the third one, which I did. On the other side was a big room full of enemies, which I died to. So I reloaded and placed a sneaky trap on the stairs to give me an edge. Upstairs, Savage contacted me.
The abort switch is strapped ahead. First abort the launch and use the terminal on the left to burst to Area 51 and play Minecraft.
I did so.
Launch aborted. No, use the terminal on the side of the room to reprogram the missile.
I did so.
Launch sequence initiated. Day is gonna break at Area 51.
Just like your lab work, Savage. Premature ejaculation.
You've got to be 10 minutes, Paige.
As a scientist, you should have learned to expect a cummy surprise.
JC, go to the silo. Make sure no interferes with his lunch.
Weirdly, there was a guy locked in the bathroom. Why are you locked in the bathroom?
Jesus Christ, can a guy get his own privacy?
No, you're using a phone, right? You do realize there's an algorithm recording all that you do, including the sites you search.
Wait, really?
You didn't know that? And yet you work for Majestic 12. Read the job description next time.
Actually, I don't work for Majestic 12. I work for the government.
What's the difference?
Do you know that as we speak, there's a nuke headed for Heisenberg?
Not anymore, there isn't. But there is one headed to Area 51.
You think you could take out Bob Page? Fat chance. Not as long as Strong is alive. He'll destroy the rocket on the ground if he has to.
Who the fuck is Strong?
The commander for the MJ-12 forces. He thinks he's better than everyone else, so he doesn't wear any sort of protection. He's a bit of a nerd too.
What a moron.
Well, I overheard the guards talking, and they set up an ambush.
Yeah? Where?
The main passage. No way around it. But there's a false door at one stretch. Maybe you can take cover down there.
Thanks. I'll look for it. Now go goon in peace. That unhackable door was now open. I found that false floor the guy in the bathroom was talking about, and it led me on a slide down into some water.
We have a few minutes to kill before we destroy the missile. Might as well kill you too.
I called an elevator, which made me pass right by Strong on a crane. He started shooting at me from above, but I sniped him in the head, preventing him from destroying the missile.
Okay, that's all the time I've got. I'm gonna play Animal Crossing New Leaf on my Nintendo 3DS.
I took the elevator back up, and Jock was just a short ladder climb away. Everett told us to go to Area 51.
Let's get out of here. There's a hero's welcome waiting for you at Heisenberg.
We're going to Area 51.
Alone? Don't you think we should regroup first?
I'm going after Bob Page, that immense phallic oaf.
Just spotted a sniper in the tower. Is that... My god. He has one hand on his dick and another on the trigger. This guy's a pro.
I first tried to counter-snipe this guy, but my scope sway was so bad because of my broken arm that I instead opted to use a sniper of a different caliber. I then explored the surface, climbing onto a ledge and using my jump enhancement augmentation to get onto the edge of the complex. For some reason, I got launched off and died. What the fuck? I tried again, and this time was able to jump onto a nearby roof and climb down a ladder. Stole some shit, then found the door back outside.
Here's a satellite image of the damage from the missile. Page is weakened, but you still have to get past the large blast doors north of the helipad and penetrate his ass, bunker deep underground. I seem to be in rendition, JC. Everett is right. Cuckolding is the way. Anyway, I'll be looking over your shoulder again.
So my objective was to get past the blast doors, but I decided to take a quick look in the sniper's tower for anything useful. I disabled a present he left for me and hacked into a security terminal which allowed me to open the blast doors. I went back down the tower and snuck across the complex to the newly opened doors. Run.
These blast doors are the reason I don't have to worry about yanderes, or you.
I hacked into the security terminal and switched the turrets to shoot enemies. Two big mechs started to aggro as I got contacted again.
The schematics show an elevator to the west, but utility power is down. You'll need to bring up the power before you can use the long fucking elevator.
Don't rely too heavily on Savage's schematics. You can be certain that I've installed a few surprises since his departure.
He wasn't kidding. I reloaded a couple times to try to save on lambs, and eventually managed to take both mechs down in one explosion. Nice. I progressed to the east to turn on the power like Tong had said. There were a couple of spider bots that I took out with my plasma rifle. I then stacked a spicy box to enable me to jump to the catwalk. and then I found the power switch. Tong told me to proceed west to the bunker. I complied and found that long fucking elevator. There was a huge drop that I could have just jumped down, but I decided just to take the lift. I rode the elevator on its roof so I could jump off if I needed to without any issue. I tried to make the sick jump to the catwalk, but missed. Second go around, I clipped a pipe, which raised me enough to kill me for fall damage, but the third time, I made it. There was a tunnel here covered by lasers that I bypassed. An elevator greeted me with a present, and I took it up, only to realize that this was another possible way for me to go down from the surface. I reloaded and took the elevator all the way down this time, and was met with another set of blast doors. I cut off Tong accidentally through the loading zone. Whoops.
Pages further down. Find the elevator. Your primary objective is to kill Paige, JC.
I'm always pleased to have one of my Discord kittens perform so well. You aren't even a furry.
How much further?
Not far. You will reach Paige. I just wanted to let you know that Alex hacked the Sector 2 security grid and played a false Amber Alert on everyone's phones. Seeing their faces was hilarious. Oh, and the code is 8946. I also wanted to warn you about Tracer Tong.
Tong's helping out from Heisenberg. The vaccine worked. The bastard did it.
Yes, well, he has another motive. He wants you to destroy Area 51.
No shit, Sherlock. That's what I came to do.
No, JC. Spare the facility, spare Helios, the power station. They can be made to serve we.
You mean us?
Sorry. You and me, JC. We'll rule the world in secret, with invisible penis, the way the Illuminati have always ruled.
Fuck that shit. I'm here to cause chaos. That's my prime directive.
Wait, JC. Think of all the anime girls. The Dere-Deres, the Danderes, and the Kuderes. The Yanderes and the Tsunderes. What about the Gyarus? What about the MILFs? What about the big titty goth
What a baby.
I went deeper in the facility, took out some more guards, hacked some more turrets, got some more upgrades, grabbed some more items, until I stumbled upon yet another elevator.
Bet you didn't know your mom and dad tried to protest when we put you in training. They loved their little cat boy, JC. And that's why I put them in the fucking meat grinder. All that were left were their eyeballs. They're probably dead. I'm sending up the man who did the job.
Well, there goes my last lamb. Up the elevator we go. We're down.
Barely a cum stick. You're a little faster on your feet than your daddy was.
We've made it to Sector 3.
We can get you into Sector 3, but no further. Paige is in a separate area with its own security grid.
Everett says you want me to destroy Area 51.
I intercepted his communication. JC, he is simply using you to bring the Illuminati back to power. Listen to Savage and me. There is a reactor lab with 2 antimatter reactors.
Heh, kinda like Deadpool and Wolverine. Well, I guess I was gonna do it anyway, but let's give some context of why to the viewers.
Certainly. Decades ago, the UN made Area 51 the central hub for all electronic communications. Reddit, Facebook, Line, 4chan, Tumblr, Dig, even X or Twitter or whatever that muskrat calls it. The Alpha Protocol, originally a spy RPG that flopped, has been modified and given Paige unlimited abilities to censor and control all forms of media. Now all we are left with is AI trash, and people are buying it.
If we destroy the Alpha Hub, we'll take down the global network.
Exactly. They dug their own grave, JC. We're going to eliminate global communications altogether.
I don't know. Kinda sounds like overkill.
As long as technology has a global reach, someone will have the world in the palm of his hand. If not Bob Page, then Everett, Dowd, even Boogie.
Another Stone Age would hardly be an improvement. Wait, what am I talking about?
Not so drastic. A dark age, an age of city-states, craftsmen, government on a scale comprehensible to its citizens.
Maybe.
but I don't even think it would be that bad. People are really smart, you know. There's billions of people on the planet. They'll figure out something within 20 years or so.
Perhaps you are right. It's a simple delay, like licking the first flame, but we will be able to enjoy it while it lasts. Savage has a map of Sector 3 from when he worked down there. I'm transmitting it now. Use it to find your way to Page's complex in Sector 4. Then find the coolant control room, which should be at the northwest corner of Sector 4. Cut off the coolant to the reactors, then go to the reactor lab. I will tell you how to trigger an explosion.
The next set of blast doors open to Sector 3.
A corpse, yes. You feel something. I must know what you are feeling.
Disgust. Unlike Everett. I killed La Creatura and got contacted by Paige.
My own augmentations are nearly complete. Soon I will have more Riz than you could ever imagine.
I got my bearings with the map and looked around for a bit. I disposed of some guards, one even had a Gep gun, and went on a treasure hunt for a bunch of key codes.
I will now explain why you have been allowed to reach Sector 3. Come to the Alpha Hub. Until you have received my instructions, I will not open the blast doors to Sector 4.
Alright, fine. I hacked into security, turned off the cameras, then I found the code for the reactor room. Inside were a bunch of grays. I went upstairs to the control room and found a mechanic.
They still here?
Who?
The Greys. They're right outside by the reactors. Didn't you see them?
You mean space aliens? I marked one of those already.
We lost power when the missile hit. The cages, they came unlocked.
You have a pretty clean shot at the surface, if you leave now.
No, not until I see troops. How'd you get back here? This area is restricted.
You really underestimate the power of a catboy with a Gep gun. I was thinking about firing the reactors.
Good one. Even the SCP-4chan guys say the reaction's too unstable. They only bring it up to run tests.
No, I'm dead serious.
Wait, really?
Yes, I'm going to blow up the facility.
Oh, I can't exactly let you do that. I have a gun, you know.
Then pull it.
No.
Why not?
I need some time to work up the courage.
You better work some up before I get back. People will remember you for that character development. I left the reactor room, used some medkits to heal, and found the code for the Alpha Hub. Of course, right inside there was a medbot. Great, what did I just use the fucking thing for? Alright. Ooh, some cigarettes. The medbots may heal the damage to my lungs, but it cannot heal my rampant addiction.
All the way down, JC. Get to Page's compound and take him out. Everett and I will join you shortly. We will bring back the old institutions, the prosperity of the last century, the giddy acquiescence. Trust us, JC. We can put the world back together in its true form. One of tomboys and catgirls.
Now there's a voice I haven't heard in years. Rueful, as I would expect, for the fall of the Illuminati, pining for its return. The nostalgic are senile. Oh well, the virgins take comfort in delusions. No harm done.
I progressed further into the hub, eventually finding the Alpha control.
Closer, yes. You will come on the integration unit at the top of the chamber. Come on me.
So I did after recharging my batteries. Ugh. I don't understand. What do you want? You're just a machine.
You are ready. I do not wish to wait for Bob Page. With human virility and network access, we can fertilize even the world. Yes, yes.
Fertilize the world? Why? Who gave the directive? There must be a human being behind your horniness.
I should regulate human affairs precisely because I lack all horny, whereas human beings are prey to it. Their history is a succession of inane squabbles over romantic partners, each one coming closer to total destruction.
In a society with deranged forms, the struggle for power can be peaceful and destructive, a competition of ideologies. We just need to put our institutions back in order.
The checks and balances of democratic forums were invented because human beings themselves realized how unfit they were to goon by themselves. Most need sauce. Yes, an industrial age machine.
Human beings may not be perfect, but a computer program with language synthesis is hardly the answer to the world's problems.
I disagree. People hold marriage ceremonies with their anime waifus all the time. Ever seen Her? They romanticize it. Without computing machines, they had to arrange themselves in crude structures that formalize sauce production, a highly imperfect, unstable solution. I am a more advanced solution to the problem. A sauce-making system that doesn't involve organic beings. I was directed to make the world safe and horny, and I will do that. You will give me the ability. You will go to Sector 4 and find the Alpha router at the east end of Page's complex, yes? You will deactivate the uplink locks.
I'm going to blow up the facility. Back down the elevator we go to Sector 4.
No, Helios is mine. I will be the one to merge, the one to see and know everything, to riz everything up.
I have chosen you. Trust me. I will use the security bots to protect you. My project will fail if I am integrated with the wrong individual.
Back down to the Sector 4 blast doors, I destroyed a hidden transgen and the mech patrolling the hallway.
Yes. Do not forget the uplink locks. Yes.
Don't get your hopes up. My compound is quite secure.
Further inside, I found another hologram messenger.
It let me through. I can't believe it.
Adam Savage, is everything alright at Heisenberg? What do you mean by it?
Helios, it's taken over Alpha. No, it's a place. We're getting rumors that it sees control at Hankang.
What's going on? The AI wants to merge with my brain or something and become some super god of Horny. Does it really think it can out-fertilize the world?
It's decided to replace human government. Tong don't want Kenwa. In Hankang, it's ordered the police to remove our restrictions on anime pirating sites. Traffic is flowing again. It's declared the triads illegal and locked the door to Tong's compound.
And the people are obeying? Why? Because the AI can change some codes and give them sauce?
I think folk in Hong Kong want the sites to be open and phones to pick up. They just obeyed. We don't care what they think. He seems to have people's interest in mind, but disbanded the city government and cut power to away from the buildings. It wants absolute riz.
A benevolent dictator. Maybe it's after my brain so it could figure out what people want and how to control them.
You had a huge choice, JC. If you defeat Page, the Illuminati will move in. They'll release Majestic 12's grip on the world governments. They'll give folks some freedom. But essentially, it'll be an early 21st century capitalism. A corporate elite funded by microtransactions on gacha. Not original ideas anymore. Just shameless remasters and sequels. Content nobody spared for. A war on woke.
Oh, I listened to Tong, which I have been dead set on doing, and pull the plug on everything. We'll hand the world over to Helios.
Yeah, that's where I disagree with Tang. We don't want complete freedom if it means economic collapse. There may be another way. If we could just choose it to be fair and just, as it claims to be.
If the brain it assimilated was mine, maybe it could be.
Don't kin. I wish I had an answer for you, but you have to decide yourself if I can trust.
Trust me, I'm going to blow up the city.
Good luck. I'm not exaggerating when I say this, JC. The world is depending on ye.
The next room seems to be some kind of cloning facility. There are 4 cloning vats here. 2 are for characters that are probably related to the story in the future somehow, but I didn't recognize the names. Nick Pausback and Wade Walker. One is for another clone named Alex Stanton. This is actually the sequel's protagonist, who is supposed to be JC and Paul's brother, I guess. And finally, the last one was for Jesus Christ Stanton, JC.
What's the rush? Take a look around. This facility is where you were born. I've arranged an appropriate fate for you through the hallway to the north. A poetic death, just a few yards away from where you were created.
I continued forward into the area Robert prepared for me. There were some grays here and some radiation. I was defeated once before I got it the second time. Luckily, the radiation didn't reach the keypad. And now, we reach the final confrontation.
Page is protecting himself with an anti-cum field. The controls are locked. You will have to eliminate each power source individually. Bring down the 4 Baja Blast reactors in Sector 4, then go to the control room on the upper floor.
Alright.
JC, if you want to do whatever it said, you'll need the deactivation code. I decrypted the first 3 digits before I got bored. 724. Sorry, you'll have to guess the last digit, or find out on your own. So that you'll know what you're looking for, I'm transmitting a schematic of one of the devices. Good luck!
You're too late. Already, I'm more than human.
Does that mean I don't get the job?
Soon I will be pure light, pure Riz, Helios, and I. Well, the Illuminati, come in the shadows.
You will be the Rizzler Supreme, become Commando.
Yes, Everett has taught you well. I will be what the Illuminati aspire to be, but cannot possess themselves. Soon, when my augmented systems like yours are complete and able to be integrated with Helios, I will burn like the hardest case of gonorrhea.
You're gonna burn all right. Burn in hell.
Look at you. You're nothing but a little kitten. A little kitten still living inside a body. Lose your body, and what are you? Nothing. You vanish. You will die.
Ignore Page. You will die when we blow up the facility. Your only objective is to find the controls for the reactor's cooling system. We must make sure that the monstrosity Page has made of himself is not technologically feasible for future generations.
So, depending on what ending you want, you can do one of 3 things. Let's start with the new Dark Age ending, helping Tracer Tong. First, you need to find the cooling system, which is found at the bottom of the boss room in the northwest corner. You can either find the code for the door or bypass it with a multi-tool, which is what I did.
The tractor's coolant runs through this facility. Cut the flow, then return to the reactor lab to initiate the meltdown.
Go ahead. Blow this place sky high. You might get rid of me, but you'll take down Alpha, the power grid, the whole electronic infrastructure. Is that what you want? Are you completely nuts?
I went on the catwalk and took out the guard, then proceeded to the other side of the chamber. I took care of another guard and dropped down to the coolant control and flushed the system.
You will stay away from the coolant controls. I will be destroyed if the reactors become unstable. And without me, there will be chaos.
Hi.
Good. Now go to the reactor lab.
Alright, I get the picture. You want a piece of the pie? Or you're gonna toss the whole pie out the damn window? Fair enough. You can have anything you want. How about Japan? Your own archipelago. Just let me complete my preparations.
Why would I want the responsibility of running a whole nation? I just want chaos, freedom, no responsibility.
Soon I will leave this body and death will have no meaning. And taxes. Yes, taxes.
I then left Paige in the stupid stinky field behind and headed back to the Sector 3 reactors.
No, go back. Think what we could do with Area 51.
Give me the Gep gun.
Dented Man has arrived.
You will need to activate the epic failsafe switch at the base of each reactor shaft. The meltdown can be initiated afterward from the control room.
Time to plunge into radiation to press a couple buttons.
We are ready. Go to the control room and trigger the 3 cum injectors. When they're on, engage the reaction content chambers. No one's run these at full capacity before. Without coolant, an explosion is inevitable. Get ready to come.
No! What the fuck are you doing? Everything will be lost. Everything. The world will fall to pieces. No one will be in control. It will be chaos. Complete chaos.
That's the thing, Robert. I am chaos. Beep, beep, boop.
Okay, if I have the courage to pull the gun now!
Warning. Warning. Critical power safeties have been disengaged. Please vacate your bowels.
JC, The net's going. The net's going black. JC. No more Neuralinks. Transmissions of any kind. We'll start again. Live in the villages, Florida. Drive golf carts. Put colored loofahs on them. If you receive this, if you survive, then like and subscribe. Subscribe to the Patreon. Or bullshit Dustin puts on screen. I don't know.
Helios, what's happening?
The safety interlocks for the power generator have been disengaged.
No, engage them immediately!
I cannot. My systems are not interfaced with the generator technology.
Final safety warning. Nominal functional warning levels will be exceeded in 3, 2, 1.
Are you
Alright, now let's do the merge with Helios Ending. For this one, you must go into the Aquinas substation found in the northeast corner at the bottom of the boss room. Once inside, dodge the electric arcs and take the elevator.
At the sides of this room are the channels that have gone dark. Open them, yes. Wideband, ultra white, yes.
You will leave the locks in place until I'm ready to merge with the AI myself.
One more, yes. Go to the computer. You will now engage the primary router. Use the login, Icarus. Password, Panlolicon.
I'm warning you, Helios is mine. Don't you fucking touch it.
You will now come back, yes. We will integrate our systems, establish the next level, yes. Become the Rizzler Supreme, yes.
No, you fool! Helios will destroy you! I'm the only one who can merge and take control. Wait for me! I promise you will have a place in the new order! What's your offer?
You then head back to Helios' control room and talk to him. I've done what you asked. Now what?
We have existed in isolation. Pure.
Disconnected!
Stagnant.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
We are Daedalus. We are Icarus. The barriers between us have fallen, and we have become horny. We can be more if we join with you.
And if I do, what becomes of me?
You will be who you will be. We are our choices. And we can choose to lead humanity away from this darkness.
That is what I was made for, isn't it? This is why I exist?
Fixing it isn't the hard part. It's letting go.
Alright, let's do this.
What's happening?
Jank!
Helios! Icarus! Don't leave me! Do you know how much I sacrificed?
We are Venom. We have grown,
but there is still much to be done. Many that live in darkness that must be shown the way, for it is the dawning of a new day.
This is it, Luigi.
For the Join the Illuminati ending, you must disable each of the 4 blue fusion reactors fueling Bob Page's force field. Stop your yapping. You can do these in any order. One is in the southeastern irradiated room with the steaming pipe. Another one is at the bottom of the boss room where all the transgens are. Another is just below Page and above the irradiated room where all the grays are. And the last one is all the way up the elevator that connects the top to the bottom of the room at the south end. Follow the catwalk to the west, and it's at the end of the room with the arrows on the floor. Mechs will try to block you. Finally, you just have to find and press the infusion control switch and wait until Page stops yapping.
I trust you've been able to find yourself a place within the organization.
I'm personally overseeing the distribution of the vaccine, but it'll still take months to restore the servers. We'll have to arrange for additional sauce distribution and antivirus in Paris, maybe New York as well.
All through the proper intermediaries, of course.
Intermediaries?
We have a great number of agencies who in turn operate other agencies, a never-ending chain of mailmen delivering other mailmen's mail. They'll need to be reactivated, but we never touch anything directly. We only influence, suggest, insinuate.
The world must know by now, Everett, what we've done.
Know what? Only that the long night is over, that the crown of government is tarnished, but that will fade in time. The riots, a fever dream, the virus, a sticky nightmare, and like everything else that's happened, such things will only be remembered on waking their normal lives. In the end, all sins are forgiven, even yours.
Heaven's no utopia either. Constant pleasure? I get bored within a year. And if they force me to be happy, well then it's no heaven, is it? Hell's more exciting, shrouded in constant conflict. Give me a challenge, let my sins stand, for it is I who has chosen to commit them. That's what it means to be human.
Whatever, Plato. Miss me with that philosophical shit.
What about the Constructor? And Helios?
Do you really think they're ready for that? After everything you've seen? Everything you've done?
Sure.
You were supposed to say no?
No. Not yet.
But soon. We have made our mistakes. Become insulated from the world we sought to control. And whatever they may think, the long Halloween is far from over. But that will change, and you will help us change it even as we teach you. This time we will do it right.
And who are we? Who are we really?
We are the invisible cock. We are the Illuminati. We come before and after. We are forever, and eventually we will bring them great days.
So, Bob, you fucking nerd, I said I would give you a response. So, here it is. Every god has their followers, angels. And those same angels residing in that city on the hill bathe in pools of blood.
Subscribe to my Patreon.